Chapter 101. Could it be the same? In Ron's opinion, Harry and Sherlock certainly weren't lobbying for Professor Quirrell's return simply to soak up more of the old bat's know-how, especially not if it meant losing house points or drawing her scolding again. That, to Ron, was a worrying sign. He'd even overheard his parents warning that suffering could become a strange sort of addiction. Still, Ron didn't dwell on it. He cracked a few jokes about blood-soaked cauldrons and let the matter slide. It was Hermione, however, who began to sense that something was off. One afternoon in the library, she finally snapped. She slammed her arithmancy book shut and looked up at the two boys hunched over a pile of potions references. I have to ask, she said, unable to keep her frustration in check. Why are you both burying yourselves in potions books all the time now? With exams approaching, everyone was cramming for their owls. Potions, with its intricate theory and exacting practical work, was notoriously tough, so spending extra hours on revision wasn't in itself unusual. What worried Hermione was that both Harry and Sherlock had been doing perfectly well in Professor Snape's class from the start. This sudden obsession with ever more obscure texts suggested they weren't just trying to polish their grades. Harry looked up, brows furrowed. Sherlock's steady gaze met Hermione's. Neither spoke for a moment, and in that silence, Hermione felt certain. There was more to their late-night study sessions than met the eye. Hermione watched with growing frustration as Sherlock and Harry hunched over their cauldrons, oblivious to her glare. Professor Snape's point deductions in potions class were nothing more than petty nitpicking. If either of them were true Slytherins, their house points would have soared long ago. In Hermione's eyes, Sherlock should have been poring over Jupiter's astronomical charts, memorizing the Galilean moons, mapping their orbits, and finally grasping that satellites revolve around planets, not the other way around. And Harry? He ought to be buried in his history of magic notes, committing to memory which eccentric wizard invented the self-stirring cauldron, or brushing up on defense against the dark arts. After all, Professor Quirrell's teaching was notoriously limited. He was at best a side act for Voldemort's own schemes. If they wanted to excel, they'd have to rely on themselves. So why were they so stubbornly fixated on potions again? Hermione waited impatiently for an answer. When none came, she looked up, and only then did she realize they were completely absorbed in their brews, not even pretending to hear her. She bit her lip, determined that next time she'd find a way to drag their attention back to real study. Hermione shot them a warning glance as she closed her book. Even in the hushed sanctuary of the library, she knew that a single raised voice would bring Madame Pince thundering down the aisles with her feather duster. Still, she couldn't help herself. You too? Are you even listening to me? Sherlock didn't blink. He was lost in thought, oblivious to everything around him, just as he always was. During the first few weeks of term, Hermione had to practically drag him out of here whenever the library closed. Harry, on the other hand, wore a look of innocent confusion so expertly that Hermione wasn't sure if he really hadn't heard her or was just pretending. With a soft, humph, she strode over to Sherlock's table and snatched the book he'd been absorbed in. Advanced Potion Making by Libaceous Borage? That's NEDT-level material. Before Sherlock could protest, Hermione's hand darted across the table and plucked the magazine Harry was leafing through off the stack. She read the title aloud, incredulous. Practical Potions Master? She let out an incredulous laugh. What, do you two think that if Professor Snape leaves to help Professor Quirrell up in the Defense Against the Dark Arts Tower, you can just step into his potions lectures? Harry's eyes widened, and even Sherlock he looked up, just in time to meet Hermione's fiery gaze. Silence fell once more, punctuated only by the distant hum of students and the faint scuffle of Madame Pince's footsteps far down the corridor. Chapter 12. Secrets, Suspicion, and a Return. Hermione slammed the magazine onto the table with a thud. Too bad it's too late. Quirrell is back. Harry sprang forward, arms outstretched, but Hermione held the glossy pages just out of reach. Hermione, please, he began, voice pleading as he tried again to grab the magazine. I don't care, Harry snapped, stepping back when Hermione tensed her grip. Both of you owe me an explanation, right now. Hermione ignored him, flicking through the article as though entranced. At last she leaned in, her voice dropping to an urgent whisper. "I've known something's been off with you two ever since Easter. You've been impossibly secretive. What are you hiding?" Harry felt his temper flare. "Don't look at me. How come you never even called when you and Sherlock disappeared over the holiday to chase that case?" Hermione's eyes narrowed. "How is that the same?" Harry opened his mouth to retort, but no words came. Whenever Hermione got like this, he knew he had one ally left in the room, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock, tall, lean, his dark hair swept back, looked up from his folded arms. He had been standing motionless by the window, listening. In the shifting afternoon light, his sharp profile seemed carved from marble. "Potions aren't our only option," Sherlock said quietly, his voice carrying enough authority to silence both of them. "We're exploring several methods to neutralize the troll's regenerative abilities. Secrecy was essential. We couldn't risk premature leaks." Hermione blinked, the magazine forgotten in her hand. "Wait, neutralize the troll? You mean there's more than one approach?" Sherlock inclined his head. "Exactly. We needed time to test theories in private." Harry opened his mouth to cheer or to protest, but Hermione's withering glare froze him in place. They both fell silent as Sherlock stepped forward. "Tell Gringotts in Dumbledore's office we'll brief them tonight in the library at 7, he said. "Until then, I expect no further interruptions." Hermione finally let the magazine drop. It fluttered to the carpet with a muted thud, like a truce between old friends. Harry crossed his arms, exhaled, and offered Sherlock a small, grateful nod. Tonight, they would learn the full plan and face whatever came next together. Sherlock jerked his head aside and fixed his stare on the window, pretending to admire the courtyard below. Then, almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he chided himself. He wasn't Ron Weasley. There was no reason to cower at Hermione's glare or to fret over his homework. He squared his shoulders, ready to face her, but Hermione was already rising. "Let's move somewhere more private," she said, her voice low but urgent. 15 minutes later, the three of them, Sherlock, Hermione, and Harry, had claimed a quiet alcove by the portrait hole in the Gryffindor common room. It was late Saturday afternoon, and most of their housemates were out enjoying the weekend. Even the library, they'd agreed, was too public for the conversation they needed to have. "So," Hermione began, folding her arms, "you actually fought Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest?" Her eyes were wide enough to swallow her spectacles whole. Harry glanced at Sherlock, then back at Hermione. "Sherlock did the fighting. I only cast that flare charm." He spread his hands defensively, as if warding off further assumptions that he and Sherlock had duked it out together. Hermione cut him off with a sharp humph, the kind of noise she usually reserved for any use of the phrase slapstick charm in the library archives. "That's not the point." She covered her mouth, as if to silence herself from spilling more indignation. "The point is, you two kept this from me." Harry shifted uncomfortably, caught between contrition and confession. He knew she was wry. He had hidden the truth. And now, watching her hurt expression, he wasn't at all sure how to make it right. Sherlock's silence may have been meant to spare his friend more worry, but he was equally determined not to shoulder the blame. "My dear Hermione," he said coolly, "if you remember what I told you last time, you'll realize there's no point in accusing us." Hermione blinked in confusion. "Last time? When was that?" With an almost imperceptible curl of his lips, Sherlock replied, "I did mention that Quirrell would be returning to teach us." Hermione's eyes went wide. Suddenly, she remembered the conversation just before Easter, how she'd asked Sherlock why he was so certain Quirrell would come back, and he'd replied that he'd stabbed Quirrell with a sword. You weren't joking?" Sherlock gave a modest shrug. "I told you I do not lie, at least not when it matters." Hermione's cheeks flushed, and her voice dropped to a soft murmur. I never imagined." Harry, standing off to the side, bit back a grin and gave Sherlock an approving nod. Only Sherlock could leave Hermione speechless like that. "What are you so embarrassed about?" Sherlock asked lightly. "I didn't actually expect you to believe me." Hermione crossed her arms and frowned, the last of her guilt fading. "Fine. Then what next? Are you going to tell Headmaster Dumbledore about this?" Sherlock lifted an eyebrow. "Dumbledore?" "He already knows," Harry said softly, "and he wants me to face Voldemort again." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Hermione burst out. Harry, you're just a first year. Sending you after Lord Voldemort would be. She swallowed hard, unable to finish the thought. Harry held up a hand. Don't worry, Hermione. This comes straight from Professor Dumbledore. He caught her anxious glance, then tapped the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. I survived the last encounter, remember? Maybe this time I'll turn misfortune into something good. And I won't be alone. Sherlock's coming with me. No. Hermione's head snapped side to side. That's Voldemort, the most powerful dark wizard alive. How could anyone, especially Dumbledore, expect 2 first years to confront him? Sherlock stepped forward calmly and placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. Take a breath. Panic only clouds your judgment. Hermione bit her lip, her eyes darting back and forth. Suddenly, she straightened. I'm going to find the headmaster right now, she declared, and before Harry or Sherlock could reply, she was gone in a swirl of robes. Sherlock, Hermione, Harry began, but Sherlock only shook his head. She won't get a chance to see Dumbledore today. Let's continue reading. Since the books were already borrowed, it didn't matter whether they stayed in the library or moved to the common room. About half an hour later, Hermione returned, only to learn that Dumbledore was away from Hogwarts. She'd have to let the matter rest for now. But Hermione refused to give up. Over the next few days, she tracked down Dumbledore at every opportunity, only to discover he was either tied up in meetings or off on some official inspection. Even catching Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, proved difficult, especially since Hermione wasn't yet one of the top first years or a student representative. Finally, when Hermione pressed McGonagall again for an audience with Dumbledore, the professor paused in her paperwork and asked gently, Miss Granger, you know that Professor Dumbledore is one of our most indispensable wizards. His time is spread across countless duties, all requiring his personal oversight. What is so urgent that you must speak with him in person? Hermione found herself suddenly at a loss for words. Hermione hesitated, uncertain whether to tell Professor McGonagall about Dumbledore's arrangement with Sherlock Holmes and Harry. Seeing her pause, McGonagall let out a soft sigh. Miss Granger, she began gently, I know you're very close to Holmes and Potter, but I also believe you see things differently than they do. Hermione met her gaze in surprise. I admit, both Mr. Holmes and Mr. Potter are exceptional, especially Mr. Holmes. His powers of observation are astonishing. McGonagall's expression hardened. The Halloween, Christmas, and Easter incidents had all demonstrated Holmes's uncanny abilities, and it dawned on her that during their first transfiguration class, he must have seen through her disguise almost at once. Yet he'd merely smiled, picked her up, and patted her on the head, an audacity she could hardly ignore. But the moment had passed long ago, and without proof there was nothing she could do. McGonagall was no Snape. She had no taste for vindictive schemes. Instead, she placed a hand on Hermione's shoulder. You, Miss Granger, are diligent, rule-abiding, and hard-working, a true Gryffindor through and through. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out through the corridor. With final exams fast approaching, you must devote yourselves entirely to your studies and steer clear of any frivolous distractions. Hermione Granger hugged her stack of textbooks to her chest, her expression a mix of resolve and mild exasperation. Naturally, her academics came first, but that didn't stop her from slipping away to the library later that afternoon, determined to press on with her research into trolls. Regulation 1 and 2. Refrain from utterances that undermine unity. Despite every student's to-the-bone reluctance, the final exams arrived right on schedule. In one respect, Hogwarts had more in common with Muggle schools than wizards cared to admit. Nobody relished examinations. And here, cheating was almost impossible. Every student received a brand new quill for the tests, each enchanted with robust anti-cheating charms. Of course, any witch or wizard skilled enough to dispel those charms would probably have outgrown the need for exams in the first place. The weather had turned relentlessly hot, and the great chamber repurposed as an exam hall felt unbearably stuffy. The stagnant warmth made concentration a rare commodity and heightened irritability even further. Ron was convinced the professors had done it on purpose. Surely a simple cooling charm could have lowered the temperature, but instead they opted for an oppressive atmosphere designed to trip the students up. Beyond the written papers, there were practical trials as well. First-year challenges were, thankfully, fairly straightforward, at least straightforward by Hogwarts standards. With a deep breath and a firm grip on their charmed quills, the new students steeled themselves, ready for whatever the examination board would throw at them. During the Transfiguration exam, more than a few students ended up with snuff boxes still bristling with mouse whiskers. Even so, it was nothing compared to the potions final. Brew the forgetfulness potion under Professor Snape's watchful glare? That was a whole different challenge. Snape prowled behind them like a resentful old bat, acuity sharper than any inspection charm. Every student felt as if invisible pins were pricking their skin, thorns digging into their backs, a knot forming in their throats. Relief only came when the echo of "Time's up" finally broke the tension. All the examinees let out long, relieved sighs, except Sherlock and Harry. Sherlock remained perfectly calm. Snape's magic simply couldn't touch him. Harry, by now guided by Sherlock's steady presence and unexpected kindness, had grown to see the potions master not as a tormentor, but as a guilt-ridden guardian, an older man haunted by Lily's death and determined, in his own strict way, to protect Harry. His old resentment still lingered, but Harry understood it perfectly. After all, he had forgiven Snape on his father's behalf the moment he realized the depth of Snape's remorse. Snape noticed the expression on Harry's face and narrowed his eyes. He clenched his jaw, making a silent effort not to deduct marks. At long last, the History of Magic exam was over, and with it the term's final assessments. Now all they had to do was wait a week for their results. Classes were on hold, and they had an entire week to themselves, except for Harry, who still had one last Quidditch match to play. "That was a lot easier than I expected," he said, grinning as he stretched in the bright sunshine. Hermione let out a triumphant sigh as they stepped outside. "I didn't actually need to memorize the 1637 Werewolf Code of Conduct or the finer points of the Goblin Rebellions," she declared. "You two ought to thank me for reminding you that Bragwick invented the self-stirring cauldron. History of Magic definitely asked about that," she continued. "Come on, Sherlock, let's compare answers." "Hermione, please, can we not?" Harry chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Ron joined in with a helpless shrug. "The exam's done. It won't change a thing now, even if we find out which questions we botched." "Who says?" Hermione stood firm, hands on her hips. "Exams are just a means to an end. Going over our answers shows me exactly where I went wrong, so I can plan my revision. That way, I'll be ready to dive deeper into the tricky stuff next term." Harry rolled his eyes good-naturedly, but smiled. "All right, Hermione, let's see what I scribbled down." And with that, the three of them settled on a sunlit bench, heads bent together over parchment, eager to learn from their mistakes before the results even arrived. "Oh, and by comparing our solutions," Hermione went on, utterly absorbed, "I can uncover more efficient problem-solving techniques and refine my study methods." "Good grief," Harry blurted. "Bloody hell," Ron groaned, but Hermione barely registered their protestations. She seized Sherlock's parchment and launched into yet another side-by-side analysis of their work. Exchanging exasperated glances, Harry and Ron quietly drifted away, heading down toward the Black Lake. At last, they collapsed under the broad shade of a towering oak, letting out long, grateful sighs. "Phew," Ron said, wiping his brow. "Sometimes she really is unbearable." Harry lifted his gaze to the gently rippling water, where a large squid lay stretched out in the shallows, soaking up the sun. Ron reached out and poked one of its tentacles. "Honestly, only Sherlock can stand her," he remarked. Then he turned back to his friend. "Mate, what's bugging you?" Harry rubbed his forehead, frowning. "My scar's been acting up again. It's twinged like this before, but never so often." "Why don't you see Madame Pomfrey?" Ron suggested. "If something's wrong, you should get it checked out." Harry hesitated, the color draining from his face. "It's not exactly an illness." He trailed off, uncertain whether to confide in Ron about the strange events in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione already knew, so it felt wrong to leave Ron out of the loop. "Then why didn't you tell me?" he pressed. "Because." Before she could finish, the soft thud of an owl landing on the grass interrupted them. Harry and Ron looked up in unison. "Watson?" Harry whispered. The snowy owl flapped down, hovered briefly, and dropped a neatly folded parchment at Harry's feet. "For me?" he asked, puzzled. Sherlock was standing right beside him, so why would Watson bring a message to Harry? He opened it with trembling fingers. As he read, his expression went pale. Without a word, he turned on his heel and sprinted back toward Sherlock and Hermione. "Hey, wait for me!" Ron cried, abandoning his squid and racing after him. Hermione raised an eyebrow as they arrived, breathless. "You two are at it again?" Ron shot her a sheepish look. Sherlock sank into a nearby bench, eyes fixed on Watson, who had hopped onto Harry's shoulder. "He's gone?" Sherlock asked quietly. "Gone," Harry confirmed, handing over the note. Sherlock unfolded the parchment and read, "Harry, I've just received word and must report to the Ministry of Magic at once. I expect to return tomorrow. Please inform Sherlock." The handwriting was bold and flowing. No signature was necessary. They all knew exactly who had written it. While Sherlock read the note, Hermione had already leaned over his shoulder. "Whose letter is this?" Sherlock's eyes never left the parchment as he spoke the words out loud. Hermione read the opening line and froze. "It's from Professor Dumbledore." "How do you know? Wait, how can he leave now of all times?" Sherlock asked, frowning. Hermione bit her lip. She would have loved to ask Sherlock that same question, but it no longer mattered. Her earlier efforts to track down Dumbledore had been fruitless. McGonagall had insisted she focus on the upcoming finals, and Hermione had reluctantly agreed, planning to find the headmaster once exams were over. Now her careful schedule lay in ruins. Dumbledore had slipped away, and Professor Quirrell, Voldemort's faithful servant, had returned in triumph. After all the losses in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore's sudden departure felt like an open invitation for Quirrell to seize control of Hogwarts. Hermione's pulse raced. Exams, answers, none of it mattered anymore. "I have to stop him!" Without waiting for Sherlock or her other friends to respond, she bolted from the room, just as she had countless times before. Sherlock moved to follow, but Ron remained rooted to the spot, stunned by her urgency and feeling more like an outsider than ever. "It's all right, she'll be back." Sherlock's voice was calm as he watched Hermione dash away. Then he turned to Harry and Ron, offering a slight knowing smile. "I need some assistance. Care to join me?" Harry hesitated. "Assistance for what exactly?" Sherlock glanced up at the gathering clouds overhead. "I'll explain on the way. Come on." Hermione slowed at the courtyard gate, took a deep breath and pressed a hand to her racing heart. Ever since she'd overheard Dumbledore's instructions that Sherlock and Harry were to face Lord Voldemort directly, she'd been convinced the headmaster was out of his mind, or perhaps simply drunk too much of his own sugar water potion. She'd spent days tracking him down, only to come up empty. Then that morning, an urgent letter arrived for Harry. Dumbledore was at the Ministry of Magic and wouldn't return until tomorrow. The timing was far too convenient. With the term nearly over, the headmaster conveniently lured off campus? Hermione's mind screamed the obvious solution. It had to be Lord Voldemort's trap, perhaps set by Professor Quirrell to seize the Philosopher's Stone under cover of Dumbledore's absence. Surely Sherlock, with all his brilliant deductions, recognized the ruse, but he showed no sign of alarm. And Harry? Hermione bit her lip. Surviving Voldemort once had been a miracle. Surviving him twice would take far more than luck. Determined not to waste another second, she broke into a run and caught up to the others. The storm clouds overhead seemed to echo her racing thoughts. Whatever lay ahead, she wouldn't let them face it alone. Hermione hurried down the staff corridor, her heart pounding. She had to see Professor Dumbledore, no matter what it took, even if it meant exposing everything. But her urgency collided with reality. Dumbledore wasn't in his office. As she rounded the corner, Professor McGonagall stepped out of her classroom, a heavy book in hand, and blocked her path. The kindly warmth Hermione had come to rely on was gone. "Miss Granger, I'm sorry, but Professor Dumbledore has just departed for the Ministry of Magic," McGonagall said curtly. Hermione pressed on. "Yes, I know he's at the Ministry, but it's absolutely vital that I speak with him before he arrives." McGonagall's eyes flashed. "And you believe your business is more important than whatever waits for him there?" Her tone turned icy. "The exams are over, Hermione. You should be focusing on your studies, not dashing about on mysterious errands." Hermione's throat tightened. She'd always admired McGonagall's fairness and trust, so why this sudden suspicion? She clenched her fists but forced a calm nod. Very well, Professor. McGonagall stepped aside, the leather-bound book still tucked under her arm. Hermione bowed her head and continued down the corridor, keenly aware of the professor's cool regard. Somehow, she would have to find another way to reach Dumbledore, and fast. Hermione drew in a steadying breath. Professor, I have to warn you about the Philosopher's Stone. Professor McGonagall froze. Her eyes widened so abruptly that the stack of books in her arms tumbled to the floor with a loud clatter. For a heartbeat, she simply stared, then bent to scoop them up. How did you learn of this? She asked, voice tight. Hermione held her gaze. I'm certain. Professor Quirrell is plotting to steal the stone. We have to tell Professor Dumbledore right away. McGonagall straightened, her expression now a mixture of shock and thinly veiled doubt. Miss Granger, she said slowly, though I admit Quirrell's teaching can be unconventional. It is not our place to question a fellow professor's motives. And at Hogwarts, we address him as Professor Quirrell. Hermione's chest tightened. But Professor, Dumbledore already knows about Quirrell's suspicions. Miss Granger, McGonagall interrupted firmly, I appreciate your concern, but I assure you I am fully aware of the situation. She tucked her robes around the rescued books and fixed Hermione with an unyielding stare. Now, shall we return to class? Hermione bit her lip, frustration and worry warring in her eyes, but she said nothing more as they walked off toward the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall's tone was calm but unyielding as she addressed Hermione. I don't know how you discovered the Philosopher's Stone's existence, but be assured it's secured by the most rigorous protections in the castle. No one can steal it. And let me warn you, any comments that undermine our unity will not be tolerated. She straightened, fixing Hermione with a cool stare. Consider yourself lucky this time. But if you ever spread rumors like this again, you'll not only lose house points, you'll be serving detention as well. With that, Professor McGonagall turned on her heel and swept out of the room, leaving Hermione standing there, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 103, Keep Blowing, Don't Stop. Hermione never expected that confessing the truth would lead to this. For a heartbeat, she stood frozen, then stamped her foot in frustration. If I can't stop it, I may as well join in. She raced back to find Sherlock and Harry, but they were gone. A few passing students confirmed they had slipped away just after she left. Panic surged through Hermione. Oh no, her mind spun as she remembered Dumbledore's warning. Blood drained from her face. Without another thought, she tore down the corridor toward the fourth-floor room he'd mentioned. Sherlock, don't you dare leave me behind, or I'll never forgive you. It was lunchtime, and with exams finally over, the halls were nearly empty. Few teachers, few students, no one to stop her. She reached the door Dumbledore had described and slowed to a cautious tiptoe. The door stood slightly ajar. Of course it would. Hermione forced herself to lean forward, bracing her shoulder against the frame. Taking a steadying breath, she pushed. But the moment the door moved, she heard a soft murmur from within. She froze, pulse racing, and whispered under her breath, "Here goes nothing." The door burst open from the inside, and a strong hand shot through the crack, clamping over Hermione's mouth and yanking her into the room. The door slammed shut with a solid thud. No! Hermione's panic rose as she went pale and fumbled for her wand, only to freeze a moment later. She'd seen this exact maneuver before. Instantly, the grip on her mouth loosened. She looked up into a pair of familiar gray eyes. Of course, she muttered, half relieved, half irritated. Sherlock had used the same sudden move on her when they rescued her from that troll. Doesn't he know anything about being polite? Just then, Ron's voice cut through the tension. Hey, Sherlock, where'd you pick up that trick? Hermione felt her cheeks heat up. She shot Sherlock an exasperated glare, silently begging him not to explain. Sherlock didn't even blink at the chaos around him. He simply waved his hand and said, "Everyone's here. Let's go." Only then did Hermione take in the full scene before her and nearly faint on the spot. Guarding the door was a monstrous dog, so enormous that it seemed to fill every inch from floor to ceiling. Hermione's heart pounded harder when she realized it had 3 heads. Thankfully, the creature was asleep, but its triple jaws dripped bright red saliva in thick, sticky strands from yellowed fangs. The sight was so grotesque, she felt certain she'd have nightmares. And of all names, Hagrid had called this beast Fluffy? The mismatch felt absurd. How could anything so terrifying be named something so cuddly? Standing beside Sherlock and a few paces away from Ron, Harry was already in the room. His cheeks were puffed as he held the Christmas gift Hagrid had given him, a battered wooden flute, and blew into it with gusto. The noise he produced lacked any discernible tune. It sounded more like a series of off-key honks. Still, even the most fearsome of guardians or three-headed snoozers can't resist music. Fluffy's massive heads bobbed in time with Harry's erratic playing, and each mouth let out a contented grunt as the creature settled more deeply into slumber. Hermione shot Harry an exasperated look. Harry merely grinned and continued his untalented serenade, confident that at least Fluffy found it soothing. Sherlock led the way past the snoring dog, and together they crept into the next chamber, every footstep echoing in the dimly lit corridor. Under Sherlock's quiet direction, the three of them filed past the massive, three-headed dog one by one. As they stepped close enough to its snarling muzzles, each felt a blast of hot, rank breath against their faces. It was foul, but not quite as unbearable as a troll's. They could just about stand it. Beyond the creature lay a heavy trapdoor, set into the floor like a cellar hatch. Sherlock reached out, lifted it, and, without missing a beat, floated a Lumos charm at the tip of his wand. A wavering glow illuminated only the first few feet of the shaft. The rest plunged into blackness so deep it swallowed the spell. Sherlock turned to the others, his expression perfectly calm. "I'll drop down first," he announced. "If it's safe, you follow." Then, addressing Harry, who still clutched his flute, he added, "Keep playing. Don't stop until we're all down." Before anyone could object, Sherlock gave a small nod to himself and jumped. His figure disappeared into the darkness with a soft thump echoing far below. "Hey, Sherlock!" Ron shouted, sprinting to the edge. "What if it's not safe?" But Sherlock didn't answer. He simply peered up at Hermione and Harry, their faces pale and eyes unreadable in the flickering, dog-scented air. Then, without another word, he set down his wand and waited. "Don't look at me like that. I'm trying to be as thorough as possible." Harry, perched on a fallen beam, was busy coaxing a tune from his flute. All he could offer Hermione in reply was a wary shrug and an expressive roll of his eyes. "If anything goes wrong," she snapped, "promise me you'll send for a professor at once." Harry waved a hand dismissively. "Sherlock's already thought of that. Before we even left, he had Watson and Hedwig fire off letters to several of them." Hermione shot him an indignant glare. "Quit gloating. You didn't do it yourself." Below them, Sherlock was in free fall. Cold, damp air rushed past his ears as he counted the seconds in his head. Roughly 3, he decided. Just enough time to draw his wand. With a strange, muted thud, he landed on something remarkably soft, the enchanted cushioning breaking his fall entirely. He sprang to his feet and assessed his surroundings. Good, Dumbledore's information had been spot on. Flicking his wand upward, he sent a purple spark dancing toward the small hole above. Then he uttered the sonorous charm. His amplified voice echoed up through the shaft, which now looked no bigger than a postage stamp. "It's safe. Go ahead and jump." On cue, Ron hurled himself into the void, dropping down with a confident, decisive plunge. "What is this stuff?" Sherlock asked, staring at the wriggling mass of vines. Hermione dropped beside him on his left. Harry landed on his right. Hermione gave a quick nod. "Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare. She's laid it here both to cushion our fall and to stop us from going any farther." No sooner had she spoken than Fluffy, Hagrid's three-headed dog, let out a thunderous bark, roused by the sudden silence of Harry's flute lullaby. Ron jumped back, a grin spreading across his face. "Honestly, Harry, your flute playing is dreadful. It almost rivals Sherlock's violin for sheer ear-splitting horror." Harry shrugged. "I never claimed to be a musician. As long as it keeps that big hound asleep, I don't much mind how awful it sounds." "Fair point," Ron said, glancing over at Sherlock. "But why does music put this dog to sleep in the first place?" Sherlock folded his arms, a faint smile on his lips. "Didn't I mention it when we helped Hagrid with that dragon egg?" Ron blinked. "You did?" He paused, recollection dawning. "Right. I was too busy wondering how you managed to strong-arm Hagrid into handing over his egg in the first place. I must have missed the part about Fluffy's musical weakness." Sherlock gave a wry shrug. "All right, let's go over it again." Sherlock said nothing. He'd clearly expected this reaction. But when Ron noticed the amused looks that Hermione and Harry were exchanging, he couldn't hold back any longer. "Don't stare at me like that," he exclaimed, throwing up his hands. "I only just found out that Sherlock and Harry met Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. You kept it from me forever. What if I really can't find a girlfriend because of this?" Hermione's eyes widened as she remembered Ron's dramatic vow from earlier that evening. "If this is true, then let me be 20 before I get a girlfriend." She stifled a grin at the memory of his mortified face. Under that perfectly straight expression, she was anything but serious. "Ronald," she said with sternness, "this is entirely your own doing. Ever since Sherlock mentioned that Fluffy dozes off whenever it hears music, have you even given it another thought? With an attitude like yours, why on earth would we trust you with a secret?" "Hey!" Hermione cut him off. "I'm not hey!" All right, Ron huffed, running a hand through his hair. "I admit I was more interested in that dragon egg at the time, but weren't you the same?" Hermione let her brief smile linger. "Perhaps," she conceded, "but at least I paid attention when it mattered." She exchanged a triumphant glance with Harry, who could barely suppress his grin. Ron muttered something under his breath, but he was clearly beaten, at least until the next time they attempted to keep secrets from him. Ron leaned back against the cavern wall, smirking. "If Sherlock hadn't reminded me today, I'd have completely forgotten about it." Harry frowned. "Reminded you about what?" "When Sherlock brought us down here last time, he insisted you bring Hagrid's flute," Ron explained. "At the time, none of us had any idea why." He shrugged, as if that simple fact solved everything. "I mean, even if Hermione's our resident genius, she can only take us so far." "We're not the same," Hermione snapped, folding her arms. "We're different," she repeated more sharply. "Take Cerberus, for instance, those three-headed hounds from Greek myth. They're incredibly rare magical creatures, but their one real vulnerability is music. A well-played tune will lull them into a deep, dreamless sleep. That's exactly how heroes in the underworld legend used to slip past the guardian dog." She paused for effect, and then her eyes went wide. "Wait, what is that?" At her exclamation, the soft bed of moss underfoot began to writhe, as though it had a life of its own. Thick, snake-like tendrils shot up and coiled around their ankles, yanking all three off balance. "Blimey, what on earth is this?" Harry cried, scrambling backward to keep from falling. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth as Ron kicked desperately at the writhing vines. The flute felt suddenly weighty in Harry's pocket, perhaps the one thing standing between them and this living trap. Hermione's whole body quivered as she let out a piercing scream. "Oh, God, it's wrapping around my legs!" At her warning, Harry and Ron thrashed desperately, only to feel the strangling vines tighten their grip the more they struggled. Harry's breath came in ragged gasps as the green tendrils coiled around his chest. Ron, fighting panic, glanced sideways at Sherlock, who stood unnervingly still, his expression calm as ever. Surprisingly, the vines creeping toward Sherlock inched forward at a snail's pace. A spark of hope flickered in Ron's mind. "Sherlock, don't you know what this is? Think, there must be a way." Sherlock's eyes never wavered from the entwining plant. "It's Devil's Snare," he said coolly. "It traps anything that disturbs it. The more it senses movement, the tighter and faster it constricts." Harry and Ron exchanged stunned looks. Hermione strained against the vines, her face pale with fear, but there was no time for recollection. Ron urged, "So what do we do?" "Stop moving," Sherlock replied. It sounded absurd, almost suicidal, but Harry and Ron trusted him. They relaxed their muscles, letting their limbs go limp. At once, the pressing vines loosened their grip, tentatively winding back to allow space. Hermione, though trembling, forced herself to lie still as well. Slowly, as all three lay motionless, the Devil's Snare released them completely. The last tendril recoiled with a wet, sucking sound, and the reflective leaves above rustled softly. Harry sat up first, his heart hammering, and helped Hermione to her feet. Ron grinned shakily. "Brilliant," he whispered to Sherlock, who finally allowed himself the faintest of smiles. The corridor lay silent once more, save for their quickened breaths, and the faint promise of danger that still lingered in the shadows ahead. Harry and Hermione lay motionless under the Devil's Snare's hoking vines. For a moment, the world seemed to narrow to the cold, clammy tendrils squeezing the breath from their lungs. Harry felt panic rise in his chest as the plant constricted even tighter. He was certain he wouldn't last another second. Then, almost as abruptly as it had tightened, the devil's snare released its grip on Harry. The vines recoiled with a muted rustle, slithering back just enough to set him free. Gasping, he scrambled to his feet, only to realize that Hermione wasn't so lucky. In her frantic struggle earlier, Hermione had strained far more than Harry. Now the snare's vines had crept over her legs, wrapped around her waist, and coiled fiercely up her torso. They held her limbs at impossible angles, pinning her in a twisted, rigid posture. She couldn't move a muscle, and every breath came with a painful reminder of the plant's relentless hold. Harry rushed to her side, heart pounding, determined to free her before the devil's snare found renewed interest in them both. Chapter 104. The more I struggle, the more excited it gets. Harry and Ron seized their chance. With a powerful kick, they freed their feet from the devil's snare and dashed out of its clutches before the vines could tighten again. Once they were safely clear, they whirled back and called out to Hermione. "Hermione, stop moving. The more you struggle, the more excited it gets. If you keep perfectly still, it'll loosen its grip." I can't!" Hermione's reply was trembling and broken by a sob. "Sherlock, help!" she blurted, panic lacing her voice. "It hates light and thrives in darkness and damp. Do something." Sherlock took a steadying breath. He recognized Hermione's knowledge was sound, but her nerves still needed work. He lifted his wand and spoke the incantation with calm precision. Incendio! A brilliant blue flame erupted from his wand, riding along the corridor walls and flooding the dank space with scorching heat and vivid light. Almost immediately, the devil's snare recoiled as if scorched, its inky black vines retreating and unraveling like a tide pulling back. Within seconds, the three of them stood free of its grasp, the passage once more silent and clear. The devil's snare finally relented, its thick vines loosening their grip on Hermione. She pitched forward, off balance and wide-eyed, until Sherlock caught her effortlessly in his arms. He stood perfectly still, though inside he felt a curious tingle. Hermione was shaking more violently than she had the night they faced that troll. It was just a plant, one she knew about and had the courage to tackle. Why was she so terrified? Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled looks. They'd both felt the suffocating coils of the snare. Harry still bore the memory of its thrashing tendrils, but Hermione's reaction seemed almost over the top. A moment passed before she gathered herself. With a deep, shaky breath, she slipped from Sherlock's hold, her cheeks flushed pink. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice as soft as a sigh. Sherlock offered a small, reassuring nod. Without him, she might have tumbled, or worse, completely lost her composure. Sherlock's gaze was steely as he watched Hermione cradle her wand. "Hermione, you're still holding your wand. You knew Devil's Snare hates fire. Dark, damp places are its strength. Burning it should have been the first thing you tried." Hermione's voice shrank to a whisper. "I did think of it, but there's no firewood down here." By the end of her sentence, she was so soft you could barely hear her. Sherlock sighed and rubbed his temple. Harry just stared at her, utterly speechless. Ron, though, couldn't contain himself. "Are you serious? You're a witch. Of course you can make fire." Ron burst out. "No firewood? What kind of excuse is that?" Sherlock and Harry shared a look of mild amusement. Hermione's fists clenched at her sides, her cheeks flamed a deep red. "Go ahead and laugh," she challenged, voice trembling. "I don't care." That was all the provocation Ron needed. He threw his head back and roared with laughter, doubling over until his sides ached. Harry managed to stifle his chuckles behind a hand, but the corners of his eyes crinkled at the sight of their friend's mortified indignation. Sherlock didn't laugh. Instead, he fixed Hermione with a strangely intense stare, his eyes narrowing as though he were piecing together some hidden puzzle. Ron's laughter, meanwhile, echoed down the corridor, until Hermione shot him a glare so fierce it might have been on fire. Ron's chuckles died in his throat. He turned his back on her, but the twitch of his shoulders betrayed how hard he was trying to keep from bursting out again. Sherlock watched this for a moment, then shook his head, raised an arm, and pointed ahead. This way. There was only one path down the ancient stone corridor, so no time was wasted choosing routes. Sherlock led, Hermione and Harry fell in step behind him, and Ron brought up the rear. A damp, musty odor hung in the air, and thick green moss clung to every rough-hewn wall. Their footsteps echoed softly as Hay followed the gentle slope downward. The only other sound was the steady drip of water droplets, falling in a slow, relentless rhythm that filled the silent passage like a haunting, monotonous melody. Hermione paused mid-stride, drawing in a deep breath to steady herself. "Why didn't you wait for me? You just barged straight in." Sherlock, striding several paces ahead, glanced neither left nor right. "Time waits for no one. We gave Dumbledore every chance to stay, but Quirrell would seize the moment it presented itself. Our job is to flush out the snake. There's no way we can let it claim the bait first." He halted under a flickering torch, "And we needed someone to fight. That's why Ron's here." Hermione huffed in frustration. "All right, you're right." She folded her arms. "But I still didn't get to see Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall said he'd already gone to the Ministry of Magic. She doesn't actually believe Quirrell would steal the Philosopher's Stone, and she warned me not to say anything that might undermine morale." A sudden, muffled snort interrupted her. Hermione whirled around to glare at Ron. "What are you laughing at?" Ron cleared his throat, shifting from foot to foot. "Nothing. I just remembered something amusing." Hermione's scowl deepened. "Professor McGonagall also said I'm off the hook this time, but next time I'll not only lose points, but get detention. Detention. I've never had it before. It's so embarrassing." Ron let out another chuckle. Hermione stamped her foot. "Ronald!" The echo of their footsteps and rising tension trailed off into the castle's silent corridors as they pressed onward, each lost in their own worries about the night ahead. "You're going too far. I've put up with you for too long." Ron's shout echoed off the damp stone walls. Hermione shot him a glare. "I was just thinking of something happy." "You're clearly laughing at me. You haven't stopped," Ron shot back. "Honestly, both of you, enough." Harry stepped between them, but his voice died in the oppressive hush of the corridor. At that moment, Sherlock wheeled around, eyes blazing. "Quiet!" His single-word command sliced through the tension. He swept a long look over the trio. "All of you, shut up. You're ruining my train of thought." They resumed their march, their footsteps the only sound in the narrow, shadowy passage. Water dripped somewhere overhead, and the air was so heavy it pressed against their lungs. Finally, the corridor opened onto a wide, vaulted chamber flooded with light. Before them, hundreds of tiny creatures danced in the air like living jewels. At first glance, they appeared to be birds, each one shimmering in a riot of brilliant color, but as Harry stared, the truth dawned on him. He murmured, "They're not birds, they're keys, enchanted by Professor Flitwick." All four of them stood motionless, transfixed by the fluttering, jewel-toned swarm that transformed the room into a waking dream. Because Sherlock had done his homework, and this riddle just happened to play to Harry's unique talents, he grasped the solution in an instant. "But which one do we need?" Ron blurted, eyes darting among the hundreds of keys scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. Finding the right one here would be impossible by brute force. Hermione knelt beside the ancient door, studying its lock. She traced the cool lines of the keyhole with a fingertip. "Judging by its shape and the way the mechanism sits, I'd say it's a large silver key," she murmured. "Catch!" Sherlock called, stepping forward. In one clean motion, he swept a broomstick from its holder on the wall and sent it spinning toward Harry. Ron's face lit up. "Harry, you're the seeker. This is your moment." Hermione looked from the broomstick to Sherlock, incredulous. "You've already found the right key? Out of all these?" She fixed Sherlock with a stunned stare. "How did you manage that?" Harry caught the broom, still bewildered. "I'm happy to chase it down," he said, "but what exactly am I looking for?" "Get ready," Sherlock ordered, hauling out his wand and leveling it at the fluttering mass of tiny mechanical birds. "Accio door key!" In an instant, a vast silver key rocketed toward them, cutting through the air with a muted whoosh as if loosed from a bow. Hermione had been right. The key glowed with a soft, sky-blue luminescence, its size dwarfing every other key suspended overhead. Up close, they could see its battered wings drooping to one side, a silent testament to some rough handling, no doubt ripped from a lock and unceremoniously tossed aloft. Though Sherlock's charm forced it into obedient flight, the key thrashed violently, its struggles growing more desperate by the second. One summoning spell alone wouldn't keep the enchanted key in check. If they hesitated, it would break free and vanish. After all, this was a protective device personally devised by the charm's professor. No easy prey. Still, Sherlock had anticipated the key's resistance and laid a contingency in advance. Harry steadied himself, fully aware of his role in the plan. Harry rode his battered old broom as if it were the finest racing model. After all, he was the youngest seeker in a century. Clamping his knees tight, he urged it forward until it shot down the corridor like a bolt of black lightning. Splinters flew, and metal scraped against stone as Harry guided the enchanted key into its slot. Ron let out an awed whistle. "Harry, that was brilliant." Harry hopped off and flashed him a grin. "Thanks to Sherlock's Axio. Without it, I'd never have caught the key in time." Ron laughed, shaking his head. "I honestly thought we'd all have to chase it on broomsticks and tackle it to the ground." Before Harry could respond, Hermione crossed her arms. "Really, Ronald? Act like a first year, or act like a wizard. Your choice." Harry shrugged, trying not to laugh. "Only women hold grudges. I'll stick with the guys, thanks." With a soft click, the heavy door swung open. In an instant, the pitch-black chamber beyond was flooded with blinding light. They all raised gloved hands to shield their eyes, and when they looked back, they found themselves standing on the edge of a life-sized wizarding chessboard, each square large enough to hide behind. Before them on the floor stood 4 black chess pieces, each taller than any of them. At the far end of the chamber stood a matching formation of white pieces, identical in shape and scale. Above the door, a faded sign proclaimed, "Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration." Harry glanced over at Sherlock with a grateful smile. Thanks to his big brother's warning, he'd been braced for something eerie, so when he saw those faceless looming figures, he wasn't trembling in fear. On the way here, he'd even given Ron a quick rundown of the trials that awaited. Now he turned back to Sherlock. "Looks like we'll have to play chess to get to the other side. What do you think, boss?" Harry asked. Sherlock studied the silent ranks of white pieces for a moment, then nodded. "Let's see what happens if we make the first move." He raised his wand, aimed at the nearest white pawn, and spoke in a clear voice. "Explosion!" Chapter 106, A Grand Chess Game. With a swift flick of his wand, Sherlock cast the exploding charm. The White King erupted in a burst of magical force, its carved form shattering into dozens of jagged fragments across the board. "Well done, Sherlock!" Hermione burst out, her cheeks flushed with excitement. If Professor Flitwick had seen that, he'd have awarded Gryffindor 5 points for sure. Only Hermione could be so quick to think about house points, even in the heat of a magical duel. But before anyone could respond, something astonishing happened. The scattered splinters of the king began to writhe and slither across the checkered floor, as if drawn together by an invisible current. In a matter of heartbeats, the fragments coalesced, fused seamlessly, and rose to their feet, fully restored to the pristine White King they had been moments before. A stunned hush fell over the small group. Faces went pale, and nervous glances darted from one player to the next. No one had ever seen a chess piece recover from an exploding charm. Clearly, this match was about to become far more extraordinary than anyone had anticipated. Sherlock paused and allowed himself a small, pleased smile. Right now, I could really use Seamus Finnegan. He imagined the Hogwarts prodigy of explosive charms standing beside him and Hermione, ready to blow the bewitched chess pieces to bits before they could even recover. Unfortunately, Seamus was nowhere to be found. Harry and Ron were eager enough, but their grasp of charms, particularly the exploding charm, was too unrefined, their attempts far too slow to keep pace with the board's automatic repairs. Fortunately, Ron's skill at wizard's chess was exceptional. Sherlock met Ron's steady gaze and nodded. "You'll be our knight." "I'll be the knight." Ron agreed at once, confidence brightening his face. Though worth only 3 points on the board, the knight's unique ability to jump over other pieces made it ideal for hit-and-run strikes. Turning to the remaining pair, Sherlock issued his next commands. "Harry, you'll take the rook, and Hermione, you'll be the bishop." Harry gave a quick, determined nod. Hermione, however, hesitated for the first time, glancing between Sherlock and the enchanted chessboard. "Sir, what about you?" she asked quietly. "I'll be the king, the queen." At Sherlock's declaration, Ron's eyes widened first in surprise and then with bubbling excitement. Of course, this was wizard's chess, and a proper game was guaranteed. Almost on cue, the Black Queen and her adjacent castle, bishop and knight, all turned their backs on the board, as though awaiting their human opponents. They strode off the checkered field in perfect formation, leaving 4 empty squares open. Ron scrambled onto the black warhorse, chest puffed out, eager to embody his newfound role. He could almost feel the heavy armor on his limbs, the rigid posture of knighthood. Keeping his composure, he scanned the board and reminded himself of the rules. "The custom of wizard's chess," he began, voice steady despite his pounding heart, "is that white moves first." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a white pawn lunged forward 2 squares. Sherlock offered him a knowing smile. "A very standard opening, isn't it?" Ron returned the smile and drew a slow breath. He'd never seen Sherlock play wizard's chess before, but he trusted his own instincts. Raising his arm, he issued his first commands to the black pieces. The bishop swept diagonally across the board. The knight reared up and galloped forward. The castle slid into position with a low, rumbling grunt. As the enchanted pieces obeyed, Ron felt a surge of pride. Here, amid the crackle of magical tension and the timeless dance of tactics, he truly was a knight at play and at war. Ron watched Sherlock's every move with growing admiration. Holmes's skill at chess rivaled his own, and coupled with Sherlock's legendary intellect, Ron was convinced he'd make an unbeatable ally. Besides, Sherlock had boldly chosen the queen. That kind of confidence was exactly what Ron wanted on his side. "All right," said Sherlock, nodding at Hermione. "You're with me. Diagonal forward right, 5 squares." Hermione leaned forward and slid her bishop into position. Ron turned to Harry. 4 steps straight ahead," he instructed. Harry moved his pawn obediently. "Now, Hermione," Sherlock continued, "retreat back left 2. Hermione drew her bishop back, side by side with Sherlock's queen. "And you, Harry, 3 to the left." The opening exchanged was cautious but precise. Every pawn advance, every minor piece repositioning reflected the combined expertise of Sherlock and Ron. Thanks to their coordination, the opening phase flew by, and soon they found themselves deep in the middle game. Then it happened. Ron's pawn fell to White's knight. A minor setback, but not disastrous. Before anyone could react, the White Queen swept across the board like a hawk diving for prey. In one astonishing motion, she smashed the pawn with a gloved fist, sending it tumbling off the square. As if she'd grown bored, she flicked it casually over the edge of the board. Hiss! Harry and Hermione both exhaled in shock. They stared at the empty square where the pawn had been, and then at the imperious White Queen, standing triumphant. Sherlock allowed himself the tiniest approving smile. The real game was just beginning. Harry's legs shook. What if he was the one who'd be sacrificed? Ron looked as startled as Harry, but his reaction was far more controlled. He ran a hand through his hair. "We have no choice," he admitted, voice tight. "If we don't do this, we'll never trap that bishop." He glanced at Sherlock. Unfazed, Sherlock leaned forward, steepling his fingers beneath his chin. "Fascinating," he said softly. Then the carnage began. Black and white pieces snapped off the board in rapid succession as Ron and Sherlock pressed their assault. Ron struck out wildly, trading pieces but always emerging a bit ahead. Sherlock, however, was in another league, his moves precise, his captures devastating. Any seasoned chess player knows that while checkmating the king wins the game, it's the queen who truly rules the board. She can glide vertically, horizontally, or diagonally across any number of squares, restrained only by the presence of other pieces in her path. Tonight, Sherlock's queen cut through the opposition like a blade. Though both bishop and rook enjoy unlimited range, one gliding along diagonals, the other surging up files and across ranks, their combined coverage rivals that of a queen. Ron's knight, by contrast, trades sweeping range for a singular gift. Its L-shaped leaps let it vault over intervening pieces, an advantage no other piece can claim. Harry's rook could also jump in the special castling move, but there was no need for that now. At last, the game had reached its endgame. Thanks to Sherlock and Ron's coordinated strategy, Black held a decisive advantage. Their queen, bishop, rook, and knight all remained on the board, unscathed and ready. Most crucially, the Black King had been shepherded into the board's upper right corner, where 2 loyal pawns stood guard, and Harry's rook kept watch on the left, an almost impregnable fortress. White's king, by contrast, lay perilously exposed. The left flank was locked down by Harry's rook, while Hermione's bishop cut off every escape route above and to the right. Ron's knight hovered nearby, ready to strike. Most importantly, Sherlock had the opposing queen completely pinned, stripped of her power as the board's strongest piece. At this point, no matter how White tried to respond, checkmate in a dozen moves or fewer was all but guaranteed. Harry, and truth be told, Hermione, could see their numerical advantage and the inevitable victory ahead. A spark of excitement lit their eyes. Yet Sherlock and Ron remained stone-faced. They hadn't come out here simply to play a friendly game of wizard's chess. After all, speed was everything, and though Sherlock and Ron already moved faster than anyone, at a moment like this, there was always room to be even quicker. Harry noticed Ron's uneasy expression as he sat astride his black knight. Something was off. Puzzled, Harry leaned forward and called, "Ron?" Ron pressed his hands to his temples, muttering under his breath, "Let me think, just a moment, come on." Harry exchanged a worried glance with Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock said nothing. He already understood Ron's predicament and was waiting for him to decide. From the far side of the board, the White Queen pivoted, her blank face turned toward Ron in silent encouragement. Drawing a deep breath, Ron met Sherlock's gaze. "All right, I'm ready. I'm counting on you, Sherlock." Holmes lifted an eyebrow. "You've made your choice?" Ron nodded. "Yes." "Then do it," Sherlock ordered crisply. He stepped back and added to Harry and Hermione, "Stay exactly where you are. Don't move." Harry and Hermione watched in utter bafflement, unsure what grand strategy was unfolding. The answer came in an instant. Ron flicked his knight diagonally forward, sliding it into position at the far edge of the board. "Check!" he called triumphantly. No sooner had the word left his lips than the White Queen sprang to life again. She swept across the board in a deadly burst of motion, her stone arm arcing down in a crushing blow and connected squarely with Ron's head. Ron sank to the board without protest. Like the other captured black pieces, he was seized by the White Queen and flung clear of the battlefield. Harry froze in shock, and Hermione stifled a cry. But she stayed on her square. Sherlock's warning still rang in her ears. Now was no time for emotion. Ron had made his choice, and she could not risk everything on impulse. In that instant, Sherlock sprang forward. As the White Queen lunged to intercept him, he darted past her straight to the White King. "Checkmate," he announced triumphantly. The White King, defeated, lifted his crown from his head and cast it at Sherlock's feet. The match had been decided from the start. One by one, the remaining white pieces bowed and melted back, clearing a path to the exit. Sherlock strode ahead without hesitation. Harry and Hermione shared a sorrowful glance toward the spot where Ron had fallen, then hurried through the opening after him and down the next corridor. Words were unnecessary. They already understood what had just transpired. The towering chessmen, transfigured by Professor McGonagall's magic, lumbered across the board in deliberate, ponderous steps, each move and every capture consuming more than 10 seconds. Though Black held an overwhelming advantage, checkmating the White King still demanded a dozen or more moves. To slash that to 3 would dramatically hasten victory, but only at the price of sacrificing one of their own. Ordinarily, relinquishing a piece is a trivial concession. Here, however, they were wagering real lives. In the endgame before them, the only route to swift victory lay in giving up either Harry's rook or Ron's knight. Ron's pulse thundered as he weighed the choice. Sherlock, ever the embodiment of cold logic, leaned forward to confirm Ron's grim resolution. Holmes's detached precision might have seemed merciless, but it was undeniably the correct call. Acknowledging that fact was one thing, embracing it was another matter entirely. Hermione hurried to Sherlock's side, worry written all over her face. "Sherlock, don't worry. Ron will be fine." Sherlock turned toward her with a puzzled look. "I'm not worried about him. He took a punch, nothing more. Judging by the force and Ron's physical condition, he'll be awake in no time." Hermione blinked. "Then why haven't you said anything?" Sherlock's eyes narrowed in thought. "I was working out how best to deal with the next troll Quirrell has set loose." Hermione inwardly rolled her eyes. Of course, that was why he'd been silent. His cold logic never second-guessed the plan Ron and he had devised. I should never have worried. Before Sherlock could put that strategy to paper, he pushed open the next door and was greeted by a wave of foul, acrid stench. Inside, the troll responsible lay sprawled on the floor, already unconscious, its dank breath hanging heavy in the air. The troll collapsed with a heavy thud, and its vile stench burst into the air like a malicious fog. Harry and Hermione recoiled in unison, each grabbing a corner of their robes to press tightly over their noses. Their eyes watered and their faces contorted in disgust. "Looks like we don't have to duel our way out of this one," Harry exhaled, relief evident in his voice. But before he could take another step back, both he and Hermione froze. Sherlock strode calmly toward the fallen beast, his long coat brushing the stone floor. Without a hint of hesitation, he knelt beside the troll and began a meticulous examination, his sharp eyes tracing the contours of the wound on its forehead. "There's significant swelling here," Sherlock murmured, voice low and precise. He tapped the coagulated blood at the edge of the injury. "Judging by the clotting and tissue response, this blow was struck very recently. Whoever, or whatever, did this must still be nearby. We have a narrow window." Harry and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances. How could Sherlock, of all people, face down a live troll at such close without so much as a shudder? Hermione, standing a few paces behind, pressed harder against her robe. The stench was overpowering, and she couldn't hold back the tears that welled in her reddened eyes. Hermione's warning died on her lips as a wave of foul stench slammed into her nostrils. She went pale, her stomach twisting as if to revolt. "Let's go," she managed, turning on her heel. Without a flicker of emotion, Sherlock rose and strode over the troll's hulking corpse, his every movement measured and calm. Harry and Hermione watched his back, and in that instant, their admiration for him surged to heights they'd never known. It was impossible. Simply impossible. They hurried into the next chamber, gasping gratefully for untainted air. Harry drew in a deep breath, then turned to Sherlock. "How did you do that back there?" Sherlock said nothing. He paused at the doorway, taking in the room before him. It was unusually vast, lit only by the weak glow of torches set in the damp stone walls. In the center stood a single wooden table, its surface scarred by age. Arranged neatly across it were 7 bottles of various shapes, some squat and bulbous, others tall and slender, all emitting a faint, pulsating light in the gloom. Harry frowned. This puzzle felt different, almost too deliberate. The emptiness of the chamber, the solitary old table, the eerie glow of the vials, it all struck him as off-kilter, unsettling. Whatever lay ahead, he knew it wouldn't be as straightforward as their last challenge. Sherlock's eyes swept the chamber one last time. Satisfied there were no further clues to uncover, he strode straight to the table. Harry hurried after him, breathless. "How did you manage that?" he panted. "I could barely stand the stench in here. How are you not gagging?" Sherlock bent over a roll of parchment lying beside a cluster of dusty bottles. He flipped it open and skimmed the script without so much as lifting his head. "Because this foul odor still falls short of human tolerance," he replied matter-of-factly. Just then, Hermione stepped across the threshold, her footfall tentative. At that instant, a pillar of violet flame roared to life behind them, licking the archway like a dragon's jaws snapping shut. Ahead of them, black fire surged upward in sharp, forbidding tongues, forging an impenetrable barrier. Harry and Hermione froze, eyes wide. "This is a trap," Sherlock finished for her, tilting his head with a spark of excitement in his eyes. "One of Professor Snape's little enchantments." "Interesting." Sherlock lowered his head and resumed scrutinizing the parchment, though he didn't forget to address Harry's earlier question. "Humans possess a surprising tolerance for odors. A troll's reek may be intolerable, but it doesn't rise to the level of a truly noxious olfactory hazard. Substances like hydrogen sulfide, methyl mercaptan, cadaverine, and putrescine can inflict real physiological damage. Beyond that, our sense of smell is remarkably adaptable. With enough exposure, you become desensitized, and eventually the stench barely registers. It's just basic common sense, really." Harry and Hermione stared at him blankly. Common sense? They both thought. That kind of common sense seems to be unique to you. Sherlock folded the parchment with a small, amused smile still lingering on his lips. "Heh, classic Snape," he said, tapping the paper. Then he reached out and lifted one of the 7 vials before them. This one's the real prize. Harry and Hermione barely had time to exchange glances before Sherlock continued. And credit where it's due. Ron's choice back there was spot on. Quirrell slipped out just 15 minutes ago. For a moment, neither of them could keep pace with Sherlock's lightning-fast reasoning. Hermione shook her head, then hurried forward to reclaim the parchment from Sherlock's hand. She reread it in a blur, her brow furrowing as the puzzle pieces fell into place. Harry, on the other hand, simply stood back and watched. Since meeting Sherlock, Harry had learned that a sharp mind could be just as powerful as any spell or fist. So he stayed quiet, content to let the detective do the thinking. Whatever Sherlock decided, Harry would follow, no questions asked. By the time Hermione finished reading, the next step was already clear. Hermione let out a long breath. Amazing. It isn't magic at all, just pure logic. There must be dozens of talented witches and wizards in here who can cast spells by the dozen, yet they lack basic deductive reasoning. They'll be trapped forever. She glanced up at Sherlock in surprise. You've already worked it out? From Sherlock's composed posture, it was obvious he'd reached the solution the moment he read the parchment. Hermione knew his intellect far outstripped most minds, but his speed still took her aback. "Give me a moment," she said, voice edged with challenge. Unfazed, Sherlock raised a hand in a polite, by all means gesture. Hermione reread the parchment, pacing before the rows of shimmering bottles, muttering as she pointed at one container after another. Harry, growing restless, watched her for a beat, then couldn't help himself. "Sherlock, I get that you can spot the right bottle in an instant, but how did you deduce all the other details?" "Even if Professor Snape set this challenge," Harry asked, "how could you tell the note on the table was his? And how did you work out when Quirrell came and went?" Sherlock gave a faint, confident smile. "Snape's handwriting is unmistakable. Each deliberate, controlled stroke still trembles with barely concealed disorder. Then there's the thin layer of dust on these bottles. See how it's been disturbed? The smudges show a right-handed person moving in a hurry, and they're fresh. Look at the footprints, too, shallow, closely spaced, scattered in nervous, uneven steps. That tells me the intruder spent about 15 minutes here, pacing anxiously. From the print's depth and stride, I can estimate height and weight, and those measurements match Professor Quirrell exactly. It even fits the evidence from that bloody message on Halloween. Honestly, none of it required much effort." Harry stared at him, wide-eyed. "That's incredible." "Sherlock, you worked it out already?" "In record time," Harry said, genuine admiration in his voice. A faint smile tugged at Sherlock's lips. "My dear Harry, it's all just careful observation and straightforward deduction. Pay attention to every detail, and the truth reveals itself." Sherlock's eyes flicked to Hermione. Harry looked over too. Hermione drew a steadying breath, then pointed to the small vial Sherlock had selected. "This one," she announced, "will let us pass through the black flames into the next chamber." She lifted a round, purple glass bottle. "And this one," she continued, "will guide us back through the purple fire." Despite having arrived at the correct solution in under a minute, Hermione felt no triumph. Sherlock had not only answered more swiftly than she had, but had also deduced who'd written the riddle, who'd handled the bottles, and exactly how long they'd lingered in this room. The gulf between them felt insurmountable, so vast that she couldn't even bring herself to try and close it. Harry watched Hermione's frustration flare into anger. "Hermione, you don't need to compete with Sherlock," he said gently. "There are only a handful of geniuses like him in the world, even if—" "If you can't comfort me," Hermione interrupted, jaw tight, "then don't speak." Harry's mouth dropped open. Hermione turned to Sherlock, her gaze fierce. "Look at this potion," she said, holding up the tiny vial. "There's barely enough for one person to drink, so you expect Harry to face Quirrell all by himself?" Harry peered at the silvery purple liquid swirling inside. She was right. It was hardly a mouthful. Determination set in his eyes. "All right, Sherlock, you and Hermione share that single dose. Then the two of you go back and find Ron. Grab the 3 broomsticks from the next room, slip through the trapdoor, and alert the professors." Before Harry could explain further, Sherlock cut in, voice cool and precise. "And you, Harry, will push ahead and stall Quirrell." Harry felt his cheeks grow hot. To have his plan dissected so clinically, he didn't like it. Still, He straightened his shoulders. "No," he said, taking a step forward. "Sherlock, this was between him and me." Harry sank into an armchair by the flickering hearth, rubbing the back of his neck as he faced Sherlock Holmes. "You've already done so much for me," he began softly. "Even Dumbledore wants me to confront Voldemort again. Don't worry, I managed to slip away once. Maybe this time I can turn danger into opportunity." Sherlock's eyes narrowed. "Save me the grand speeches, Potter," he said coolly. "I'm not Hermione Granger, and I don't need a pep talk." Hermione bristled, but held back her retort. She needed Sherlock's brilliant mind far more than she needed to defend his tone. Clearing her throat, she reminded Harry, "I warned you before. Courage and foolishness are two sides of the same coin." Sherlock's lips twisted into a thin smile. "You fancy yourself brave, Harry, but you're flirting with utter recklessness." Harry's jaw tightened. "What other choice do we have?" He exchanged a desperate look with Hermione. Facing Voldemort without a plan felt like walking into a storm with no shelter. Hermione sighed in agreement. "He's right. We've exhausted every idea." Sherlock chuckled, low, confident, almost teasing. "Who said we're out of options?" At his words, Harry and Hermione sat up, hope kindling in their eyes. You have a plan?" Hermione asked. Holmes leaned forward, steepling his fingers. A sharp glint of excitement lit his face. "Indeed I do. Now, let me explain exactly how we turn this peril to our advantage." Chapter 107. A Reunion. Under the eager stares of Harry and Hermione, Sherlock let a faint, knowing smile play across his lips as he chuckled softly. "Harry, my dear boy, would you care to reveal the Christmas gift Professor Snape entrusted to you?" Harry's eyes lit up at the prompt. With a blend of excitement and careful reverence, he slipped his hand beneath his robes. Moments later, he produced a small, crystal-clear phial. In the dim, flickering light, the vial's surface scattered golden rays that swirled around the room like fireflies on a summer evening. "It's Felix Felicis," Hermione gasped, pressing her hands to her cheeks, her eyes shining with wonder. Even as one of Hogwarts' most accomplished students in potions class, she appreciated just how extraordinary this draught was. Simply gathering the ingredients, alchemy eggs, horseradish root, sea onion bulbs, murtlap essence, thyme tincture, fragments of alchemy eggshell, and rue powder, was a monumental task. Brewing the potion demanded 6 months of unwavering precision and perfect timing. One misstep could ruin the entire batch. Sherlock's smile deepened. "Indeed, a most fortunate gift." He inclined his head toward Harry. "Use it wisely." The brewer couldn't afford a single distraction. His gaze remained locked on the simmering cauldron as he guided the stirring rod in a precise, unbroken rhythm, each movement measured, each pause calculated. There was no room for error. At any point, a stray misstep could trigger a cataclysmic explosion or warp the mixture into a noxious, unpredictable substance. Even the thought of such a disaster sent a cold shiver down his spine. No wonder the potion, known far and wide as Fortuna's blessing, carried an almost mythical price. Its rare ingredients and painstaking process made it more fantasy than commodity. Yet the effects were undeniably real. Within minutes of drinking it, one's mind cleared of all emotional noise. For the next 12 hours, the brain operated with surgical precision, thoughts unfolding in flawless sequence and actions landing without fail. Every challenge bent to the user's will, as if an invisible hand smoothed the path ahead. On top of this heightened ability came unerring luck, the kind that turns impossible odds into inevitable triumphs, as though the goddess of fortune herself guarded every step. It was this perfect union of clarity, power, and serendipity that had earned the brew its name. Although the bottle didn't look especially large, Felix Felicis is so rare and potent that only a handful of expert potion masters, Professor Snape among them, could brew it. "We'll mix them together and each take a share," Sherlock said, holding out the vial. Harry's eyes lit up. Of course, why hadn't he thought of that? The effects of Felix Felicis, combined with the fire resistance draught they already had, would almost certainly carry them safely through the next room's flames. And once inside, the lucky potion would be an even greater advantage, especially if they faced Quirrell, or, worse yet, Lord Voldemort himself. A determined light sparked in Harry's gaze as he clenched his fists. Hermione bit her lip, surprised by Sherlock's bold solution. She'd nearly argued that such a precious elixir should be saved for an even later crisis. But this was the moment they were about to confront Voldemort. What emergency could possibly be more urgent? With a resolute nod, she allowed herself to join in. Hermione shot Harry a wary look. Even with something as miraculous as Felix Felicis at their disposal, this was no time for overindulgence. "Don't pour in the whole vial," she cautioned. "Just enough so each of us can take a sip." Harry nodded. He lifted the slender bottle with the gleaming golden liquid and inverted it over their small glass phial. The potion trickled out like quicksilver, catching the torchlight. When he'd added just half the contents, he gently corked the vial and passed it to Hermione. They formed a loose circle. Harry, Hermione, and their companion raised the mixture to their lips. The first drop was like drinking glacier water, sharp and exhilarating, as it coursed from their throats down to their toes. A tingling coolness spread through every nerve, and suddenly their bodies felt light, as though they were floating. With newfound assurance, they strode forward into the wall of black flames that bars the final corridor. The inferno crackled and roared, tendrils of soot licking at their robes, but they felt nothing, no heat, no burn, no fear. A heartbeat later, the three of them stepped out of the blaze and into the last chamber beyond. The air was still, the torchlight dim, and whatever lay ahead seemed to pulse with quiet promise and peril. The chamber's furnishings were even more austere than those in Snape's potion challenge. The only object in the room was a single, magnificent mirror, tall, ornate, and unmistakably the mirror of Erised that Sherlock and Harry had discovered during their secret nocturnal wanderings at Hogwarts. A final test involving this mirror? Sherlock's mind raced, and he at once understood why the old man had refused to divulge any details. But Harry and Hermione hardly gave the mirror a second glance. Their eyes were fixed on the lone figure standing before it. His face was pale, and a distinctive, oversized scarf was wrapped around his neck. It was Professor Quirinus Quirrell, Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts teacher. Yet tonight he looked nothing like the jittery, twitching man they remembered. His gaze was calm and steady as he surveyed the three newcomers, finally resting on Harry. "You've come," Quirrell said softly. Harry and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances. No matter how many times Sherlock had warned them, seeing Quirrell in person felt surreal. Harry stepped forward and forced a polite smile. "Hello, Professor Quirrell. We meet again." Behind him, Sherlock took a careful half-step forward, his keen eyes studying Quirrell as though trying to unravel a new mystery. "You seem to have made a full recovery," Sherlock Holmes observed, his tone deceptively casual. Professor Quirrell's expression darkened. He had never forgotten that night in the Forbidden Forest, how this young wizard had driven a sword into him and left him laid up well past Easter. To be felled by a first-year's blade was nothing short of humiliating. He drew a slow breath. "Holmes, I half expected you here. And Potter, well, I usually have Professor Snape to worry about, not you." Sherlock offered a thin smile. "Still no sign of the Philosopher's Stone, then? I must confess, I overestimated you." Quirrell bristled. "You?" He cut himself off, the anger on his face twisting into something harsher. Harry Potter, standing nearby, couldn't hide his surprise. "Professor, you're not stuttering." Indeed, Quirrell's voice was strong and steady, utterly unlike its usual tremor. He threw back his head and laughed, a low, chilling sound rather than the high-pitched quiver everyone knew. "Stuttering? Oh, Potter, you really are falling behind your friend here." His eyes glittered with contempt. "Keep that up, and you won't even catch my dust." Professor Quirrell let out a little cackle. But really, with Snape swooping about like a great, fearsome bat, hardly endearing himself to anyone, who'd ever suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? He deliberately lapsed into a halting, self-mocking stammer, savoring Harry's discomfort. "So it was you who tried to kill me during the Quidditch match, and Professor Snape was actually saving my life? Was he also referee at the second game just for my benefit?" Harry fixed Quirrell with a steady stare. Despite everything, he realized he didn't feel the usual dread. Perhaps the Felix Felicis was working its magic. "I see you're not completely without wits," he said calmly. Quirrell's eyes narrowed in surprise, then cooled to a frosty glare. "Indeed he was," he admitted. "He made sure I couldn't harm you again, though the other professors all assumed Snape's only aim was to keep Gryffindor from winning. And I must confess, he succeeded. With Snape officiating, I'm as powerless. In the first match, too, it was his whispered counter-curses beside you that saved you. He paused, leaning forward so that the candlelight gleamed off his turban. Potter, he finished quietly, you are exceedingly fortunate. If my robes hadn't exploded into flames that day, I would have tossed you off your broomsticks ages ago, and no amount of Snape's counter-curses would have saved you. Quirrell's gaze snapped to Hermione. The chill in his eyes made her shiver. The once harmless professor had transformed into something perilous. Instinctively, she slid closer to Sherlock. He frowned and muttered just loud enough for Quirrell to hear. Idiot. Quirrell whipped around, fury flaring. His hatred for Harry was the product of his master's orders, but his loathing for Sherlock was all his own. The detective had once run him through with a sword, and now had the gall to sneer at him. What did you say? Quirrell hissed. Sherlock's lip curled in disdain. I'm beginning to wonder if the sorting hat was half asleep when it sorted you. Quirrell's eyes blazed. Magic crackled off him in icy tendrils, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Sherlock didn't even flinch at Quirrell's outburst. Calmly, he went on as if the other man hadn't spoken. What you just said is exactly why no one's ever suspected you. You were always nothing more than a self-styled clever clown. If Professor Snape's flame hadn't seared your pale neck, you'd still be standing there, gaping at Harry and fumbling your spells. You, of all wizards, lack the most basic situational awareness. Frankly, your master ought to sign you up for a beginner's course in logic and common sense. Maybe then you'd learn to read your surroundings instead of making a fool of yourself. Even Neville Longbottom's toad shows more smarts than you. At least it never wanders off aimlessly. Shut up! Quirrell snarled, veins bulging at his temples, but Sherlock kept going, unruffled. Honestly, you're a walking spectacle. That deathly white face peering out from under your ridiculous turban, and you still can't spot the clues laid before you. Your twitching eyes are only good for betraying fear. They've never once gleaned a scrap of useful information. As for your stammer, I doubt you could manage a single coherent deduction if your life depended on it. Quirrell's jaw clenched. The castle corridor fell eerily silent, broken only by the distant echo of footsteps and by Harry's racing heartbeat as he watched the two greatest minds in the wizarding world collide. Sherlock leaned forward, his eyes cold as steel. Even with Lord Voldemort's backing and access to Hogwarts, the very heart of magical knowledge, you've still managed to look like a pitiful creature. You've achieved nothing so far and proven yourself a pathetic failure in this contest. He paused, the disappointment in his voice palpable. You've dragged down Ravenclaw's entire reputation for intelligence. Chapter 109, The Man with the Crooked Lips. You insolent whelp! How dare you! Sherlock's voice cut through the chamber like a whip. Quirrell's face flushed crimson with fury. He could stand it no longer. With a sharp exhalation, he leveled his wand at Sherlock, determined to make this insolent youth taste real magic. Both Sherlock and Harry felt a sudden, bone-deep chill. Before Quirrell could utter a spell, a hoarse voice rumbled from within him. Bring him here. I must see him, face to face. Harry and Hermione froze, hearts pounding. The voice wasn't Sherlock's. It was coming from Quirrell himself. Only Sherlock regarded the outburst with a raised eyebrow and a quiet, "Oh!" Quirrell's body trembled. But master, you haven't regained your strength. There is enough, the voice replied, deeper now, tinged with impatience. Do it quickly. I am not so weak as you fear. At that, Quirrell's hesitation broke. With shaking fingers, he reached up and began unwrapping the filthy, pungent turban that had concealed his head. The cloth fell away, pooling on the floor. In the stillness that followed, Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione all stared in stunned disbelief. Beneath the turban was not the gaunt, spindly head they expected, but a surprisingly small one, paler than parchment, with hollow cheeks and eyes that glittered like obsidian beads. Most unsettling of all were the lips, twisted into an asymmetric, cruel grin that slanted unnaturally to one side. As the crooked smile spread, a low, triumphant chuckle echoed in the chamber, confirming that the true master had returned at last. It wasn't as large as a troll's head, but it was far smaller than Harry and Hermione had imagined. Slowly, Professor Quirrell turned around, and the two of them nearly cried out in surprise. Where the back of his turbaned head should have been, there was another face, chalk white and hideous, its eyes glowing a ghastly crimson. It had no real nose, only two narrow, snake-like slits for nostrils. This was unmistakably the Dark Lord himself, the most powerful dark wizard in history, whose name still struck terror across the magical world after more than a decade in the shadows. Lord Voldemort. Sherlock Holmes, standing nearby, frowned. He'd noticed Quirrell's odd behavior before, but he never expected the Dark Lord to be so brazenly grafted onto him. It felt cheap, almost absurd. "Harry Potter, we finally meet," the pale face hissed. Its lips twisted into a grotesque sneer, making the already abominable visage seem even more repellent. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came. Harry tried to step backward, but his legs wouldn't obey him. A cold voice slithered through the chamber. "You are the savior of the magical world," it mocked, "the one who claimed victory over the supreme Dark Lord. So why are you trembling?" Harry's heart pounded. He couldn't find an answer. The force bearing down on him was unlike anything he'd ever felt. He glanced sideways and saw Hermione's hand clenched tightly around Sherlock's arm. Sherlock himself looked almost amused, as though he'd anticipated this moment from the start. Without taking his eyes off the figure before them, Sherlock leaned forward and spoke in a calm, steady tone. "Finally decide to reveal yourself, Lord Voldemort?" At that instant, Harry felt it, an invisible weight lifting from his limbs, and he let out a long, shuddering breath. His knees, once frozen in place, felt steady beneath him again. The silent figure turned, and Harry realized with a jolt, under the turban and robes was Quirrell, Voldemort's host. Red eyes fixed on Sherlock, Voldemort's voice crackled in the stale air. "So you guessed all along, did you? The imp bold enough to speak my true name." Sherlock met that gaze without flinching. In the face of the one wizard kind dare not name, he stood unbowed, unmoved by fear. Sherlock stepped forward, his voice calm and measured. "You were the one spying on Harry through Professor Quirrell's eyes. And after Quirrell's embarrassingly clumsy performance on Halloween, the truth became impossible to deny." Quirrell's body quivered at the accusation, and the visage of Lord Voldemort, still pressed against the back of Quirrell's head, twisted with fury. Then the Dark Lord broke into a cold, mirthless laugh. "Sherlock Holmes," he said, his tone dripping with dark amusement. "Truly remarkable. In my glory days, few among the Death Eaters could match your talent." Sherlock sneered. "Don't flatter me by comparing me to your obedient little rabble. You've disappointed me far more than they ever could." Voldemort's voice sharpened like a dagger. "What did you say?" "Look at you," Sherlock replied, voice icy and precise. "The so-called Supreme Dark Lord reduced to skulking inside someone else's skull, hidden by that ridiculous turban. No hair, no nose, and a stench that makes you as repulsive as you are powerless." For a heartbeat, silence fell. Then Voldemort's laughter snapped off, replaced by a silent, seething rage. Sherlock met the glowing red eyes embedded in Quirrell's turban without a flicker of fear. "Is that all?" Sherlock asked softly. "Or do you finally intend to do something about it?" He was barely 11 or 12, a mere boy, yet his tongue was sharper than any Death Eater I'd ever known. "Potter, Holmes," Voldemort called, ignoring Hermione's indignant glare. "Let's speak frankly." He turned to Sherlock and Harry, his voice silky with promise. "I see your ambition, your talent. Why limit yourselves to a little school? Together we could achieve so much more." Sherlock merely raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching with contempt. Harry, however, could contain himself no longer. "You killed my parents." Voldemort inclined his head with mock regret. "Indeed I did, but look at me now." In that moment, his form flickered, less flesh and bone than a drifting shadow. "I exist as little more than mist and memory. Only by sharing a body can I take solid shape." Harry laughed, fury bubbling through him. "Is that my fault?" As the echo of his laughter faded, Harry noticed something surprising. The sharp edge of his terror was dulling. He'd spent years living in constant dread of the Dark Lord, but now it felt oddly manageable. His mind, once clouded by fear, began to clear. He thought of Dumbledore's warnings and began weighing his options. No matter what Voldemort promised or threatened, Harry knew he wouldn't stand idly by. He would find a way to prove the headmaster right, or to save them all. Harry had no idea that the Felix Felicis potion was already weaving its subtle magic. Voldemort didn't notice it either. He simply pressed on with his temptation. As soon as I possess the elixir of life, Voldemort hissed, I will forge myself a new body. With my power fully restored, bringing your parents back from the dead would be effortless. So, why not help me? At the mere suggestion of seeing his parents again, Harry's heart leaped in his chest. Before he could answer, Voldemort gave a swift wave of his wand. With a crack of magic, the vast mirror of Erised hurtled through the air and settled at Harry's feet. Caught off guard, Harry stared at the mirror, wondering what the Dark Lord intended. Instinctively, he peered into its silvery depths, expecting, as always, to see his family. Instead, the glass reflected only himself, bewildered and alone. Then, almost imperceptibly, the reflection of Harry curled into a knowing smile. Mirror Harry slipped a hand into his pocket, withdrew a gleaming red stone, blinked at it, and tucked it safely back inside. Harry's breath caught. He remembered Dumbledore's warning. The mirror of Erised reveals one's deepest desire, and clearly the thing he wanted most in the world was not his parents, but that red stone. Although Harry did want the Philosopher's Stone, it was only to keep it from Lord Voldemort. His truest wish remained unchanged, to be reunited with his family. Why, then, had the mirror of Erised shown him the stone tonight? Before he could answer the question, he felt something heavy drop into his pocket. Harry's heart froze. The stone, and some mere reflection, was now real and in his hand. Sherlock Holmes and Lord Voldemort were the only others to notice the sudden shift. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with dark excitement, attuned as he was to powerful magic. Sherlock, ever the analyst, deduced what had happened from the mirror's peculiar properties, Dumbledore's cryptic hints, and the shock on Harry's face. "Humph," Sherlock murmured, arms folded. "I knew that old man was up to something." Voldemort, though still grumbling about Dumbledore's interference, couldn't hide his eagerness. "Give me the stone in your pocket at once." Harry tightened his grip on the hidden parcel, his resolve hardening. Never. He didn't yet understand how the stone had materialized in his robes, only that he would do anything to keep it from Voldemort's grasp. "Don't be a fool!" Lord Voldemort's voice cut through the chamber like a whip crack. Now that the Philosopher's Stone's hiding place had been revealed, his threats grew sharper, his promises more corrosive. Red light danced in his eyes as he fixed Harry with a merciless stare. "To save your own life, join me," Voldemort hissed. "Refuse, and you'll die just like your parents." He leaned closer, savoring the fear in Harry's face. "They begged me for mercy before I ended them." Harry's chest tightened. His parents' memories were his most sacred treasure, and Voldemort's mockery was poison to his soul. Rage burned in his throat. "You're lying," Voldemort chuckled, a low, rasping sound without a hint of warmth. "Oh, how touching," he sneered. "Courage is indeed a rare gift. I admired your father's stubborn defiance when I cornered him. And your mother, she needn't have died, but she threw herself in my path to save you. Can you blame me for finishing both of them off? Now, give me the Philosopher's Stone. Don't let your mother's sacrifice be in vain." At his command, Professor Quirrell lurched back 2 steps, clearing space for his master to move forward. Voldemort's lips curled into a horrid grin, the shadows accentuating every twisted line of his face. Closer he came, the very air trembling with his dark intent. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out, "Attack!" Before Voldemort could even finish his command, a blasting charm tore through the air. He had already chosen to abandon persuasion. He wouldn't let Harry keep the Philosopher's Stone, but he hadn't expected his adversaries to strike so swiftly. While Voldemort's host, Professor Quirrell, stammered in disbelief, Sherlock raised his wand and unleashed the spell. Quirrell, though momentarily caught off guard, was far from a novice. Selected by Voldemort as his vessel, he possessed honed reflexes and solid magical training. With a sudden twist of his body, he narrowly avoided the worst of the explosion. No sooner had he recovered his balance than 2 more spells whistled toward him. "Expelliarmus!" Harry cried, gritting his teeth against the stabbing pain in his scar. At his side, Hermione, still not entirely confident with her disarming charm, opted instead for the leglocker curse. Malfoy had once used on Neville. Locomotor Mortis. The pair of spells struck Quirrell in quick succession. Harry's Expelliarmus slammed into Quirrell's wand hand, wrenching it upward, while Hermione's curse shot through his legs, forcing his knees together so sharply he staggered. The professor let out a strangled oath as he crumpled against the cold stone floor, disarmed, and trapped. In that tense instant, Harry, Hermione, and Sherlock stood ready, wands leveled, prepared for whatever Voldemort might attempt next. She'd spent hours perfecting the leglocker curse, her personal revenge for what Malfoy did to Neville, so her aim was true and her timing flawless. Alone, the curse wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, but if she could pin Quirrell's legs together, it would give them the edge they desperately needed. Quirrell, however, was no ordinary opponent. Favored by the Dark Lord and hailed by Dumbledore himself as an outstanding Ravenclaw, he was always one step ahead. As Hermione's Expelliarmus and her leglocker curse flew toward him, he whispered the words of a shield charm. The two spells fizzled harmlessly off his barrier, causing him only the briefest hesitation. That split second, though, was all they had. As Quirrell steadied himself, Harry and Hermione's assault distracted him long enough for Sherlock to surge forward. In a flash, he was at Quirrell's side, ready to seize the advantage their teamwork had won. Before the battle even began, Sherlock and Harry had silently agreed. Today, they would not depend on magic alone. No matter how talented three first-year students might be, they stood little chance against a seasoned Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, especially one backed by Lord Voldemort. Their plan drew directly on what had happened in the Forbidden Forest. When Harry and Hermione created the opening, Sherlock seized it without hesitation. In one fluid motion, he drew his longsword and lunged at Professor Quirrell. But this time, Quirrell was ready. From thin air, a snake of black smoke coalesced between attacker and target, winding itself tightly around Sherlock's sword arm and halting his strike mid-thrust. "Fool," Quirrell hissed. "You think that trick will work on me twice?" He laughed, triumphant. Ever since Sherlock's blade had pierced him in the forest, Quirrell had devoted himself to preparation. He knew Sherlock was no ordinary wizard, and he refused to be caught unawares again. Now at last, he would avenge that wound. Avada Kedavra! Before Sherlock could even register what was happening, Quirrell slammed out the killing curse at point-blank range. The cramped room exploded in an eerie green light, turning Quirrell's pale skin an even more ghastly shade. A triumphant, almost maniacal grin spread across his face. At such close quarters, Sherlock stood no chance of dodging. This time, the little wizard was truly dead. Harry and Hermione reacted on instinct, shouting spells in unison. But Quirrell was prepared. With a single fluid motion, he conjured a powerful shield charm. Their curses rebounded instantly. Harry's wand was wrenched from his fingers and skittered across the cold stone floor. Hermione's forward momentum betrayed her. Her legs snapped together with a sickening crack. She lost her balance and went sprawling, her own wand flung far out of reach. Disarmed and stunned, both of them lay still, dread closing in. Hermione squeezed her eyes shut, a single, terrifying doubt striking her mind. Had Snape's Felix Felicis been nothing but a cheat? Hermione barely had time to process Harry's triumphant shout before Professor Quirrell's voice cut through the air in utter disbelief. "This is impossible!" She looked up to see Sherlock Holmes standing before Quirrell, sword in one hand and a shield in the other, his posture calm and ready. Quirrell's wand was still raised, but his face was ashen with shock. Hermione's mind raced. How had Sherlock pulled this off? She caught only fragments of the maneuver, but Harry had witnessed every second. When Sherlock charged forward, he'd stowed his wand and with fluid precision produced a shield instead. Harry's eyes widened in recognition. The shield's core was made from Hagrid's custom rock cakes, the very ones that had once absorbed a Cruciatus curse in the Forbidden Forest. Now, facing a killing curse, it performed just as brilliantly. The moment Avada Kedavra struck the shield, there was a thunderous crack. Emerald green flames leapt into the air, and a shockwave blasted outward, sending both Sherlock and Quirrell skidding back several paces. The dark, writhing serpent that had coiled around Sherlock's arm vanished in an instant, dissipated as if it had never been. Silence fell. Quirrell staggered, wand trembling at his lips. For the first time, he looked truly afraid. This was the killing curse, the deadliest of the three unforgivable curses, the death curse. Only one person in history had ever survived it, Harry Potter. There should be no second survivor. Fool, there's something strange about that shield of his. Lord Voldemort's hoarse voice rasped through Quirrell's mind. The possessed professor stiffened, understanding instantly. When the killing curse strikes a living creature, death is immediate and leaves no trace. Yet a sufficiently solid barrier, like a thick wall or a powerful magical shield, can stop it. If Sherlock's shield had held, it must be exceptionally strong. That's true, Quirrell muttered under his breath, but Noka, aus for celebration. Before Sherlock could recover, Quirrell lunged again. The professor's wand flicked with precision as Sherlock raised his shield, and this time, Quirrell's reply wasn't a curse at all, but a writhing mass of vines bursting from the tip of his wand. Unlike the ebony serpent that had slithered at Sherlock before, these vines wrapped themselves tightly around his sword arm. Tendril after tendril snaked across his armor, coiling up his shoulder and constricting with growing pressure. Sherlock's eyes flashed. "I told you," he snarled through gritted teeth. "You can't pull the same trick on me twice." But the vines only tightened their grip, binding arm and shield together in a crushing embrace. Quirrell's lip curled in triumph, Voldemort's victory inching closer with every breath Sherlock fought to draw. They usually responded to Sherlock's protests by binding him outright. This time, before anyone could move, Professor Quirrell had already raised his wand and fixed Sherlock with a cold, hard stare. At such close range, there was no warning, just the green fire of the killing curse igniting at Quirrell's fingertip. Sherlock's eyes flicked to the wand, then to his free hand. "Is that all?" he said under his breath. In the same instant, Quirrell called the spell. Sherlock flicked his wrist and smashed his palm forward. The shield charm, still coalescing around him, burst from invisibility and struck Quirrell's wand arm. The killing curse faltered, its green bolt disintegrating against the flash of unsteady magic. Quirrell staggered back, off balance. He tried to raise the curse again, but Sherlock was already moving. He followed up with a brutal shield bash, swinging the edge of his magical barrier like a battering ram. The impact struck Quirrell full in the face. The professor, never a robust man, and now weakened further by the life-draining presence of Lord Voldemort, crumbled to his knees. His head lolled as if weighted with lead, and his wand clattered to the floor. In less than a heartbeat, Quirrell's own lethal spell had been turned against him, and the would-be murderer lay defeated, dazed, and unresisting. Harry didn't even have time to draw his wand. Remembering the special combat drills Sherlock had put him through, and having just seen Sherlock's fist connect with Quirrell, he lunged forward without a second thought. Quirrell was still reeling from Sherlock's blow, completely unguarded, so Harry let loose a heavy punch. Quirrell never saw it coming. The blow landed squarely on the back of his head, and a raw, inhuman scream echoed through the room. A thrill shot through Harry. He had just struck Lord Voldemort in the face, the Dark Lord whose name no wizard dared whisper aloud. He even felt the searing pain in his forehead's scar ebb for an instant. "Again," Sherlock urged. "Right," Harry replied. In perfect unison, they drove their fists home once more against Quirrell's skull, as they had practiced countless times. But this time, Sherlock sensed something was very, very wrong. Harry's punches were impressive, but he was still nowhere near Quirrell's level of power. From the two blows just exchanged, it was clear that Quirrell's weakness, combined with the boost from Harry's Felix Felicis, had allowed Harry to land hit after hit. In a fair fight, Quirrell's own strikes would have been far heavier. Yet when Harry's first punch connected, Quirrell's wail of pain was far more pitiful than anything he'd himself managed to elicit. Now, attacking with both fists in a pincer maneuver, Quirrell did deliver a harder blow this time, yet the very spot where Harry's fist met Quirrell's flesh blistered instantly, as though scalded by fire. Before Quirrell could even scream, a sickening crackling sound split the air. Sherlock's heart raced. In less than a heartbeat, he understood exactly what Dumbledore had orchestrated. The result was far more potent than he'd imagined. "Harry, grab him!" Sherlock ordered. "Got it," Harry replied, never pausing to question the command. Over the past year, he'd learned to follow Sherlock's instructions without hesitation. He surged forward and locked both hands firmly around Quirrell's arms. "Ah!" Quirrell's scream cut through the air as he clutched his wrist in agony. "Master, my hand! My hand!" Harry tightened his grip, refusing to let go despite Quirrell's frantic struggles. He'd been ordered by Sherlock to keep the man immobilized, and he intended to follow that command. Yet at that moment, a searing pain erupted from his scar, more violent than anything he'd felt when he struck Voldemort's face. Confusion blurred Harry's senses as images flashed through his mind. A tall, thin man with round glasses and tangled black hair, shouting desperately to hold back an unseen enemy. A woman with vivid red hair, her voice breaking as she pleaded, only to collapse powerless in the man's arms. And beneath it all, a manic green glow and laughter that cut like a blade. Overwhelmed by the pain, Harry's body weakened. In spite of every effort, he sensed Quirrell's arm slipping free, until a firm hand closed around his own. The world spun and darkness claimed him. Sherlock, noticing Harry's distress and Quirrell's imminent escape, sprang forward. With precise force, he drove his knee into Quirrell's shoulder, pinning the wizard to the floor. Ordinarily, Sherlock's slight frame wouldn't have been enough to hold even a single adult down, but with Harry's weight pressing on Quirrell's other arm, it was more than sufficient. Quirrell let out another shriek as the two boys secured him on the cold stone. Sherlock glanced once at Harry, whose eyes fluttered beneath closed lids, and then turned his attention back to their captive. Tonight, at least, the Dark Lord would not slip away. Sherlock held Quirrell pinned to the floor, then took Harry's hand and pressed it against the back of Quirrell's skull, where Voldemort's face was fused to the man's flesh. "Ah!" Harry cried out, the sound echoing through the chamber with painful intensity. Even Hermione, who had only just hauled herself to her feet, winced at the tragic, keening scream. But Sherlock recognized something new in that wail. It was no longer Quirrell alone. It was a chorus, Quirrell and Voldemort screaming together. Whatever enchantment Dumbledore had laid upon them was working all too well, inflicting agony on both hosts. Then, with a final, shuddering scream, a swirl of inky smoke burst from the back of Quirrell's head. It coalesced in midair into Voldemort's grotesque, hairless visage, his slit nose and cold, red eyes fixed on Sherlock with pure, venomous hatred. In that moment, the Dark Lord's resentment toward Sherlock finally eclipsed his obsession with Harry. If not for this meddlesome detective, Voldemort snarled inwardly, he would already have claimed the Philosopher's Stone. "How dare you?" the disembodied voice hissed, crackling on the edge of the smoke. Sherlock met those baleful eyes calmly, unflinching. The fate of them all hung in the balance. "Do you really think that without me, you'd already have the Philosopher's Stone?" Sherlock's voice cut through the silence like a knife. Even Lord Voldemort flinched. Legilimency, used by a first year? That alone would be astonishing, but Sherlock had done it without so much as a flick of his wand. His eyes flicked down to Professor Quirrell's form sprawled on the marble floor. The man's body was twisted, drained of humanity. Even a magical resurrection would leave him a hollow shell. Calmly, Sherlock turned his gaze back to Voldemort, the same cold disdain still burning in his eyes. "I always thought you were supposed to be ruthless," he murmured, voice low but carrying. He took a deliberate step forward, shoulders squared. "Is that all you've got?" Chapter 110. Lioness Protecting Her Cubs. Lord Voldemort's face burned with shame. Again and again he had been bested, first by Severus Snape's barbed wit, and now, inexplicably, by a mere first-year student. Fury coiled inside him like a living thing, ready to burst free. You filthy, dirty mudblood," he spat, every word a venomous hiss. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, cutting him off with a cool laugh. "Is that the best you can do? Your curses sound vicious, but they pack no real power." He leaned in, voice dripping with contempt. "It figures you'd stoop so low as to cling to the coattails of someone just as clueless as you are. Tell me, did your parents ever teach you any manners?" Voldemort's nostrils flared. "Bastard! Shut up! How dare you! How dare you!" His words tumbled into a strangled scream as he thrashed with impotent rage, eyes wild. Sherlock watched him flinch, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He could almost feel the Dark Lord's defenses crumbling beneath the weight of simple truth. A casual remark, and the greatest dark wizard of the age lay exposed and furious. The satisfaction was intoxicating. Drawing on everything he'd learned, and on the chilling display before him, Sherlock's mind snapped into place. "Oh, so that's it," he muttered. No wonder Quirrell had scrawled Reche in German. At first, Sherlock had chalked it up to the professor's awkward flair, but now it was clear. "You'd ordered it. And judging by your expression, You were starved of maternal love from the start. Abandoned in an orphanage as a newborn, wasn't it? How utterly predictable. Hating your parents, hating society, hating everything. Yet you've never paused to wonder. Maybe you're the one at fault. With a bone-piercing shriek, Voldemort unleashed a pulse of sound that buzzed against Sherlock's eardrums. Without hesitation, Sherlock lunged and swung his longsword, but the blade passed straight through the writhing black smoke. It did nothing. Sherlock wasn't surprised. Voldemort had already slipped free of Quirrell's body, reduced to an insubstantial vapor. No ordinary steel could harm him in that form. But that was fine. Sherlock squared his shoulders, wand at the ready. He might be known for his skill with fists and foils, but tonight he was every bit the wizard. Explosive charm! He barked the incantation, and a crackling blast of energy hurled toward the shadowy form. The black smoke wavered violently, and Lord Voldemort's shriek cut off in mid-scream. Sherlock felt the dark aura ripple, then weaken. It seemed to have worked. His heart leapt. He lifted his wand again, voice low but confident. You're impressive. I'll remember you. But Voldemort's phantom shape solidified. Though made of smoke, his red eyes bore into Sherlock with uncanny focus, as if trying to unravel his very thoughts. "Shut up, you," the Dark Lord spat, his voice a corrosive hiss. Noseless, crooked-mouthed monster, all rage and no power. Sherlock ignored the taunt and unleashed a second charm. This time, Voldemort met him head-on. He muttered an obscure spell at lightning speed, diverting the attack. The bolt fizzled wide, and the smoke figure condensed around him. With a swirl of darkness, Voldemort slipped through the doorway, framed by flickering black flames, flames that had once trapped several Aurors without mercy, but now flickered impotently. As he vanished, his mocking echo lingered in the air. "Remember this. One day you'll pay for this. It won't be long." Sherlock said nothing as Voldemort stalked away, nor could he have stopped him if he'd tried. He simply watched the Dark Lord's retreating figure for a long moment, then let out a low, amused chuckle. "Heh! That's never a good sign. When a villain promises revenge like that, you just know they'll be back." "Sherlock!" Hermione bounded over, her irritation plain on her face. Heaving a frustrated sigh, she stomped her foot as if to say, "You couldn't wait half a second before you talked about someone else?" Sherlock raised an eyebrow but ignored her glare. He flicked his wand, and the leg locker curse he'd placed on her legs fizzled away. Hermione instantly rubbed her shins, wincing. First, the devil's snare had ensnared her. Then she'd had to race back and forth across that giant chessboard, and now this curse on top of everything else. She had hardly caught a break. Before she could complain, Sherlock spoke again, his voice crisp and clear. "Headmaster Dumbledore, how long do you plan to sit back before making your entrance?" Hermione froze. Dumbledore was here too? No wonder. Just as Sherlock finished, the air beside them seemed to ripple like water. A moment later, the tall, silver-haired wizard appeared, his robes swirling, his calm gaze sweeping over the scene. With his half-moon spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose and a flowing silver-white beard brushing his robes, the figure before them could be none other than Albus Dumbledore. He appeared so suddenly that even Sherlock Holmes, a man not easily startled, showed a flicker of surprise. "How did you know I'd be here?" Dumbledore asked, his voice calm but curious. Sherlock Holmes met his gaze without the slightest hesitation. "I deduced that Professor Quirrell would come for the Philosopher's Stone, and I couldn't imagine you would risk going to the Ministry of Magic in person, unless, of course, you intended for Harry to thank you from his grave." A thin smile curved Dumbledore's lips. "That ancient charm you employed proved remarkably effective against Lord Voldemort. Are you satisfied at last?" From beside Sherlock, Hermione Granger gave his sleeve a gentle tug. He might be right about Dumbledore's strategy, but courtesy demanded a softer tone. Dumbledore, however, appeared more amused than affronted. "I was expecting you to ask why I didn't stop Lord Voldemort from escaping." Sherlock's eyebrow lifted. "And why didn't you?" The headmaster's eyes twinkled behind his glasses. "By all means, enlighten me." Sherlock paused, choosing his words carefully. "You yourself warned that a dark wizard of Voldemort's caliber could return even if his body were destroyed. Intervening now might postpone the threat, but it wouldn't eliminate it. You let events run their course so that, should he come back, his defeat would be permanent." Dumbledore inclined his head in agreement, his expression thoughtful. Precisely. For a moment, the three of them, two masters of deduction and one wielder of ancient magic, stood together in silence, bound by the shared certainty that the greatest danger had only just begun. Rather than risk his resurrection in some unknown corner of the world, it's far safer to keep Voldemort here in his weakened form. Sherlock tilted his head. Albus, sometimes I wonder if you've secretly used legilimency on me. Dumbledore sighed, his eyes soft with unspoken memories. The prophecy is clear. Only Harry can vanquish Lord Voldemort. So you accept it without question? Sherlock's gaze was intense. Albus, how can you be certain until you've put it to the test? Only practice can prove or disprove any prophecy. My dear Sherlock, Dumbledore began, his tone both amused and gentle, this is the magical world. A genuine prophecy carries. He broke off as the black flames dancing along the walls flickered out. Before them strode two figures, one in robes of emerald green, the other in midnight black, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Mr. Holmes, I received your owl, McGonagall said briskly, glancing first at Sherlock, then at Hermione, who hovered in the doorway. Miss Granger, I warned you that meddling in this matter again would earn you detention. Her eyes swept the room and froze. On the floor, unconscious and pale, lay Harry Potter and Professor Quirrell, their forms almost indistinguishable in the dim light. McGonagall's sharp voice faltered into a gasp. Good heavens, she whispered. What has happened here? Severus Snape's face was grim and silent, yet when his eyes fell on Harry, unconscious and sprawled across the floor, the hardness of his features deepened into something even more somber. Sherlock Holmes took in their reactions for a moment, then decided to give Professor Dumbledore a clear course of action. It's simple, Sherlock said, his tone calm but firm. Voldemort has been hiding on the back of Quirrell's head. He preserved his life by drinking unicorn blood in the Forbidden Forest and then compelled Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He paused, letting the truth of it register. Then, as if it were no big deal, he added, I suggested we confront Quirrell immediately, but Dumbledore insisted that Harry Potter should stop him, and Voldemort on his own. The mention of Dumbledore's decision made both Snape and Professor McGonagall snap to attention. Snape hissed, Dumbledore. The word was nearly spat through clenched teeth, brimming with barely contained fury. But before he could erupt, McGonagall's voice cut the air like a blade. Albus. Though she used his first name, her tone was far more commanding than any formal address could convey. In that instant, Snape fell silent as she leveled a fierce glare at Dumbledore. Explain yourself, she demanded. Why would you send Harry into this alone? Albus, you told me no unauthorized person could enter Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's voice trembled with anger. Yet you not only let him in, you sent Harry to face him. Harry's only a first year. How could you be so reckless? Dumbledore's face remained serene as he turned to her, though for a fleeting moment, even he looked unsettled, an expression Sherlock Holmes noted with interest. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore calmly changed the subject. Minerva Severus, he said, nodding to McGonagall and Snape. Our defense against the dark arts professor is gravely injured. Please take him straight to the infirmary. He paused as Snape opened his mouth to object, then added, Harry is unharmed, but he and Miss Granger should go to the infirmary as well. Both need rest. Afterward, please come to my office. Sherlock, if you'll come with me. With a graceful flick of his wrist, a faint red glow drifted from Harry's robes into Dumbledore's outstretched palm, and then the gem vanished. McGonagall emitted a soft snort, an acknowledgement that she would press no further, and Snape, relieved to hear of Harry's safety, silently obeyed. Hermione, following orders from the highest authorities, stole one last pleading glance at Sherlock. She tried desperately to convey with her eyes, I'm okay. Take me with you. But even as she departed beneath Professor McGonagall's forbidding stare, Sherlock remained impassive. The only consolation was that Gryffindor hadn't lost any house points this time. Once the corridors fell silent, and only Sherlock and Professor Dumbledore remained in the dimly lit office, Sherlock finally spoke. You sent everyone else away. What was it you really wanted to tell me? Dumbledore offered a wry smile. Sherlock, am I that transparent? Please, Sherlock replied, a touch of impatience creeping into his tone. Let's not insult the collective intelligence of Hogwarts. Your little experiments have gone on long enough. They're getting dull. Very well, Dumbledore conceded without a trace of anger. He turned his gaze to the mirror of Eraised, the same mirror Voldemort had so recently thrust before Harry, and for a moment a profound nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Chapter 111. Severus is a great man. How could he ever stand on equal footing with someone like him? Deep beneath the castle, in a shadowed chamber at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore stood before the mirror of Eraised. His reflection shimmered in the glass, and his eyes betrayed a swirl of conflicting emotions, tender longing, wistful nostalgia, a sudden stab of pain, and behind it all, the weight of regret and helplessness. Sherlock Holmes, standing a step behind him, watched Dumbledore's face intently. In an instant, he recognized the pattern all too well. This was the same tortured look Dumbledore wore when confronted with old prophecies or past failings. "It seems you're still deeply entangled with someone from your past," Sherlock observed quietly. Dumbledore stiffened. For a moment, he regarded Sherlock as if he'd just been subjected to legilimency, half expecting his thoughts to be laid bare. The very idea struck him as absurd, yet, after all these years, Sherlock's insights were uncannily precise. He cleared his throat, steadying himself to respond. Albus Dumbledore drew in a steadying breath, deftly sidestepping Sherlock's cutting remark as he shifted the conversation back to Harry. "Sherlock, recall that I once told you Harry is the boy who lived, and was marked by Lord Voldemort himself, yes?" Sherlock interrupted, his tone cool and measured. He fixed Dumbledore with an unblinking stare. "I still don't understand your obsession with this prophecy. Everyone at Hogwarts and throughout the entire wizarding world believes you care deeply for every student, even for Quirrell, who lost his way. Yet I've seen another side of you. A side so cold you'll sacrifice almost anything to accomplish your goals, your own life, if need be." Dumbledore's pale eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, Sherlock let out a low, mirthless laugh. "They call Voldemort the Dark Lord," he said, "but I suspect he falls far short of you, the White Lord." For a moment, shock flickered across Dumbledore's face. Then he offered a small, wry smile. "I'll admit, I may have placed too much faith in you. Now I confess, I fear you might stray as well." Sherlock's expression hardened, his smile vanishing. "So you felt that fear yourself," he said quietly. The room fell into an uneasy silence as Dumbledore's smile froze, and both men regarded one another with measured wariness. Albus Dumbledore was no stranger to hardship. Battle-scarred and wise, he'd long been renowned for his uncanny ability to read people's hearts. In reality, it wasn't magic at all, but hard-won experience. Yet even he had never encountered anyone whose innermost thoughts seemed to spill out simply by watching, until Sherlock. Every conversation, every glance, revealed more of the boy's secrets. Dumbledore couldn't help but wonder, if Sherlock were an adult, his relentless candor and unfiltered brilliance would surely alienate everyone around him. Luckily, at 12 years old, he'd not yet felt the full sting of social rejection. "It was Lord Voldemort," Dumbledore said at last, his voice low and regretful. He had decided honesty was his only option. He could no longer keep the truth hidden. "I deeply regret that I failed to see his true nature, and that oversight brought about unimaginable disaster. But we'll delve into all that later. Let's head to the headmaster's office first. I expect Professor McGonagall and Severus Snape will be there soon," Dumbledore said. Almost on cue, barely had he and Sherlock stepped inside the gilt-framed door when McGonagall and Snape arrived, hurrying down the spiral staircase. The instant Professor McGonagall entered the room, she drew her wand, tapped the desk twice, and swept her gaze across the portrait-lined walls. "If you would all kindly step aside, please," she commanded. "We have some confidential matters to discuss." Most of the portraits slipped away with barely a sound, though one remained balking, the former headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black. He huffed, arms crossed. Always like this. Always like this. Are we truly suck? Chin eyesore." McGonagall leveled a hard look at him. At once, he vanished in a puff of paint and dust, muttering unheard complaints. One by one, the others departed, leaving only empty frames staring back. McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, settling onto a chair opposite him. "Albus, now we can speak freely." She folded her hands on her lap, ready at last for the conversation they had been postponing. Professor McGonagall flicked her wand in a swift transfiguration charm, producing 4 gleaming glass cups on the table. Her steely gaze fixed on Dumbledore as she spoke. "I want an explanation," she said, voice tight with urgency. "Why on earth did you let you-know-who back into Hogwarts?" Dumbledore listened with serene composure. He neither balked at McGonagall's accusation nor attempted to deflect it. Instead, he offered a gentle correction. "My dear Minerva," he replied, "surely someone as clear-headed as yourself can summon the courage to speak his true name. You-know-who is a crutch for our fears, a label that has outlived its usefulness. It's been 22 years. I've spent that time urging everyone to call him by his proper name, Lord Voldemort." At the first mention of Voldemort's name, McGonagall visibly trembled, her wand hand trembling ever so slightly. Severus Snape, sitting rigidly at her side, arched a dark eyebrow in silent challenge. Across from them, Sherlock Holmes, only student at the table, remained impassive, his detective's gaze flicking between them with polite curiosity. With a casual flourish of his wand, Dumbledore refilled his cup with cool lemonade, as though ordering a drink were far more pressing than facing the darkest wizard of all. He sipped thoughtfully, then met McGonagall's eyes. "If we persist in whispering you-know-who, we let fear hold all the power. Names matter. To conquer him, we must name him and face him without flinching." Silence settled over the 4 figures. Outside, the wind rustled through the ancient castle towers, as if echoing Dumbledore's words, "Only by naming our fears can we truly stand against them." Chapter 7. The Naming of Fear. The soft glow of lantern light danced across the portraits that lined Professor Dumbledore's office. Minerva McGonagall stood before his towering oak desk, her robes rustling as she shifted her weight. Behind the desk, Albus Dumbledore sat serenely, fingers lightly steepled beneath his half-moon spectacles. "I see no reason to fear calling him by his true name," Dumbledore said, his tone steady. McGonagall's eyes narrowed in both exasperation and admiration. "You-know-who? No, Lord Voldemort, fears only one person, and that, headmaster, is you." Dumbledore inclined his head with a small, gracious smile. "You flatter me. The Dark Lord wields a power I could never command. Only because you're far too noble to ever use it," McGonagall shot back, her voice softening despite her stern posture. A faint flush spread across Dumbledore's cheeks. "I dare say I haven't blushed this deeply in many a year." "Albus, spare us the empty flattery," McGonagall muttered, crossing her arms. Before the headmaster could respond, Severus Snape glided into the room, his dark robes whispering on the carpet. He fixed Dumbledore with a steely gaze. "The real problem," he said coolly, "is that you, headmaster, knowingly admitted Professor Quirrell to Hogwarts, fully aware he serves the Dark Lord." In a shadowed corner, Sherlock observed the scene in thoughtful silence. McGonagall's frustration had eased into reluctant acceptance, but Snape's disapproval remained unyielding. Both shared a single concern: Dumbledore's unwavering conviction that Harry Potter could face Voldemort alone. Professor McGonagall, once as ferocious as a lioness protecting her cub in that underground chamber, now seemed entirely transformed. Sherlock couldn't help but notice the change, and when Severus Snape finally named Voldemort the Dark Lord instead of the usual you-know-who, it struck him as more than a casual slip of the tongue. That title carried respect, perhaps even awe of Voldemort's power. Or was there something deeper motivating Snape? Whatever the case, it was fascinating. Clearly, the potions master held far more secrets than Sherlock had ever guessed. Dumbledore watched the exchange in silence, his expression thoughtful. Then McGonagall stepped forward, her voice unwavering. "Albus," she said, looking directly at him, "I have trusted you for years. You have my faith. Now please, tell us your reasons." Her words left no doubt where her loyalties lay. She shot Snape a subtle glance, but he remained mute, his head turned away. For a moment, the room was still, until Snape's gaze flicked over and met Sherlock's own, challenging and inscrutable. An awkward silence settled over the chamber. Sherlock Holmes shot Severus Snape a sideways glance. Snape merely returned the look with a sullen shrug. At last, Albus Dumbledore cleared his throat and broke the tension. "When Tom Riddle first arrived at Hogwarts," Dumbledore began, his voice measured, "he was already an exceptional student. By his 7th year, he'd achieved perfect scores on every exam. Polite, reserved, endlessly curious, he made a very favorable impression on nearly everyone. Even you, Professor, Sherlock interjected, leaning forward with characteristic intensity. Minerva McGonagall and Snape neither scolded nor ignored him. They turned their attention to Dumbledore as well. The headmaster offered a wry smile, as if admitting a private regret. I must accept a share of the blame. I was the one who found Tom in that orphanage when he was just 11, entirely alone. I invited him to join Hogwarts, gave him the chance to belong somewhere. Sherlock's eyes lit up with recognition. So it wasn't just today's events. It was you, all those years ago, who brought him here for the first time. A repeat performance of giving him refuge, only with far higher stakes. Dumbledore's gaze grew distant, as though he were both seeing and regretting that fateful decision once more. The room fell silent again, each of them contemplating the power and peril of second chances. Albus Dumbledore's lips curved into a wry smile. Yes, but after our first meeting, he refused my offer to accompany him to Diagon Alley. He insisted on going alone. At the sorting ceremony, he was placed in Slytherin. His record at Hogwarts was, as I remarked at the time, virtually spotless. Upon graduation, he applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts post. Severus Snape's eyelid twitched with barely concealed irritation, but Armando Dippet, the headmaster then, politely declined him on the grounds of youth and inexperience. Snape's voice turned cold. To my knowledge, Dippet held the Dark Lord in high esteem. He had no business refusing him. Sherlock Holmes leaned forward, eyes sharp. So this initial rebuff was really the result of Professor Dumbledore's influence? Dumbledore nodded slowly. Exactly. Dippet did suggest he reapply in 2 years, but he didn't return until 10 years had passed. By then, I'd succeeded Dippet as headmaster, and I refused him again. From that moment on, the Defense Against the Dark Arts position fell under what many now call a curse. No one has lasted more than a year in the post. It seems we're due to recruit yet another professor next term. A touch of melancholy crept into Dumbledore's voice as he fell silent, the weight of history hanging in the air. Snape's voice was colder than ice. I still don't see how any of this justifies letting Quirrell into Hogwarts. Dumbledore steepled his fingers and spoke in his usual calm, deliberate tone. First, I could never be sure how closely Quirrell served Lord Voldemort. By admitting him to the school, I kept him, and through him, Voldemort, under constant watch. It was the only way to learn their true plans. Second, after the incident in the Forbidden Forest, Mr. Holmes made an admirable deduction, but he lacked proof. I feigned my own departure to draw Voldemort and Quirrell out into the open, to test Harry's character, and to provide the evidence we had pertinently needed. Third, no matter how strongly Quirrell fell under Voldemort's sway, I have always believed in redemption. I am convinced even he can be saved. Dumbledore's eyes held Snape's with an almost tender intensity. Snape shifted uncomfortably under that gaze. He understood Dumbledore's meaning all too well. The headmaster saw a man shaped by darkness, yet yearned to pull him back into the light, the very fate Dumbledore hoped for Quirrell. And deep down, Snape knew no one grasped the temptation of wrongdoing better than he did. Yet he wondered, with a pang of resentment, if Dumbledore secretly suspected he might need saving as much as any servant of Voldemort. How could a Severus, a man of honor, be likened to someone like that? Chapter 112. Heroes Don't Exist. Standing beneath Dumbledore's gentle, all-seeing gaze, Severus Snape snapped, "You've overlooked one thing. You always assume you can control every outcome." Sherlock Holmes allowed himself a low chuckle. Of all the Hogwarts faculty, this surly man, the one everyone seemed to loathe, was unquestionably his favorite. Dumbledore struck him as too cunning, McGonagall too rigid, Flitwick too clever, and Sprout far too ordinary. But Snape, whether confronting the mysteries of magic or the laws of science, approached each with relentless rigor and absolute seriousness. He answered to no one and never bent to popular opinion. His teaching methods spoke volumes. Rather than demanding that his students labor over intricate potion recipes, he installed a series of crude mechanical dispensers. To the uninitiated, the setup appeared almost ridiculously simple. But like pure mathematics, magic offers no substitutes for real understanding. Those without a firm grasp of the underlying principles would fumble blindly and waste countless hours scratching their heads. Snape would have scoffed if he were standing here, eyeing us with that trademark glacial stare. "Honestly," he'd drawl, I never imagined you'd appreciate the subtle artistry of a cauldron simmering over a low flame, white smoke curling upward, filling the air with its delicate fragrance. Yet here you are, the very picture of a clueless fool. Only someone as razor-sharp as Hermione could have pieced together Snape's intentions so quickly. And Sherlock, well, Sherlock was in a class by himself. No sooner had he glimpsed the first line of the parchment. Danger lies ahead, safety is behind. Between us two, the path is clear. Then he grasped exactly what Snape planned. By the time he finished reading, he'd already solved the riddle and deduced several related truths. It was, to him, nothing more than a child's puzzle. Suddenly, Snape whipped around, his dark eyes fixed on Sherlock. "Holmes, what are you laughing at?" Sherlock's lips curved into a faint smile, just recalling a rather delightful thought. "And what might that be?" "That Lord Voldemort is fleeing in utter disarray." Snape's expression grew frostier still, if that were possible. He looked poised to unleash his fury on the unsuspecting detective. But before he could speak another word, Dumbledore's calm voice cut through the tension. "Severus, perhaps we should now consider our next steps." Dumbledore's timely intervention not only diffused Snape's rage, but also spared everyone the spectacle of lost house points. Albus Dumbledore turned from the window and fixed Sherlock with a curious smile. "Mr. Holmes, I'd like to ask a favor of you." Sherlock folded his arms, expression calm. "You mean continuing to coach Harry Potter?" "I'd do that even if you didn't ask." He paused, choosing his words. "Not merely because he's the chosen one, but because he's my friend." A faint grin tugged at Severus Snape's lips despite his habitual sneer. "How touching," he drawled. Yet Sherlock noticed a spark of genuine approval in the potions master's dark eyes. "And, given your exceptional talents, we'd welcome your help on any case we find too thorny." Minerva McGonagall exchanged a startled glance with Snape. They both knew Sherlock's abilities were extraordinary, but officially soliciting a first year's aid? That was unprecedented. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, leaning forward. "If I come across a sufficiently intriguing mystery, I'll investigate it, formal request or not, provided, of course, you grant me the conveniences I require." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Naturally. Anything you need." Snape and McGonagall both suppressed surprise, realizing that, by Dumbledore's gesture, Sherlock Holmes had just been welcomed into the inner workings of Hogwarts. "I can also compensate you personally," Dumbledore offered. "No need," Sherlock replied smoothly. "My pleasure in this work is reward enough." At that, Dumbledore threw back his head and laughed. "You're more heroic than I'd ever imagined. Sherlock." Sherlock's steel-gray eyes fixed on the headmaster. "Please don't turn people into heroes, Professor." He enunciated each word with deliberate calm. "Heroes don't exist, and if they did, I am certainly not one." Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape exchanged startled looks. Dumbledore, meanwhile, felt a familiar tug at the edges of his mind, a whisper of remembrance. Just as before, he found himself thinking of an old friend. "Gellert, there really is someone here who could outshine you." But Dumbledore pushed the thought aside with a contented smile. Harry couldn't have asked for a better ally than Sherlock Holmes. Then, leaning forward, he added, "There is one more matter. Harry must return to Privet Drive every summer for at least 1 month. The protective charm we place there depends on his blood to remain strong." Sherlock nodded once, crisply. "Understood." Dumbledore allowed himself one more gentle smile. "Excellent. Then our arrangement is settled." He offered Sherlock a final nod of gratitude before turning to leave, the soft rustle of his robes echoing down the corridor. Sherlock watched him go, expression unreadable. Once the headmaster's footsteps faded, he quietly gathered his coat and books, already shifting his attention to the next puzzle, waiting just beyond Hogwarts' ancient walls. "Dursley is Harry's only living relative," Sherlock announced, his gaze drifting over to Professor Snape. Snape bristled under the scrutiny. "Holmes," he snapped, "take that insolent look off your face." Sherlock said nothing, merely tsked and withdrew his eyes, as if admitting defeat in a game of etiquette. In truth, if Sherlock hadn't been sidetracked the first weeks of term, rebuilding his understanding of reality now that magic was real, he would have unraveled Snape's history in no time. He was the sort of man who spoke gratitude with flower language in their very first potions class. And when he reluctantly accompanied Harry to Privet Drive over Christmas, he He clearly saw through Mrs. Dursley's attempts to disguise the boy's mistreatment. No matter how hard she tried to conceal her cruelty, Sherlock's keen mind pieced together the truth in an afternoon. Eventually, the matter of Harry's Christmas ordeal was settled. At Professor McGonagall's insistence, Albus Dumbledore forbade himself sweets for a month, a punishment surprisingly harsh for a headmaster famous for his fondness for lemon drops. Later that year, on the eve of Harry's legendary encounter with Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, Sherlock quietly confided in Dumbledore. If the wizarding world still depended on a first-year student to protect the Philosopher's Stone, perhaps it would be wiser to destroy the stone altogether. It was the sort of unorthodox counsel one could only imagine coming from the world's greatest consulting detective. And one more sign that Sherlock Holmes would never view magic the same way again. Originally, Sherlock's remark had been nothing more than sarcasm. Yet, to everyone's surprise, it proved eerily prophetic. Harry Potter, who had lain unconscious for a full day, blinked awake to find himself in the hospital wing. A stack of brightly wrapped candies covered the bedside table. "These are from your friends, and a few admirers," Albus Dumbledore told him with a kindly smile as he stepped into view. "And that's only after one day. Give it another 48 hours, and the place will be knee-deep in sweets." Harry managed a weak smile and sank back against his pillows. "How are Sherlock and Hermione?" he asked, voice hoarse. "Both are perfectly fine," Dumbledore replied. Relief flooded Harry's chest, so powerful he exhaled in an embarrassed giggle. The idea that he, Harry, had actually fainted struck him as almost ridiculous. Then Dumbledore's expression softened. "I'm afraid there's more news. The Philosopher's Stone. It has been destroyed." Harry went rigid, the taste of honeyed candy turning suddenly sour in his mouth. The stone destroyed, just like that. He stared at the pile of sweets, as if hoping they might prove the story wasn't real. But deep down, he knew all too well it was. "Why?" Harry blurted out. Realizing how brusque he sounded, he hurried to soften his tone. "I mean, Professor, you went to incredible lengths to hide the Philosopher's Stone from Lord Voldemort. Why destroy it in the end?" Dumbledore's face brightened. "Harry, I'm very pleased you can say Voldemort instead of you-know-who or leaving it unspoken." Turning back to Harry, he resumed the calm authority that had slipped when Sherlock was present. "Always call a thing by its right name. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself." Harry nodded. "Fear comes from the unknown. The only way to conquer it is to face it head-on." "Remarkably put," Dumbledore said, beaming. "Thanks, Sherlock, for that," Harry added with a touch of pride. Dumbledore laughed softly. Even from afar, Sherlock's influence showed. "Nicholas and I have discussed this at length, and we agree. Destroying the stone was the only safe choice. You know Nicholas, don't you?" "I do, Professor," Harry replied. "Then you'll understand how difficult this decision was. Nicholas and I created the stone to preserve life, but if it fell into Voldemort's hands, his unchecked power would have brought untold suffering. Better to lose immortality ourselves than grant it to him." Harry felt the weight of the sacrifice. "I understand, and I'll do whatever it takes to stop him." Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "That is all I ask. The future of our world depends on your courage now." Dumbledore's eyes were gentle as he spoke. "Nicholas Flamel is your good friend, Harry." Harry frowned, unable to hide his concern. "But even if that's true, he and Perenelle can't live forever. Once they've used up the last of their elixir of life. They have enough potions to see their affairs in order," Dumbledore interrupted quietly. "After that, yes, they will die." Harry's shoulders slumped. Dumbledore studied him with unexpected tenderness. "I know that, at your age, the idea of death can feel terrifying," he said softly. "But for Nicholas and Perenelle, it will be like finally going to bed after a very long day. Your friend Sherlock once offered a similar perspective." Harry blinked. "Sherlock said that too?" A small smile curved Dumbledore's lips. "He did, though he meant it as a jest. Even so, his words gave me something to think about. When I passed the thought along to Nicholas, he wholeheartedly agreed. For a mind that's well organized, death is simply the next great adventure." Harry fell silent, digesting this new way of looking at things. After a moment, he lifted his head. "And what about Quirrell? Lord Voldemort? What became of them?" Dumbledore chuckled, a soft little tune escaping his lips. You were remarkably well protected by your friend, Harry. Neither Quirrell nor Voldemort managed to harm you. He leaned back, his eyes twinkling with pride. Your performance this time not only met my expectations, it far exceeded them. By the time I even moved, they'd already fallen, Sherlock said, satisfaction ringing in his tone. A warm glow spread through Harry's chest at the words. Sherlock could be eccentric and brusque, arrogant even, but once you learned to accept his quirks, you discovered the most dependable ally imaginable. The whole business with the Philosopher's Stone had only convinced Harry that their meeting was fate. A newfound confidence took hold. With Sherlock at his side, he felt he could face anything. Steeling himself, Harry turned to Professor Dumbledore. Professor, could you explain exactly how I managed to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of Erised? Dumbledore's eyes sparkled. Ah, I'm delighted you asked. That was one of my cleverest safeguards, built on an unspoken understanding between you and me. Only someone who seeks the stone without any intent to use it can truly claim it. Harry paused, letting Dumbledore's words settle. A grin spread across his face. Very well, Professor. I think you've told me enough. If you want every little detail, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye, you'll have to ask Miss Granger. I'm sure she'll be delighted to explain it all. Harry glanced up. But why Hermione and not Sherlock? That, Dumbledore replied, settling back into his chair, is something you'll have to puzzle out for yourself. Now have some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He reached for a bright striped box on the table. Ah, Bertie Bott's. When I was young, I once bit into one that tasted exactly like, well, let's just say it was less than pleasant. Since then, I've been a bit wary of the beans. Toffee flavor is always a safe bet, don't you think? Before Harry could answer, a familiar voice floated into the room. I'd still choose a different one. Hermione, you really do have a gift for observation, Sherlock murmured with a faint smile. A clean, herbal aroma drifted through the corridors outside the Hogwarts hospital wing as Madame Pomfrey ushered Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron toward Harry's bedside. She paused to exchange a respectful nod with Professor Dumbledore, then turned to Sherlock, who was leading the way, and said, 5 minutes only, Mr. Holmes. Certainly, madam, he replied, inclining his head. Although, you might want to check your pockets. You seem to have misplaced your bandages. Madame Pomfrey glanced down at her person and froze. Her eyes went wide, and she let out a startled gasp. Oh, Merlin's beard. Her hands began patting her robes in frantic circles before she spun on her heel and darted off down the hallway. The sudden movement billowed her skirt, causing a small breeze to rustle the matron's nameplate on the doorframe. Dumbledore watched her retreating figure with mild amusement. He wasn't surprised that Sherlock had deduced Pomfrey's dilemma. His powers of deduction were well known, but rather by the impeccably polite, almost teasing way in which he delivered his observation. He stroked his long beard. Sherlock, I never realized you could be so polite. Until you sent Harry to face Lord Voldemort, sir, I always showed you courtesy, Sherlock replied, tilting his chin to meet Dumbledore's steady gaze, neither servile nor superior. Dumbledore's lips twitched, as if expecting a rebuke, but he abruptly changed the subject, reaching for a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He lifted a glossy toffee-colored bean and frowned. Didn't you just say I shouldn't eat these? Sherlock folded his arms and nodded evenly. Just my personal taste. Very well. Dumbledore set the golden-brown bean aside, plucked a dull gray one, and popped it in his mouth. His shoulders relaxed, and a pleased smile spread across his face. Ah! Pepper! At that moment, Sherlock and the others arrived. Dumbledore, having finished his bean, tucked the box away and quietly took his leave. As soon as Dumbledore's footsteps faded down the corridor, Ron's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That was Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the entire world, and you dared to speak to him like that, he blurted, his tone a mix of shock and begrudging admiration. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Neither spoke at first, but their expressions mirrored Ron's disbelief. Sherlock, sensing their unasked questions, stepped forward. He didn't want them to misunderstand what had just happened, and more importantly, to miss the principle behind his boldness. Truth is often veiled in layers of mist, he began, his voice calm and measured. Authority can loom over us like an unshakable giant, propped up by everyone's expectations. But when your reason sounds an alarm in your mind, you must never hush it out of fear for rank or reputation. Only by questioning what's presented as absolute can you peel back the fog and uncover what's real. He met each of their gazes in turn. Remember this, a true friend, a true seeker of justice, never loses the courage to challenge authority when it stands in the way of the truth. Harry and Hermione fell silent, their heads bowed as they let Sherlock's words sink in. Even Ron, ordinarily quick with a retort, could only nod in thoughtful agreement. Ron threw up his hands, offering a helpless smile. "You're right. It doesn't change anything. Honestly, only you could pull something like that off." He shrugged, then fixed Harry with a curious look. "Everyone at Hogwarts is talking about it. So tell me, what actually happened after that?" Harry exchanged glances with Sherlock and Hermione. None of them had seen what unfolded once Quirrell broke free of Harry's grasp. Even Dumbledore had told Harry to ask Hermione for the full story. Before Hermione could speak, Ron's chest puffed out in sudden pride. "I can tell you," he announced. "I made it through just fine. The moment I came to, Professors McGonagall and Snape were standing over me. And let me tell you, Snape's glare was more terrifying than any time he's ever docked Gryffindor points." He barked. "Potter went on ahead, didn't he?" Then stormed off down the corridor. "I tried to follow, but McGonagall physically shooed me back out here." Hermione opened her mouth, clearly eager to add her own account, but Ron beamed, pleased with having solved the mystery firsthand. "But she took those enchanted chess pieces and chased after Professor Snape," Ron said, a hint of regret in his voice. Then, as if making a sudden decision, he shifted gears. "Never mind me. Just tell me what happened after you cleared the chessboard. People are already spinning all sorts of wild stories, and those two won't say a word." Ron shot Sherlock and Hermione a pointed look, wounded pride flickering on his face. It had been their adventure, and he barely got a mention. Harry couldn't help but smile at Ron's frustrated expression. He leaned forward and began the tale exactly as it had unfolded. Normally, people's accounts of their own heroics outshine reality, embellished by every storyteller's urge to dramatize. But the truth behind the Philosopher's Stone proved far stranger than any concoction. As Harry narrated each unbelievable twist and turn, Ron, who'd missed it all, hung on every word. Even Sherlock and Hermione, who had witnessed much of it firsthand, listened in stunned silence. At every perilous moment, Ron's knuckles whitened as he gripped the edge of the bed. And with each gasp and whispered warning, it became clear. No imagination could ever outdo what really happened that night. When Harry described the face beneath Quirrell's turban, Ron let out a high-pitched shriek and jerked so violently he nearly fell off his chair. "Then what?" he blurted, voice quivering with shock and curiosity. "What happened to Quirrell? And the Philosopher's Stone? What became of that? What about you-know-who?" Harry rubbed the back of his neck, frustration flickering in his eyes. "Then I passed out," he said. "I'm sorry, but the next thing I remember is waking up here." He turned to Hermione and Sherlock. "Hermione, can you fill us in on what happened after I lost consciousness?" Sherlock frowned in surprise. "Me?" Hermione stared at him, startled. When Sherlock gave her a firm nod, and Harry and Ron leaned forward expectantly, she sighed. "All right, I'll tell you everything." She took a deep breath and recounted the rest of the night, how she'd escaped Snape's clutches, alerted Dumbledore, and watched as the stone vanished in a flash of light. Her narration was precise, every detail laid out clearly. When she finished, Sherlock leaned back, steepling his fingers. "Remarkable," he said, turning to Hermione. "Your keen powers of observation have given me a fresh perspective on the entire affair. That level of detail is invaluable." Hermione's cheeks flushed. "So, I should feel proud of that?" "Without a doubt," Sherlock replied. Ron whooped and slapped his knee. "That's high praise from Sherlock Holmes himself." Hermione allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. In that moment, she felt every bit the brilliant observer Sherlock had just celebrated. Hermione's eyes gleamed at the idea. "I think you could even become Sherlock's dedicated assistant and help him solve cases." Before she could say more, Sherlock interrupted briskly. "We have to go." They hadn't yet registered what was happening when Madame Pomfrey swept into the room. Her expression was all business. "You've been here nearly 15 minutes. Out, now." She held up a bundle of medical bandages draped over her arm, the very ones she'd left behind. Realizing her mistake, Madame Pomfrey's eyes narrowed, but she wasted no more words. "Get out." The group hastily gathered their things and filed out of the hospital wing. Once they reached the hallway, Ron shook his head in disappointment. "That's such a shame," he muttered. "Madame Pomfrey says Harry needs a few more days' rest. He's suffered some mental trauma." Hermione frowned sympathetically. "He really does need the recovery time." "But this means he'll miss the last Quidditch match," Ron protested, pacing. "Without Harry as Seeker, there's no way we can beat Ravenclaw." Sherlock paused, considering. Quidditch hinges far too much on the Seeker's performance. A top-notch Seeker can transform the entire team's chances. Ron stopped in his tracks and stared at him. "Exactly, and with Harry out, we stand no chance." They fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts about the upcoming match, and the friend they all hoped would be back on his broomstick soon. Chapter 12. Hagrid's Confession. Ron glanced anxiously at the pitch. Without Harry as Seeker, Gryffindor doesn't stand a chance against Ravenclaw in the final House Cup match. His face tightened. The golden opportunity was slipping through their fingers. Sherlock simply raised an eyebrow, then relaxed. 1 trophy, or 8, meant nothing compared to Harry's safety. As for tactics, that was Captain Wood's concern. Hermione shot Sherlock a look of silent agreement, clearly about to speak, when a gruff voice interrupted them. "Oi, you 3!" They whirled around. Towering above them was Rubus Hagrid, his enormous frame silhouetted against the castle walls. "Hagrid!" Ron called, stepping forward. "What are you doing here?" But the minute Hagrid saw their faces, he collapsed to his knees and broke into tears. He buried his huge hands in his beard and wailed, "It's all my fault. All my fault." Hermione and Ron exchanged horrified glances as Hagrid sobbed, his tears soaking the ground. I told that villain how to get past Fluffy. I told him everything. He only needed that one detail, and I gave it to him." Ron staggered back. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. Only Sherlock remained unperturbed, watching Hagrid's confession with calm, calculating eyes. For a moment, the 3 friends simply stood there, stunned. The fate of Hogwarts and Harry's life just grew infinitely more precarious. Sherlock eyed Hagrid across the great hall, folding his arms. "Let me get this straight," he said evenly. "You went to the hospital wing, didn't get to see Harry, and Madame Pomfrey threw you out?" Hagrid's huge shoulders slumped. "Aye, that's exactly what happened," he admitted, his voice quivering. Then the half-giant's composure cracked. His booming sobs echoed off the stone walls as tears tumbled down his cheeks. "You 2 nearly lost your lives, all for a blasted dragon egg. I swear I'll never touch fire whiskey again. I ought to be stripped of my duties and sent back to the Muggle world for good." To Hagrid, the very idea of disgrace, of being dismissed and branded a mere Muggle, was the harshest sentence he could imagine. His towering figure already drew curious stares. Now his anguished cries rippled through the surrounding tables. Ron hurried to his side, draping a comforting arm over Hagrid's broad back. "Hagrid, you know we're all fine now, right?" Hermione knelt beside him, her expression gentle. "Harry's going to be okay. Madame Pomfrey says he just needs a few more days of rest." But Hagrid's shoulders still shook uncontrollably. It was only when Sherlock stepped forward, voice calm but unyielding, that his tears slowed. "Hagrid," Sherlock said, "you don't want Harry stuck in the hospital wing forever, do you?" At last, Hagrid let out a long, shuddering breath. He blinked away the last of his tears and managed a watery nod. The threat of losing his position faded in the face of what really mattered, Harry's recovery. Chapter 114. Dragon Egg Drop. Hogsmeade Sherlock's words cut through Hagrid's sobs like a charm. He blinked in surprise, hastily wiping his eyes. He didn't fully understand how his tears could delay Harry's discharge from the hospital wing, but if Sherlock said it mattered, Hagrid trusted him. Pulling himself together, he turned to Sherlock. "Sherlock, would you mind coming back to my hut? I still need your help with that dragon egg." "A dragon egg?" Ron's face lit up immediately. "Mind if I come too?" Hagrid glanced apologetically at Ron. "I'm sorry, Ron, but Dumbledore insisted this is strictly confidential. No one else is to know." "But I won't tell a soul," Ron protested. "Can't I at least listen?" "Ron, give Hagrid a break," Hermione interjected, folding her arms. "Don't forget, This isn't just any dragon egg. It somehow involves Professor Quirrell and Lord Voldemort. The moment she named Voldemort, both Hagrid and Ron went pale. Ron shot Hermione a resentful glare but fell silent. Hagrid swallowed hard, then nodded. All right, but we must be very careful. Hagrid's face went pale. You shouldn't say that name. Hermione offered a clipped sorry, though her eyes were cool and unyielding. My point is, Dumbledore's already mentioned him. The fewer people who know, the better. Ron grumbled, but even he couldn't deny Hermione had a point. When the others drifted away, only Sherlock stayed with Hagrid as he led him up the winding path to the little golden cottage at the edge of the forest. Thanks for coming, Sherlock, Hagrid said once they were inside. He fetched a thick towel and wiped his face, then handed Sherlock a steaming mug of strong tea. Right, Hagrid went on, settling into an armchair. About that dragon egg. Before it hatched, Professor Dumbledore gave it to someone else. He's convinced that this person is the only one in the world capable of caring for it properly. Sherlock sipped his tea. And who is it? Hate Newt Scamander, Hagrid answered, swallowing hard. Before Hagrid could say more, Sherlock sat forward, interest bright in his eyes. Newt Artemis Fido Scamander, the famed British magizoologist, globe-trotting adventurer, travel writer, and author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Hagrid's shoulders relaxed. Sherlock knew exactly who Newt Scamander was, and that meant they had hope of ensuring the egg's safety yet. The book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them had been on the required reading list before term began, and Sherlock had practically memorized it, especially after facing down that troll. So when Hagrid called out the creature's name, Sherlock rummaged through his mental archives for only a few seconds before replying crisply. Spot on, Sherlock, Hagrid boomed, slapping the table with glee. I actually prefer calling it Where to Find Fantastic Beasts. Makes more sense. Come your third year, if you pick Care of Magical Creatures, that's the very book you'll be using. Professor Kettleburn used to be a real daredevil too, but he's much more cautious these days. Then again, having only one arm and half a leg left might do that to you. And just like that, Hagrid was off and running, eyes alight as he launched into a torrent of tales about dragon nesting grounds, Niffler's digging habits, and the mating calls of mooncalves. He spoke with such infectious excitement that Sherlock simply sat back and listened, letting Hagrid's passion for magical beasts wash over him. It wasn't until Sherlock paused for a sip of his strong, smoky tea that he finally spoke. So, he said, setting the cup down, now that you've got a moment, why don't you tell me the real reason you called me here? Hagrid choked on his own tea and spluttered it into his saucer. He stared at Sherlock, wide-eyed. How did you know? Sherlock let a small smile play at the corner of his mouth. From the instant you greeted me at the hospital entrance, I realized you weren't here just about the dragon egg. Your face gave you away. Every hesitation, every glimmer of worry. If it weren't for Vald, Emort, and the Philosopher's Stone keeping everyone else busy, even Hermione or Ron would have spotted it. Hagrid ran a hand through his hair, still in disbelief. Is it really that obvious? Quite, Sherlock replied crisply. After a long, shuddering breath, Hagrid finally lowered his voice. Very well. I suppose it's better you hear it straight. I've come because I have a friend in trouble. Sherlock's sharp gaze narrowed. He weighed Hagrid's words and the man's unflappable honesty, realizing there was no fiction here. Whoever this unnamed friend was, they must be in dire need indeed. Hagrid leaned in, his eyes bright with anticipation. Sherlock, do you remember that Greek interpreter who sold me Fluffy? Sherlock paused for a heartbeat, then nodded. Baskerville? It was almost too easy. 3 seconds in his mental archives and the name surfaced. Of course, he came to me some time ago. I'd planned to send him to Dumbledore, but other complications arose. I didn't want to trouble the headmaster, so I thought of you instead. You handled our seasonal incidents, Halloween, Christmas, Easter, exceptionally well. Thank you, Sherlock said, steepling his fingers beneath his chin. But what's happened to Baskerville now? Hagrid shifted his weight, rubbing his hands together. Actually, I reckon it's best if he explains in person. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Is he at Hogwarts? No, Hagrid replied with a sheepish grin. With Dumbledore on the lookout, Hogwarts doesn't exactly roll out the welcome mat for outsiders. Sherlock allowed himself a soft chuckle. Hagrid's cheeks flushed crimson. Anyhow, Hagrid continued, recovering his composure, I've heard he's in Hogsmeade. If you're ready, we can set off now. Sherlock stood, buttoning his coat. Lead the way. Within minutes, they climbed into Hagrid's battered cart and trundled down the winding path toward Hogsmeade, the only all-wizarding village in Britain. Though small, its cobblestone streets and enchanted storefronts brimmed with character, offering just the right backdrop for their next inquiry. By Hogwarts regulations, only students in their third year or above may visit Hogsmeade, and then only on weekends with written permission from a parent or guardian. Naturally, first and second years rarely, even casually, hear about the little village. Sherlock, however, had taken note when Hagrid mentioned it last week. Back in his quarters, he'd quietly looked up everything he could find, the shops, the pubs, the layout of the cobbled streets. So when Hagrid casually suggested, fancy a trip to Hogsmeade? Sherlock didn't hesitate. He sprang to his feet. Let's go. Official restrictions, year level, permission slips, weekends, meant nothing to him. If he truly wanted to slip off campus, he could have done so long ago, with or without Hogwarts' blessing. He'd barely scratched the surface of the castle itself, so a jaunt to the village had always seemed unnecessary. But this new lead had changed the equation. Hagrid, for his part, saw no problem in taking Sherlock along. He wasn't one for secrets, but he did excel at action. Quick decisions, swift departures, flawless execution, precisely the kind of backup Sherlock needed. Within minutes, they were heading down the winding path toward Hogsmeade, the promise of fresh clues and fresh discoveries driving them forward. The little station where the Hogwarts Express lets off its passengers sits just a short walk from Hogsmeade Village. With Hagrid leading the way, Sherlock and his giant companion soon found themselves on a cobblestoned lane lined with shops and pubs. Hagrid waved and called greetings to nearly everyone they passed, until at last he steered Sherlock through the doors of the Three Broomsticks, the very tavern where he'd once procured Fluffy. Warm lamplight danced across polished oak tables. Behind the bar stood Madame Rosmerta, her easy smile and graceful poise drawing the eye of every wizard in the room. Hagrid leaned in, nodding toward her. That's Madame Rosmerta, he said proudly. She's quee to popular, especially with the students. Sherlock surveyed the lively scene with cool detachment. Alcohol impairs the mind's agility, he observed. Hagrid chuckled. Then you'll have a lemonade. Don't worry, they're nowhere near as sweet as Professor Dumbledore's. He shot Sherlock a knowing wink, then guided him to a small table by a frosted window at the back. Turning back to the bar, Hagrid called out in his booming voice, Evening, Rosmerta. Long time no see. With that, he wove through clusters of wizards, greeting old friends and catching up on village gossip as Sherlock took a seat, eager to observe what would come next. Give me a butterbeer and a lemonade. Oh, and is that Greek interpreter around? Hagrid re-emerged from the bar, balancing 2 steaming butterbeers and a chilled lemonade. Behind him stood a broad-shouldered man whose plain clothes belied his strength. Mr. Holmes, the newcomer said, extending a firm hand, I'm Hadras Baskerville. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sherlock rose to shake his hand. Hagrid leaned in with a hushed aside. That's our Greek interpreter. Hadras beamed. It's an honor to help you. I've heard Hagrid tell your story countless times. Your ability to read people without magic is nothing short of miraculous. The smile faded as Hadras settled into the chair opposite Sherlock, fingers twisting the rim of his butterbeer. But what I'm about to reveal is so strange that, even to the Ministry of Magic, it might sound impossible. Sherlock's eyes brightened. He leaned back, chin resting on clasped hands. Perfect. I'm all ears. Hadras drew a steady breath. First, allow me to introduce myself properly. I am an interpreter. I apologize if Hagrid neglected to mention that. Sherlock cocked an eyebrow. He didn't. Hagrid scratched his head, cheeks pink. He'd indeed forgotten to clarify that key detail. All right. Let me explain everything plainly. Baskerville's lips curved into a wry smile as he faced Sherlock, though his eyes still betrayed a flicker of surprise. Mr. Holmes, you may find this hard to believe, but I'm able to translate virtually any language. Well, more accurately, nearly every common tongue. Over the years, I've served as an interpreter for a number of international magical organizations, and my deep understanding of Eastern cultures has even led me to act as a guide for wealthy wizards from the East. Nevertheless, because I was born in Greece and bear a Greek name, my specialty has always been Greek translation. For many years now, I've been Scotland's foremost Greek interpreter. Agencies up and down the country know my name. Whenever foreign wizards run into trouble, or tourists arrive here with no one to help them, they come straight to me. So when a wizard named John Smith knocked on my door one afternoon, 2 weeks ago, and asked me to accompany him, I wasn't the least bit surprised. What I never imagined was that this seemingly ordinary request would draw me into a dangerously complex affair. Chapter 116. The Greek Interpreter. The Three Broomsticks was warm and bustling, its long wooden tables crowded with students and townsfolk seeking a hot butterbeer or a steaming plate of fish and chips. In a quieter corner sat Sherlock Holmes and Rubus Hagrid, their attention fixed on the lean, bearded wizard across from them, Hardras Baskerville. Once famous for selling Hagrid the three-headed dog Fluffy, Hardras now traded in something far less menacing, his gift for languages. Hardras cleared his throat and began. Mr. John Smith, my client, asked me to serve as a Greek interpreter. He told me he had a Greek acquaintance coming to his home on urgent business, but he himself knew no foreign tongues beyond his own. After consulting fellow linguists, he decided I was the best qualified man for the job. Naturally, I was pleased that my reputation preceded me. Hagrid gave a proud nod. Well deserved, Hardras. Holmes steepled his fingers, leaning forward. Quite. Please continue. Hardras sighed. Then came the peculiar part. Mr. Smith said his house lay some distance from here, and that they would have to travel by special means. He seemed almost agitated when he mentioned it, so much so that he'd prepared a portkey in advance. Now, Mr. Holmes, you know as well as I do that nearly every wizarding household is connected to the Flu network. Mr. Smith insists he had a guest coming, yet he preferred a portkey to the far simpler and safer use of Flu powder. Holmes raised an eyebrow. A curious choice indeed. Did he explain why? Hardras shook his head. Not in so many words. He muttered about discretion, secrecy, terms that struck me as odd. If one wishes to keep a visit confidential, a portkey still announces itself to the ministry, not to mention the risk of misfires. And for all his fuss, Mr. Smith refused to give me any more details about his visitor's purpose. Hagrid frowned, stroking his beard. Sounds like someone's up to no good. Holmes pursed his lips. Or someone very cautious. The portkey suggests he wanted to avoid casual eavesdroppers on the Flu network, yet he did nothing to shield the portkey from scrutiny. That tells me he's either incredibly naive or profoundly confident no one will intercept him. Hardras nodded. Precisely my thought, so I accepted the job, out of professional pride, but I confess I'm uneasy. I can translate ancient Greek magic texts and diplomatic treaties, but I've no wish to be drawn into dark dealings. Holmes tapped his chin. We shall see what awaits at this house of Mr. Smith. Hagrid, would you accompany me? I suspect our friend Hardras may need protection, or at least a trustworthy witness. Hagrid clapped Hardras on the shoulder. Don't you worry. I'll be there to keep the giants off your back, if things go sideways. Hardras ventured a small smile. Thank you both. I only hope my skills aren't about to lead us all into trouble. Whatever awaits, it began with that mysterious portkey, and the secret someone was desperate to keep. Sherlock Holmes rose, cloak swirling around his ankles. Then we have a mystery to unravel. Come, Hagrid, let us fetch our portmanteaus and discover what Mr. Smith truly hides behind his Greek invitation. Outside, the wind whipped through Hogsmeade's cobbled streets. Inside, the three companions braced themselves for a journey that promised secrets, shadows, and perhaps a danger far beyond a simple translation. Of course, a portkey can carry multiple people at once, but it seemed odd to me. There were only 2 of us, and even the Flu network wouldn't have taken significantly longer. Still, I chalked it up to his eccentricity. After all, he was impeccably dressed in expensive, fashionable robes and quite generously had slipped me 5 silver sickles as a tip the moment we met. In hindsight, dear Mother of God, if I'd had any sense, I never would have gone with him. He lifted his butterbeer in a shaky hand, took a long pull, and wiped his mouth, eyes wide with dread. And then, Hagrid urged, leaning forward on the table, he had been regaling us with the Greek wizard's story about selling Fluffy, and now found himself suspended at the most dramatic moment. Sherlock, too, leaned closer, folding his long fingers on the tabletop. Though he said nothing, his expression made it clear he hungered for every detail. The man, still clutching his mug, cleared his throat. "Pardon me, I was a bit parched." "Right." Once we arrived at his house via portkey, I immediately noticed something very strange. Although it was broad daylight, every curtain in the place was drawn tight, as if someone was determined to keep the outside world at bay. I was about to ask why when I felt a voice at my elbow. He paused, swallowing hard. "Smith," my employer said, "I apologize for obstructing your view, mister." He trailed off, his gaze flicking between Hagrid and Sherlock, both of whom sat utterly rapt. "I certainly have no intention of letting you discover where you are, Mr. Baskerville," the stranger said, his voice calm but menacing. "If you ever did find your way back here, it would be extremely inconvenient for me." I stared at him in disbelief. With Hagrid and Sherlock Holmes standing just behind me, I tried to keep my composure. "Please," I managed to say, forcing a smile, "don't let my appearance deceive you. I'm really quite timid." A faint blush crept across my cheeks as I spoke. I lifted my glass and took another nervous sip of butterbeer. Hagrid's enormous eyes flicked between me and our captor, clearly worried. The man leaned forward, his wand already in hand, the polished walnut shaft gleaming in the tavern's lamplight. He studied me with a cold, unblinking stare, one I'd never forgotten. My heart pounded. "This is truly outrageous behavior, Mr. Smith," I stammered, though I was trembling so badly I wasn't sure anyone could understand me. "What you're doing." He cut me off. "Rude? Yes. Illegal? Absolutely. But I don't care about any of that." His words sent a fresh wave of terror through me. My hands shook so violently I had to grip the rim of my glass to keep it from spilling. I understand. Please, allow me to make this right," I pleaded. "I'll compensate you for any trouble." "Compensation?" He sneered and pointed the tip of his wand at me. "Here's your warning, Mr. Baskerville. If you try to breathe a word of this to anyone, it will be very dangerous for you. And nobody, absolutely nobody, knows where you are right now." He gave a low, satisfied chuckle as I sat there, frozen, the weight of his threat pressing down on my chest. Across the table, Holmes's jaw clenched, and Hagrid shifted uneasily. But the man with the wand leaned back in his chair, as if satisfied that his message had been delivered, and that I was powerless to refuse. "Besides, you can go anywhere you like, but you won't escape my grasp." The man's words were deceptively calm, yet every syllable dripped with menace. My heart pounded so fiercely I thought he'd hear it. I had no proof he was a dark wizard, but I knew better than to test his resolve. If I refused, I was certain he'd curse me on the spot. All I wanted was to get this over with, and get out of there alive. I didn't dare think about payment. Swallowing hard, I asked what he wanted me to do. "Just ask a few questions," he said, "of my Greek friend who's visiting. Then bring me his answers." Without another word, he turned and led me down a narrow hallway. We entered a smaller room than the one before, its only window a tiny slit high above, letting in a sliver of gray daylight. In the center stood a single, unadorned chair. Seated on it was a tall young man whose once proud posture had collapsed under some unseen weight. His clothes hung off him, and exhaustion drained the color from his face. The moment he spotted me, his eyes burned red. He opened his mouth in a desperate roar, but no sound came. His chest heaved as he struggled silently against invisible bonds. My throat went dry. I took a cautious step forward, clearing my voice. "Sir," I began, glancing back at the man who'd brought me here. He stood in the doorway, arms folded. "Watch-ing me. I'm here to ask you those questions." The captive's gaze flicked between us, wild and terrified. I held up a hand to calm him. "Just answer, and this will be over soon." He tried again. A guttural sound caught in his throat. His lips trembled. Finally, in a hoarse whisper, he managed, "Ask your questions." I exhaled, steeling myself. Whatever answers I coaxed out of him, it couldn't come soon enough, because right now, there was nowhere I could go that wouldn't keep me exactly where he wanted me. I should have realized sooner that there was no magical tongue-tying curse at work. He simply had no allies. He'd kidnapped an innocent Greek speaker by some illicit means, and now I was caught in the middle of his scheme. There was nothing for me to do but follow Smith's instructions and try to negotiate. Smith handed me a notepad and a pen. I wrote in Greek, "Are you prepared to sign the document?" His response, scrawled in hurried, angry letters. No. I tried again. Is there any room for negotiation? Don't even think about it. My persistence only drew ire. Then, do you understand what will happen if you keep refusing? I don't care about anything. Our back and forth was nothing but terse fragments, my offers of compromise met with his stubborn refusals. Finally, Smith slammed his hand on the table and cut me off. All right, Mr. Baskerville, he said, turning his sharp gaze on me. You see, I haven't treated you as an outsider. That's why I invited you into this private matter. You should know, I originally had a Greek-speaking friend who handled the negotiations when all this began. Unfortunately, urgent business called him back east. Otherwise, I never would have troubled you. I needed someone to take his place at a moment's notice, and I'd heard your translation skills were superb. So here we both are, and it seems we're fortunate to have met. I could only nod, too stunned to speak. He produced a small leather pouch and dropped 5 gold galleons and a handful of silver sickles into my hand. Consider this a token of my gratitude, he said, voice low and hard. Then he leaned forward, eyes cold and glittering. But remember this, if you ever mention what happened here, even to a single living soul, may God have mercy on your departed spirit. With that, he tapped his wand. A sudden tug in my chest, and I was swept away by a portkey. His bizarre laughter echoed in my ears until I landed just outside my front gate. Clutching the coins, I half wondered if it had all been a dream. Even now, I can't shake the memory of his gray, livid eyes, shining with malice and cruelty, as though nothing human lay behind their stare. Sir Henry Baskerville set his jaw. I beg your pardon if I struggle to convey how utterly repellent that man, Smith, made me feel. But I swear, the memory of him pointing his wand at me will haunt me for the rest of my days. With that, he swept up his butterbeer, drained it in one furious gulp, and slammed the mug onto the table. A long, shuddering sigh escaped him. Even Hagrid, seated beside the Greek fellow, could see a marked lightening in Sir Henry's demeanor now that he'd unburdened himself. Could you bring another butterbeer for our translator, Hagrid? Sherlock Holmes said kindly. And Sir Henry, please, go on. Tell us what happened next. At the sound of Holmes's calm voice, Sir Henry's heart skipped a beat. He spun to Hagrid, eyes wide with surprise. The giant simply shrugged, then tilted his head toward Holmes in silent encouragement. Just wait. This is the remarkable part about our Mr. Holmes. Sir Henry drew in a steadying breath. Very well, he murmured, swallowing hard. Holmes fixed him with an appraising look. Forgive my bluntness, Sir Henry, he said quietly, but I must ask, how did you manage to keep your wits about you when Smith raised his wand? Holmes, it's just that. Just what? Sherlock prompted. I don't understand. Baskerville hesitated, then met Holmes's gaze with quiet resolve. How did you know I went back there afterward, and more than once? Sherlock nodded toward his companion's attire. The hem of your coat carries flecks of yew shavings, and your cuffs bear faint verdigris stains, the kind you get from handling metal. From those clues alone, it's obvious you undertook extra assignments on multiple occasions, the most recent being within the last 3 days. Leaning back in his chair, Holmes added with a lazy drawl, and when you claimed you were forced into translating, I noticed your right index finger tapping the wooden edge of this table, gradually pressing indentations of varying depths into the leather blotter. My research shows that kind of repetitive tapping indicates subconscious self-justification. Thus, I deduce you accepted the commission willingly at first, only regretting it later once you learned certain truths. That ties perfectly with your earlier description. What Mr. Abernathy told you was incomplete, wasn't it? The sum John Smith paid was, I'll admit, exorbitant. Baskerville stared at Hagrid in astonishment. Hagrid just winked, polished off his draught, and ambled back to the bar, this time ordering 2 butterbeers. By the time he returned, Baskerville was already summarizing the case for Sherlock Holmes. Hagrid set the cold, foamy mugs on the table and listened intently as Baskerville wrapped up. After our first meeting, that man Smith came for me 2 more times, once about a week ago, and then again the afternoon before last. Just as you deduced, Mr. Holmes, he really did return. Each time, he sent me to his house by portkey so I could question the kidnapped man in Greek. Good heavens, the poor fellow's condition worsened with every visit. Although the fee was enormous, I finally couldn't bear to keep helping Smith. And then it hit me. Smith himself didn't know a single word of Greek. That's when a daring plan began to form. Chapter 116, The Tragedy of Musgrave. As he described his daring strategy, a flicker of pride crossed the Greek interpreter's face. Whenever I asked him something, he admitted, I slipped a second question into the same breath. At first, they were innocuous, harmless little inquiries meant only to see if he was on to me. I was afraid he'd call me out instantly. Only after I realized he showed no reaction did I gather the courage to press on with more probing questions. Chapter 8. The Second Interview. I won't waste time recounting every probing question they tossed at me, only the ones that actually matter. Stubborn, aren't you? Who are you exactly? I told you before I'm here to expand my business in Britain. I'm new, haven't made any contacts yet, and I don't owe you any explanations. Your future rests entirely in my hands. How long have you been in this country? 3 weeks. That's it. This estate will never be yours as long as you resist. How do they treat you at the manor? They starve me. They curse me daily, but I'd rather die than hand it over to a villain like you. If you'll just sign the contract, you'll have your freedom. Where is this mansion anyway? I don't know. And even if I did, I'd never sign your papers. What about your family? Doesn't their safety mean anything to you? State your name. My family would never forgive me if I gave in to you. My name is Musgrave. One last chance. Sign, and I swear you'll leave Britain unharmed. Now, where are you from? From Athens, if you must know. But do you really think your promises mean anything? That was the entirety of our second exchange. Just as before, Mr. Smith, my interrogator, abruptly ended the session, tossed me 5 galleons, and sent me home via portkey. As I felt the familiar tug of the spell, I realized I could no longer be a part of this wicked enterprise. I would never again aid such evil. I must confess, I don't put much faith in the Ministry of Magic, Baskerville began, leaning forward across the table. I heard from Hagrid about the case you cracked just before Christmas, and frankly, the Ministry's handling was abysmal. Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore's most trusted ally, suggested I come to you directly. When I mentioned my concerns, he regaled me with tales of your exploits. Imagine my surprise to learn that, beyond the Halloween and Christmas mysteries, you also unraveled yet another case at Easter. Sherlock offered a slight nod. Hagrid was exactly the sort of person who'd spill the beans the moment someone asked. And Baskerville would never have heard so much if Hagrid and the Houndmaster had already met. Otherwise, the more sensitive affairs, the Philosopher's Stone, the Quirrell incident, might have slipped out as well. Inadvertently, it confirmed that Dumbledore hadn't intended to keep Hagrid in the dark, even if some secrets were still secure. Baskerville drained the last of his butterbeer in one long swallow, set the tankard down with a thud, and continued. 2 days ago, I was summoned, once again, to translate for a peculiar hearing. It was almost identical to the previous 2 convocations. He arrived at John Smith's home through the portkey and found the young Athenian calling himself Musgrave worse than before. His face was drawn and pale, dark bruises marred his arms and shoulders, and every breath betrayed mounting pain. It was clear his situation had gone from bad to far worse. Undeterred, John Smith, whom some knew by the name, employed the same relentless methods he'd used last time, pressing Musgrave until every secret spilled out. What emerged was a tragic tale of a family both venerable and suddenly prosperous, the Musgraves of Greece. Though they were virtually unknown in Britain, in the Hellenic magical world, their name carried great weight. Their lineage reached back to the Middle Ages, and through the centuries they had excelled in researching and applying ancient magic. They guarded priceless grimoires and performed rituals lost to all but their own annals, tangible legacies, i.e.s. of power that had secured their high standing among Greek wizards. These arcane inheritances were more than dusty tomes and forgotten rites. They were the bedrock of the Musgraves' influence. Now, however, that legacy was at risk, and the price Musgrave paid to defend it threatened to destroy him entirely. Most members of Musgrave's family prided themselves on their integrity, devoted to the magical arts and committed to justice. Young Musgrave, representing the next generation, had come to Britain to expand the family's mystical business. None of them anticipated that a language barrier would leave him at the kidnapper's mercy. Yet it was precisely his courage, enduring pain without yielding, refusing every compromise, that moved Lord Baskerville to intervene on his behalf. Still, Baskerville could not shake the fear that Smith might discard him once the crisis had passed. And because every detail about Musgrave's lineage came from Musgrave alone, none of it could be independently verified. When Baskerville finished recounting the affair, Sherlock Holmes gave a slow nod. He produced his notebook and pen, his gaze sharp. "You said they summoned you as interpreter 3 times this afternoon. Do you recall the exact times?" Musgrave straightened. "The first call was at 3:30 p.m., the second at exactly 4 p.m., and the third was also at 4. Holmes raised an eyebrow. "Both the second and third at 4 sharp? You're quite certain of those minutes?" Musgrave met his eyes without hesitation. "I marked each call on my watch the moment it came through." Holmes tapped his chin thoughtfully, jotting down the details. The game, as they say, was afoot. "I'd originally scheduled my first visit for 4 o'clock in the afternoon," I explained, "but when Mr. Musgrave offered such a generous fee, I canceled my prior engagement without a second thought. As for the second and third times, I made a point of noting the exact hours. I had a hunch they'd prove significant." "Excellent work," Sherlock Holmes said, leaning forward. "When you arrived at Musgrave's house each time, you found every curtain drawn?" "Every single time," I confirmed. "But I noticed something odd about the way the sunlight filtered through the pleats. It fell in a series of evenly spaced spots." Holmes's eyes lit up. "Do you have a sketch?" I produced a small sheet of paper. "I started drawing it on my second visit. Those light spots seemed too regular to be accidental." He studied the simple pencil diagram intently. "As a translator fluent in several languages," he observed, "you depend on an impeccable memory. You've certainly lived up to that reputation." I offered a modest bow. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes." Sherlock set the sketch aside and fixed me with a calculating look. "Now, about the man calling himself John Smith. Beyond what you've already told me, any other distinguishing details?" I paused, then said, "Only that he wore a dragon-hide glove on his right hand." "Very good." Holmes tapped his fingertips together. "And Musgrave himself, what sort of man is he?" "A man of unbending principle," I replied. "Even when that villain pressed him, he never once yielded." Holmes sat back, clearly pleased. "You've been most helpful. That will do for now. I can guarantee that if it had been me, I never would have lasted that long." Sherlock inclined his head. "One last question. Which portkey did he use?" Baskerville hesitated, then replied, "A bronze Romanian dragon statue." For a moment, Sherlock simply sat there, absorbing the bizarre, looping tale. Finally, he looked up at Baskerville again. "Have you contacted the Greek Ministry of Magic?" Baskerville shook his head. "I did, this morning. I called a few friends in Athens, but none of them have heard anything." "Then you should speak directly with the ministry in Athens," Sherlock said. He turned to Hagrid, who loomed beside the hearth, his great frame nearly filling the room. "And Hagrid, I'm going to need your help with this. It's unlike any case we've handled before." Hagrid's eyes lit up. He thumped a meaty fist against his chest. "No problem. Just say the word, Sherlock. I'll do everything in my power to see it through." Sherlock cast a piercing look at the half-giant's kindly face. Then he addressed Baskerville once more. "Mr. Baskerville, if I were you, I'd remain on high alert from now on." "Why's that?" Baskerville asked, unease creeping into his voice. Sherlock counted off the facts on his fingers. "They spirited you away with a portkey, sealed the room behind drawn curtains, then issued veiled threats. That's the work of someone both meticulous and ruthless. And since you were digging into their affairs, it's only a matter of time before they strike again." The grandfather clock in the corner chimed ominously, its steady ticking underscoring the danger now closing in on them. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Allies and Answers. The trail of Musgrave's movements through Greece had led him close enough that our silence wouldn't protect us for long. "He would certainly figure out your betrayal, Baskerville. But don't worry, old friend. I've got a few powerful acquaintances who'll see you safely through this." Hagrid clapped Baskerville on the shoulder with such force that the great hound staggered. Then he grinned. "Leave it to me. I'll introduce you to some formidable fellows." Baskerville's stern face softened into a grateful smile. "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid. My companions may lack Mr. Holmes's razor mind, but if it's only a matter of ensuring my safety, I'm confident they'll manage." Holmes nodded without a word, then took out a small vial and handed it to Baskerville. "Take these yew wood shavings and bronze verdigris. Scatter them around your home and sleeping quarters tonight. They'll serve as a protective ward, and be careful on your way back." After one more warning to stay vigilant, Hagrid and Baskerville said their farewells. As Baskerville bounded off into the dusk, relief flushed across his features. "At last," he thought, "I can get a good night's sleep." Later that afternoon, Sherlock Holmes and Rubus Hagrid trudged up the snowy path from Hogsmeade toward the castle. The wind carried the distant hum of the students' evening chatter, but Holmes remained lost in thought. Hagrid finally broke the silence. "Well, Sherlock, how goes our friend's protection? And what of that Musgrave fellow? Any progress?" Holmes paused, looking over his shoulder at the looming towers of Hogwarts. "I still need to verify a few details," he said, "but I've uncovered something promising. If my reasoning is correct, I'll have a solution by tomorrow." At that, Hagrid's eyebrows shot up. "Already? You're hopeful so soon?" Holmes allowed himself the smallest of smiles. "Let's just say the pieces are falling into place faster than I anticipated." Hagrid clapped him warmly on the back, eyes shining with admiration. "Brilliant as ever, Sherlock. I'll bring you a mug of fire whiskey tonight. You deserve it." Holmes shook his head, but the faintest curve of his lips betrayed his relief. As they entered the castle's great doors, both men felt a renewed sense of purpose. Tomorrow, Holmes would confirm the final clue, and perhaps, at last, they would outwit Musgrave for good. Sherlock paused, brow furrowed in thought. "But really," he said at last, "now that we've gathered so much information, it would be odd if I couldn't answer the remaining questions." Hagrid's eyes widened in even greater confusion. He scratched his beard uncertainly. Fortunately, he had an advantage. He didn't need to puzzle over every detail himself. He simply trusted the brightest minds around him to sort it all out. By the time Sherlock and Hagrid climbed the stone steps of Hogwarts Castle, Hermione and Ron were already waiting in the entrance hall. The moment they spotted Sherlock, they swooped in. "You're finally back!" Hermione exclaimed. "Come on, tell us everything you did today." "Someone said they saw you and Hagrid in Hogsmeade. Is that true?" Ron pressed eagerly. Sherlock offered a curt nod. "Yes." Knowing that Hagrid wouldn't be able to keep secrets under Hermione's relentless questioning, Sherlock gave them a succinct rundown of the day's events. He was honest. If Hermione and Ron wanted every detail, they could ask Hagrid later, and the good groundskeeper would happily fill in the gaps. Hermione's jaw dropped. "What? Professor Dumbledore actually entrusted that dragon egg to Newt Scamander? Well, it makes perfect sense. He's the ideal person to care for it." Ron, eyes wide, chimed in. "And you went into Hogsmeade with Hagrid, but that's only open to third years and above." Sherlock let the two of them express astonishment before moving on. "Yes, we did. And yes, an outsider, Mr. Scamander, did ask me to look into the matter." "Bloody hell," Ron said, stamping his foot. "Next time you go on a case like that, you have to let me come along." Hermione shot him a sharp look. Ron, Sherlock said mildly, "enough." With that, he turned and headed toward the common room, leaving Hermione to shake her head fondly at Ron's disappointment, and Hagrid to beam at having witnessed yet another unorthodox Hogwarts adventure. Hermione scowled at Ron's string of exasperated, bloody hell exclamations and turned to Sherlock. "Do you think this could be dangerous? Should we tell Dumbledore? Or maybe Professor McGonagall?" Sherlock shook his head. "No need. Hagrid'll look after me." He hesitated, glancing toward Hermione. "But, well..." Hermione's mind went back to Hagrid's last few blunders, and she couldn't help but frown. The giant seemed kind-hearted, but hardly the sharpest tool in the shed. Sherlock noticed her doubt and drew himself up. "He may give the impression of someone who's always on Veritaserum," he said earnestly, "but when it comes to a fight, there's no one I'd trust more." Chapter 117. The truth is often written in 2 languages. But Hagrid was expelled from school, and they forbade him from using magic. Hermione trailed off, brow furrowed as she tried to make sense of it. "Even without magic, Hagrid's fighting prowess is far greater than you realize," Sherlock replied quietly. Hermione stared at him. Sherlock wasn't exaggerating. That night in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid had never cast a spell, yet Sherlock had clearly seen the half-giant's disciplined combat stance. As the son of a giantess, Hagrid naturally resists most magical attacks. In a one-on-one duel, even Hogwarts' finest professors would struggle to defeat him. Only a handful of true duelists might stand a chance. Convinced by Sherlock's calm certainty, Hermione dropped her objections. But when she and Ron learned that Sherlock planned to accompany Hagrid beyond the school grounds, leaving them behind, they exchanged disappointed looks. It was such a rare opportunity, they could hardly believe they'd be left out. Their lament barely faded when a hearty voice rang out. "Hey, Holmes! Fancy meeting you here!" They turned to see a broad-shouldered man striding toward them, a warm smile spreading across his face. Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's fifth-year and Quidditch captain, was a big, broad-shouldered lad whose life practically revolved around the sport. He marched straight up to Sherlock and announced, "I've been looking everywhere for you." Sherlock's cool gray eyes swept over him. After a beat of silence, he replied simply, "No." Wood's jaw dropped. "What? What do you mean, no?" Before he could say more, Sherlock leaned back and gave him a mild, almost amused look. Hermione and Ron, who'd been walking a few paces behind, stopped dead in their tracks, exchanging incredulous glances. "You're here to ask me to be Seeker in Harry's place, aren't you?" Sherlock said evenly. "My answer is no." Wood blinked. "Wait, where did you get that? I haven't even asked yet." Hermione bit her lip, recalling something Sherlock had once told her. If you wait a quarter of an hour in silence, you can deduce a friend's thoughts. Apparently, the trick wasn't necessary. Sherlock needed only a few seconds. "To me, this proposal is a bit too obvious," he continued. He paused, as if expecting Wood to argue his case. When nobody spoke, he inclined his head. "So that's my answer." Oliver Wood stared for another moment, clearly unprepared for refusal. Hermione and Ron could hardly believe what they'd just witnessed, a deduction so swift and certain there'd been hardly any silence at all. But Sherlock simply folded his arms and regarded them all as if nothing remarkable had happened. "Your cuffs are still dust-streaked, flecks of grass clinging to the seams. The sweat on your collar hasn't even dried, and your shoelaces are streaked red from the clay of the Quidditch pitch. I doubt you noticed, but as you strode toward me, your brow was furrowed, your lips pressed into a thin line, and your fingers kept drifting up to tap your thighs, classic signs of anxiety. Then there was the scrap of parchment peeking from your left pocket, its corner ragged from endless folding and dotted with little crosses. Putting it all together, I drew a simple conclusion. You're frustrated with today's tactics and training, and you came here to ask me to replace Harry in the match, hoping I could somehow turn this season around. I'm sorry, but my answer is no." Oliver froze, eyes wide in shock. Beside me, Hermione and Ron just shrugged. They'd seen Wood's dramatic pleas and his equally dramatic despair far too many times to be surprised. After a stunned moment, Wood's face went ashen. "Why not?" he blurted. Sherlock met his anxious gaze coolly. "I have far more important matters to attend to." Wood's heart pounded. "More important? But we don't even have a reserve seeker. If we face Ravenclaw one player short, we're doomed." Sherlock's expression remained impassive. "Even if I donned the Gryffindor robes and flew that pitch, your odds wouldn't improve. Ravenclaw isn't away. Eek team, you'd still face an 80% chance of defeat." Wood ran a hand through his hair and slumped against the wall. "All right, I get it. I was impulsive." He turned away, shoulders heavy, and trudged off. Ron lingered behind for a moment, then glanced back at Sherlock with pleading eyes. "Sherlock, can't you help us? Just for a day or two. Surely that Auror case can wait." Sherlock shook his head gently, voice measured. "I already said it, Ron. Even if I played, nothing would change the outcome. Furthermore, I don't think this case can wait another day or two." Hermione's eyes snapped to full alert. "You mean—" Sherlock straightened, his voice low and measured. Truth often speaks in two tongues, the meticulously arranged lies of the murderer and the silent cry of the victim. Both Hermione and Ron fell silent, exchanging a glance charged with resolve. Hermione was the first to break the hush. "I'll help you," she said firmly. After a moment, she added, more thoughtfully, "You told me I have a talent for this. I may not be able to accompany you into the field this time, but I can contribute in other ways. Ron, not to be outdone, jumped in. Me too. The following afternoon, just after lunch, Hagrid stood by his hut's window, contemplating whether to send an owl to Baker Street. A sharp knock at the door made him jump. "Blimey," he murmured, hurrying to open it. There, on his threshold, stood Sherlock Holmes, coat still buttoned, eyes as penetrating as ever. "Sherlock, is that you?" Hagrid boomed, stepping aside. Come in, come in. I was just wondering if I ought to come find you." Inside the cozy hut, Hagrid bustled about, lighting the fire. He returned with 2 mugs of strong, steaming tea and handed one to Sherlock before settling into his massive armchair. "How's the investigation going?" he asked, his concern evident in the gentle lift of his eyebrows. "Have you turned up any clues?" Sherlock asked. "Sort of," Hagrid answered, shifting uneasily. "I went back yesterday and did a bit more investigating, though there are still a few things I need to ask you about." "Me?" Hagrid jabbed a finger at himself, incredulous. "Don't be daft, Sherlock. Why would you need to ask me questions? You know I'm not exactly the brightest spark." Before the half-giant could finish, Sherlock interrupted him with cool precision. "I believe you visit Nocturne Alley often, don't you?" Hagrid's eyebrows shot up. "Well, yes. I've been meaning to go again soon. Need to get a potion to repel those blasted slugs. They're devouring the school's cabbages." His admission tumbled out so readily that he failed to wonder how Sherlock had guessed it. Sherlock simply nodded, then reached into his coat and placed a small parcel on the table between them. "These are splinters of yew wood retrieved from Baskerville yesterday." Hagrid leaned forward, his big, eager hands folding together. His bright eyes pleaded, "Anything else you need to know?" Yet he hadn't asked how Sherlock had deduced his Nocturne Alley visits, and Sherlock had no intention of telling him. "Notice the cut," Sherlock said, holding the shard up to the light. "The wood grain runs on a precise 15-degree diagonal. That's a hallmark of the craftsman at the Romanian Dragon Reserve. Exactly the same technique used on the Romanian dragon statue Portkey. And look here," he tapped the splinter gently. "They're coated in something else as well. Professor Sprout identified it as Icelandic lichen spores." Hagrid's ears perked up at Icelandic lichen spores. 19 times out of 20, he couldn't have cared less about Romanian artisans or precise angles. But this was different. He leaned forward, examining the fragment with sudden intensity. "Merlin's smelly socks," he exclaimed. "You're right. That lichen is nearly impossible to come by in Britain." "Professor Sprout mentioned the same thing," Sherlock said. "She said if we wanted more, we'd have to go to Nocturne Alley." Hagrid scratched his shaggy head, brow furrowed. "I've got a vague memory of it, but I can't recall the details." Sherlock watched him, waiting patiently. Hagrid looked sheepish. "No matter," he said at last. "I'll head there now. I'll figure it out in no time." As Hagrid began to rise, Sherlock laid a steady hand on his knee. "There's no rush." Normally, he would have given Hagrid's broad shoulder a reassuring pat, but across that distance, his hand could only rest where it was. They stayed like that for a moment, each man silent, the shard of mystery and wood still glowing faintly between them. "Take another look at this." Sherlock drew a fresh parchment from his coat and smoothed it out on the table. "Our translator sketched this from memory. His recall is astonishing. I cross-checked it with astronomical charts and found that its layout closely mirrors the positions of the Ophiuchus constellation on a midsummer night. If we align it properly, we might pinpoint exactly where that Greek millionaire is being held." Hagrid's eyes lit up. "By Merlin's beard, Sherlock. You're a genius." Sherlock suppressed a sigh. He wasn't pleased. Yesterday, he dismissed astronomy as irrelevant and missed this very clue, letting Hermione's expertise carry the day. Clearly, he'd taken a few needless detours, and now he had to admit, astronomy really could be invaluable to a case. He folded the parchment back into his pocket. "Right, enough admiring me. We need to move. Nocturne Alley is our next stop." Hagrid grinned with excitement. "Wait, you're coming too?" "Absolutely," Sherlock replied. Hagrid's grin faltered. "Nocturne Alley? Are you sure that's wise? It's not exactly the most welcoming place." Sherlock gave him a cool look. "All the more reason we should go together." "Listen carefully, Hagrid. If anyone spots a Hogwarts student skulking around that place, it'll end badly." Hagrid ran a hand over his chest and shook his head. "Then just tell me what to do." I can handle it on my own. Sherlock regarded him coolly. If my hunch is right, Mr. Musgrave is being held captive inside. Going solo, you're unlikely to uncover anything without drawing attention. Hagrid hesitated, guilt flickering across his face. I know my way around, but Sherlock held up a finger. No, you'll need a proper disguise. At the word disguise, Hagrid's eyes went wide. Great galloping gorgons, you mean you've brewed polyjuice potion for this? Disguises aren't limited to polyjuice, Sherlock replied, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Give me 15 minutes. When Sherlock reappeared, Hagrid nearly tripped over his own feet. The detective stood transformed into a wizard, tall, robed in midnight blue, his hair hidden under a pointed hat, a neatly trimmed beard at his jaw. Not a trace of Sherlock Holmes remained. Hagrid's jaw dropped. Blistering barnacles. You did all that without a drop of polyjuice. Hagrid paced around Sherlock, eyes wide with astonishment. Blimey, this is incredible, he exclaimed. He could hardly believe that Sherlock had pulled off such a perfect disguise. No polyjuice potion involved. A simple wig and beard, a few subtle adjustments to his posture and complexion, and the first-year Hogwarts student he knew so well had become an entirely different man. Without a closer look, Hagrid might never have recognized him. After circling Sherlock in wonder for a moment, Hagrid produced a small flower pot filled with glittering green powder. He set it on the table in front of Sherlock, preparing to let him go first, until a sudden thought made him pause. Have you ever used flue powder before? Hagrid asked, eyebrows raised. No, Sherlock replied evenly. All right, then I'll show you how it's done, Hagrid said. He scooped a handful of the sparkling powder and strode over to the fireplace. With a hearty chuckle, he tossed the powder into the hearth. The fire flared emerald green and crackled invitingly. Remember, Hagrid called back over his shoulder, stand close, throw in the powder, and say your destination clearly. Off you go. He gave a friendly wink, already half engulfed in the swirling green flames. Sherlock stepped forward, composed as ever. He repeated Hagrid's directions in his mind, lifted the flower pot, and braced himself for his first trip through the flue network. Hagrid didn't just fling the green powder into the hearth. He took a moment to walk Sherlock through the process. First, he said, you've got to walk right into the flames, just like I do. But before you do, shut your eyes. You'll get soot in them if you don't. Keep your arms tucked in tight, too, or you risk tumbling out the other side. And whatever you do, speak your destination clearly. With that, Hagrid scooped up a handful of flue powder and tossed it into the fire. In an instant, the flames leapt up, emerald green, nearly as tall as Hagrid himself. He strode into the dancing blaze, bellowed, "Nocturne Alley," and vanished as suddenly as he'd appeared. Sherlock watched him go and couldn't suppress a small, amused smile. Fascinating, he murmured. Now that he'd glimpsed more of the magical world, its wonders seemed to multiply. Sherlock glanced around Hagrid's cluttered hut, found the remaining powder, and tossed a generous pinch into the hearth. He stepped forward, but held his tongue. The flames roared higher at once, sending a blast of heat and soot toward him. If he'd spoken then, he was certain he'd have inhaled a mouthful of choking ash. So he closed his eyes, pulled in his arms, and waited for the moment to speak his destination aloud. Sherlock felt only a flicker of unease as he leaned into the green flames. After all, if he stumbled over a syllable, he could end up anywhere, or nowhere useful. Hagrid had been explicit. Pronounce your destination clearly. Nocturne Alley, Sherlock said, enunciating each word with quiet precision. The moment the final syllable left his lips, a powerful tug seized him and hurled him into a roiling vortex of emerald fire. The rush was both familiar and wholly new, like passing through the solid wall at platform 9 3/4, yet wilder, more violent. His body spun so fast that each arm thudded painfully against the brickwork of the flue. Sherlock refused to close his eyes. Instead, he watched in rapid succession as hearths and corridors flashed past, glimpses of shadowy chambers framed by dancing flames. 30 seconds, or perhaps only 10 later, the whirlwind abruptly ceased. Sherlock braced himself for a face-first collision, locked his core, and landed squarely on cold stone. He found himself standing before a large, rough-hewn fireplace. "Oi, Sherlock!" called a booming voice. Rubus Hagrid was waiting on the other side. With a warm grin, he reached in, grasped Sherlock's arm, and hauled him out into the damp, lantern-lit alley beyond. "You don't look like it's your first time using flue powder," Hagrid grumbled, brushing great clumps of soot off Sherlock's shoe. "Dares." His rough fingers nearly shoved Sherlock back into the fireplace, but Sherlock stepped aside with a cool, sideways glance. "And what, in your experience, does a first-time flue powder user look like?" Sherlock asked, arching an eyebrow. Hagrid scratched his tangled beard and gave a sheepish grin. "Well, I'd reckon they'd be staggering from the fall, maybe a bit bruised, and blacker than a chimney sweep." "Ha!" Sherlock sighed and turned to survey the shop. The room was spacious but dimly lit, a far cry from the bright bustle of Diagon Alley. Here shadows clung to every corner, and a thin, clammy air weighed on the senses. In a glass case lay a withered human hand. Beside it was a neat stack of blood-stained playing cards and a dull, motionless glass eyeball. Along the walls hung grotesque masks, each carved with unnervingly lifelike expressions that seemed to leer down at any who passed beneath them. On the counter sat several skulls that, even to Sherlock's muggle-trained eye, were unmistakably human. He felt a shiver of fascination. It was clear that this dark little shop, tucked away in Knockturn Alley, suited him far better than anything on Diagon Alley. "This is Borgin and Burke's, an antique shop tucked away in Knockturn Alley," Hagrid announced, pausing beneath the grimy sign. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, and Hagrid hurried to fill the silence. "You can pick up all sorts of things here, like the slug repellent I need, and dark arts artifacts, poison candles, giant spiders, dead men's fingernails, shrunken heads." Hagrid's face went ashen. "Blast! Why did I say that?" He waved a massive hand. "Scratch it, Sherlock. Pretend I never mentioned any of it." "Calm down, Hagrid." Sherlock rested a reassuring hand on the giant's knee. "Even if you hadn't spoken, it wouldn't have been hard to guess." Hagrid glanced around at the cluttered shelves. Jars of unlabeled powders, serrated bone fragments, twisted rods of blackened metal, and winced. "Right. Well, don't mind me." Just then, a hunched man emerged from behind the counter. His slick, greasy hair and hooked nose made Sherlock think instantly of Professor Snape, except this fellow's pallid skin and furtive eyes gave him a decidedly creepier air. "Mr. Borgin," Hagrid boomed, clapping the man on the back so hard the proprietor practically folded in half. Mr. Borgin trembled, his bony shoulders rising and falling beneath a fraying waistcoat. He shot Hagrid an angry glare, but dared not speak. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, straightening his hunch and clearing his throat. "As you were," Borgin muttered, though his voice wavered. He cast a quick look at Sherlock, whose dark cloak and keen gaze made it clear he wasn't a typical customer. Borgin swallowed. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" Sherlock inclined his head. "I'm looking for some information, specifically on an artifact recently acquired by your establishment. Something unusually dangerous." Borgin's lips thinned. "Every object here is dangerous, Miss Holmes. Sherlock Holmes." He allowed himself the barest of smiles. "I thought you'd be glad to know such items are of great interest to certain people." Borgin's eyes flickered. Whatever greeting he'd been preparing died on his tongue. He simply nodded, then waved a skeletal hand toward the back of the shop. "Follow me." Hagrid puffed out his chest, obviously proud of his friend's confidence. As the trio slipped deeper into Borgin and Burke's, past shelves of cracked crystal balls and caged, hissing creatures, Sherlock's mind raced with possibilities. However dangerous the artifact might be, he was determined to uncover its secrets before anyone else did. Mr. Borgin looked up as Hagrid filled the doorway, his slicked-back hair and oily smile coming together in an all-too-glib greeting. "Welcome back, Mr. Hagrid. Always a pleasure. What can I do for you today?" Hagrid's booming voice echoed through the cramped shop. "I need some slug repellent." At that, Borgin visibly relaxed and waved a hand toward the back shelves. "Slug repellent? No problem, though you might be interested in a new potion that just arrived this morning. Very powerful stuff, and the price is more than fair." He leaned forward, already launching into a sales pitch. Hagrid wasn't easily taken in. He exchanged banter with Borgin over prices and ingredients, countering every slick upsell with stubborn bartering until the shopkeeper grumbled his final offer. In the end, Hagrid walked away with exactly what he'd come for, and no extraneous potions. As Hagrid hefted his small bundle of jars, Borgin cleared his throat. "Anything else I can interest you in, Mr. Hagrid?" Hagrid paused, opening his mouth. He was about to explain that he'd really come to inquire about a more delicate matter, a case he was investigating, when a familiar voice cut through the shop's hush. "What's going on here?" Hagrid's jaws snapped shut, and his hand flew to his mouth. He locked eyes with Sherlock, his heart thudding with relief and embarrassment. He'd nearly blurted out his true purpose. If he'd been any quicker with his tongue, he'd have revealed everything. Thank goodness, Borgin hadn't noticed. But now, Sherlock stood before them, and Hagrid had to think fast to keep his secret safe. Mr. Borgin hadn't noticed anything amiss until he saw Sherlock Holmes pointing at the mummified hand resting on a velvet cushion inside a glass case. With palpable excitement, he hurried over, leaving Hagrid behind. "You've got a fine eye, sir," Borgin exclaimed. "This, you see, is a hand of glory. Light a candle in its palm, and only the holder can see its glow. Every thief's and burglar's best friend." Holmes frowned thoughtfully. "A hand of glory, yet a thief's best friend?" "Exactly. Remarkable, isn't it? You're lucky. You've just walked in and already spotted one of our rarest pieces." As he spoke, Borgin studied the young man's unfamiliar face. Clearing his throat, he ventured, "By the way, I realized I never asked your name." "Sigson, Hagrid's friend," Sherlock replied evenly, offering Borgin a faint, wry smile. "Do I have to register my name to browse at Borgin & Burke's?" "Of course not," Borgin stammered, relieved yet eager. "I only meant that Mr. Sigson was unfamiliar to me, so I wanted to be sure who I was speaking with." He forced a reassuring grin. He determined not to scare off his customer. Sherlock's voice carried a sharp edge as he stepped back from the crooked display cases lining Borgin & Burke's. "Hagrid, this place isn't nearly as impressive as you led me to believe." Rubeus Hagrid blinked in genuine confusion. "What do you mean? I could have sworn I told you this shop carries everything anyone could dream up, provided they dare to sell it." Sherlock waved a skeptical hand. "Really? Because all I've seen is one dusty hand of glory, and you can't even tell me who bought it. I expected far more." From behind the glass counter, Mr. Borgin puffed up with pride. "Begging your pardon, sir. Mr. Hagrid is absolutely right. Here at Borgin & Burke's, there's nothing we won't trade in, no matter how unusual." "Then you've oversold it," Sherlock retorted, folding his arms. "In fact, I seem to recall you staking your reputation on that claim." Hagrid glanced at Sherlock, then back at Mr. Borgin, genuinely lost. "Bet? I don't remember agreeing to any bet." Sherlock's lips curved into a triumphant smirk. "Oh, but you did. You guaranteed me the most extraordinary antiquities in all of London. Yet here I stand with nothing but an overhyped relic. That means you owe me 5 galleons. The esteemed Mr. Holmes wagers 5 galleons?" Mr. Borgin's eyes gleamed with renewed interest. He produced a quill and parchment, tapping it impatiently on the counter. "Shall I record your terms, mister?" Hagrid held up a hand, cheeks reddening. "Now wait a moment. There's been some misunderstanding. I never intended to bet you anything." Sherlock swept a lock of dark hair from his forehead. "On the contrary, Hagrid, your words were quite clear. There isn't a curio in Wizarding Britain we can't find here. You can't have it both ways." The shopkeeper drummed his fingers as he watched the two of them spar. "Perhaps a compromise," he suggested, leaning forward. "If Mr. Holmes finds a more remarkable artifact within the hour, Mr. Hagrid will pay the 5 galleons. But if nothing else turns up, the wager stands." Hagrid sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "All right, Mr. Borgin, but you'll have to extend your search, because I'm certain something better is hidden in these halls." Sherlock angled his head, curiosity piqued. "Very well. We have 1 hour. Let the hunt begin." With that, the trio dispersed into the shop's shadowy aisles, each determined to prove the true value of Borgin & Burke's. Chapter 7. The Bet in Knockturn Alley. "Sir Sigson," Hagrid prompted as they stepped into the narrow, shadowy shop, "if I may be so bold, what exactly did you wager with me?" Sherlock Holmes snorted. "You insisted that the owners in Knockturn Alley can deduce an artifact's origin from nothing more than a few markings. I simply wanted to prove how absurd that claim is." With that, he flicked a parchment onto the dusted counter. It was Hermione's newly corrected summer Ophiuchus star chart, every constellation inked in precise detail. The moment it landed, Sherlock's face shifted. "Blast it," he muttered, reaching to retrieve it. "Why on earth did I show you this?" But Mr. Borgin, proprietor of the shop, was faster. He slammed a heavy hand down on the chart. Wait just a moment. He stared at Sherlock with greedy anticipation, lips curling into a smirk. You told Hagrid that if anyone here could identify its origin, you'd owe him 5 galleons, did you not? Sherlock bristled. Precisely. And what of it? I can identify it, Borgin declared, his eyes glittering. Sherlock paused mid-reach, brow lifting. He exchanged a sharp glance with Hagrid. Borgin's triumphant grin made Sherlock wonder if he'd bitten off more than he could chew. I recognize it, he said, striving to tamp down the excitement swelling in his chest as he fixed his gaze on Sherlock. I know exactly where it comes from. I could tell from the look in his eyes that he was no one to mess with. Knockturn Alley, Borgin and Burke's. The narrow shop smelled of dust and old magic. Mr. Borgin, his greasy hair plastered to his skull, sat hunched behind the counter. As Sherlock examined the star chart spread out before them, Borgin's posture straightened, excitement igniting in his beady eyes. He jabbed a finger at the parchment. I'm telling you, I know exactly where this leads. Sherlock clicked his tongue. Sk. I've heard that before. Borgin leaned forward. Mr. Sigson, Borgin and Burke's is the largest shop in all of Knockturn Alley. As its owner, nobody knows this place better than I do. Even your friend Hagrid would confirm that. And yet here you are, refusing to believe me. Sherlock's lips curled into a stubborn sneer. You won't convince me. Then are you prepared to bet on it? Borgin challenged. A harsh laugh escaped Sherlock. You'd only lose your galleons. I know I'm right. He paused, eyes flicking back to the chart. Still, I'll wager 1/2 galleon, just to teach you not to be so obstinate. At the mention of the bet, Borgin's face lit up with a quick, triumphant smile. He steadied a finger on the parchment. This, he declared, is the Summer of Fucus star chart, and I swear it's painted on the dome of the Parthenon in the black market. Really? Sherlock shook his head. I don't believe it. Mr. Borgin's answer hung in the air, but Sherlock Sigson still eyed him with hard suspicion. You didn't secretly team up with Hagrid to trick me, did you? I've never heard of any black market in Knockturn Alley. Behind them, Hagrid flailed his thick hands. Not at all, sir. I swear I didn't. Ha! Borgin interrupted, amusement in his voice. That's because the Parthenon black market only opens 1 day a week, and only at 4 in the afternoon. He laughed, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening. Even a regular like Hagrid here might not know the schedule. Hagrid's shoulders slumped. Truly, Professor, I had no idea. No harm done, Borgin patted him on the back. Besides, you've already earned me 5 galleons today. Turning back to Sherlock, Borgin's grin grew sly. Mr. Sigson, it seems you were a bit too confident. Stop muttering to yourself, Sherlock snapped, irritation creeping into his tone. You mention a black market. Where's your proof? He slammed his fist on the counter, brass baubles dancing under his knuckles, his face flushed with equal parts shame and anger. Borgin's chuckle filled the narrow shop. Why else would I praise your luck? Borgin said. Because today, just today, is the only day the Parthenon black market opens its doors. Sherlock's face went ashen. That can't be a coincidence. It is, Borgin replied, his eyes twinkling. He glanced at the tarnished clock hanging nearby. In fact, it's just struck 4. The minute hand hovered over the 4, confirming Sherlock's downfall. His celebrated deduction had led him straight into Borgin's carefully laid trap. Borgin leaned back in his chair, a sly smile tugging at his lips. You know, last week the black market didn't open until Friday. This week it's Monday. I've heard those Nordic traders have been doing their business lately. You can check for yourself. Lead the way, Sherlock snapped, rolling up the star chart. I still don't believe it. If this place really matches what's on my map, I'll give you 1/2 galleon right now. My pleasure. Borgin's grin grew wider. 1/2 galleon for a short stroll? Worth every nut. He eyed the young wizard who called himself Sigson and wished inwardly that Sigson would take him on as a friend. After all, it was only because Sigson was chums with Hagrid that he'd escaped the usual dark wizard scrutiny. A bold upstart swaggering into Knockturn Alley would have been dealt with far more firmly otherwise. With that thought, Borgin swiftly locked up Borgin and Burke's, arguably the most respectable establishment in Knockturn Alley, though respectable here was relative, and led Sherlock and Hagrid down a narrow, dimly lit passage. Their lantern light danced over peeling paint and crooked signs until they came to an unmarked door set into the wall. This is it, Borgin whispered, producing a small, rune-etched key. He slipped the lock, and the door swung open on rusty hinges. Beyond lay the entrance to the Parthenon Black Market, an underground bazaar humming with magic, mischief, and endless opportunity. Sherlock unfolded his map again, squinting at the scrawled lines. A moment later, he looked back at Borgin with a grin of his own. Spot on. Borgin simply bowed and stepped aside, allowing his customers to enter the hidden world within. Through the dusty window of the shop opposite, shriveled human heads hung in eerie display. 2 doors down, a massive iron cage teemed with huge black spiders, their legs scraping against the bars. In a nearby shadowed doorway, 2 ragged wizards whispered to each other, until Hagrid lumbered past. At the sight of the half-giant's broad shoulders and wild mane, they snapped their heads away, eyes wide with unspoken fear. No one in Nocturne Alley wanted trouble with Hagrid. Mr. Borgin led Sherlock and Hagrid westward, weaving them around a dank corner and into a dimly lit shopfront that sold poisonous candles. Above the narrow doorway swung a weathered wooden sign, Nocturne Alley. Sherlock leaned in for a closer look, the play on nocturnally striking him as perfectly apt. Here, in this gloomy backstreet, any hint of sunshine felt unwelcome, a stark contrast to the bright bustle of Diagon Alley just a few blocks away. Just a bit further south, Borgin murmured, nodding ahead. He guided them around another bend and past 3 more shops, a florist that sold soured black roses, a glassblower specializing in cursed mirrors, and a butcher peddling meat that oozed an unsettling sheen. Finally, they came to a dead end. Even by Nocturne Alley standards, this nook was particularly oppressive. The lamps flickered weakly, casting long, trembling shadows against the stone walls. Sherlock glanced nervously around. Without Hagrid's towering presence beside him, he never would have dared venture here alone. Directly ahead lay a row of low, squat shops, their windows barred and sealed. To their right, a heavy oak door, scarred by decades of dark business, bore a tarnished brass knocker, shaped like a snarling gargoyle. Mr. Borgin paused, ran a gloved hand over the knocker, then turned to Sherlock. "This is it," he said softly. "Borgin and Burke's." Hagrid grunted appreciatively, and Sherlock braced himself. Beyond that door lay all manner of sinister treasures, trinkets cursed beyond imagination, and perhaps answers he'd never have found in the safety of Diagon Alley. Taking a steadying breath, he followed Borgin toward the gargoyle's mouth, ready to knock. Mr. Borgin's lips curved into a self-satisfied grin. "Welcome to the Parthenon Black Market," he announced, sweeping a hand toward the great stone dome above them. "An enterprise set up by some enterprising fellows from Northern Europe. If you look up, Mr. Sigson, you'll see their signature, an Ophiuchus motif entwined with serpents." Sherlock, alias Mr. Sigson, glanced up at the painted constellations, but his expression remained locked in scorn. Without a word, he counted 8 silver sickles from his pocket and thrust them across the counter. "There," he snapped. "Take your payment and be gone." Borgin's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "But, sir, we agreed on half a galleon." Sherlock cut him off. "1 galleon is 17 sickles, yes? Half should be 8.5. Do I look like I care about your 1/8 of a sickle?" His tone dripped contempt. At that, Mr. Mitzbrat, Borgin's last reserve of dignity, slipped away. All right, he muttered, stuffing the coins into his pouch. He turned toward 2 hulking attendants lurking in the shadows behind him. "Show Messrs. Hagrid and Sigson inside." With a low, echoing clang, a hidden door swung open in the market's outer wall. A warm, flickering light and a swirl of exotic scents, spiced meats, and scents, aged leather, spilled into the courtyard. Rubeus Hagrid stepped forward, muscles tensing with anticipation and a flicker of unease. Sherlock stalked after him, shoulders rigid, every inch the inscrutable investigator. Beyond the threshold lay the Parthenon's legendary interior, a cavernous hall lined with draped stalls and arcane curiosities. Shrouded figures haggled in whispered tongues. Ancient relics gleamed atop polished tables. Somewhere in that crowd lay the items Sherlock and Hagrid had traveled so far to find. And now, at last, they were inside the black market. "Sigson, if anything like this comes up again, you know where to go. Borgin and Burke's." "Get out of my sight," Sigson barked. "You're nothing but bad luck. I've just wasted 5.5 galleons. Sherlock brushed him aside with an impatient wave and turned to Hagrid. "Since we're already here, let's have a look around. If you see anything worthwhile, I'll let you deduct it from our wager. Mr. Borgin, walking off down the corridor, caught the tail end of their conversation and hit a self-satisfied chuckle. They all talk about a secret black market, but really, those amateurs are just putting on airs. Sure, they might stock the odd exotic trinket he doesn't carry, but only at inflated prices. After bleeding a few customers dry, they'll soon discover that Borgin & Burke's is the only shop worth its salt. Once Borgin was out of earshot, Sherlock let out a cold snort. See, Hagrid? You can't pry secrets from a man like that. Even 100 galleons wouldn't loosen his tongue. He'd only grow suspicious. With types like him, a wager is the most cost-effective bribe. Using the portkey network is far more discreet than us traipsing around for clues, and it won't draw any unwanted attention, Sherlock said, watching Hagrid's puzzled expression. When the giant remained silent, Sherlock sighed and met his gaze. Hagrid, I believe we're very close to the end of this case. Already? Hagrid's eyes went wide. I didn't expect it to wrap up so quickly. Sherlock's face turned serious. Nor did I, but the black market reopened this Monday, and that changes everything. We must move fast, or our translator friend could be in serious danger. Hagrid's eyebrows shot up. What do you mean? Sherlock held up a hand. Our contact, Smith, always activates the portkey at 4 o'clock sharp. She times it to coincide with the black market's opening, using the crowd to mask the portkey's magical signature. Then there are those shafts of light we noticed in Musgrave's quarters, equally spaced, seeping through the curtain slits. They match exactly the pattern of the Ophiuchus constellation on that stolen star chart. Add in the Icelandic lichen spores we found mixed with the yew wood shavings and the strong Nordic influence evident throughout the market. All of that points to one conclusion. Musgrave is being held captive at the black market itself. Hagrid's jaw dropped. Then we'd better get going, right now. Sherlock nodded. Precisely. If we delay, we risk more than just missing our chance. We risk our friend's life. With that, the unlikely pair set off, every second counting as they raced toward the black market's hidden entrance. Sherlock's jaw tightened. The black market's open today. Smith must have whisked our translator away again. Damn it, I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those so-called protectors failed him miserably. If we don't find him soon, they'll kill him for what he's translated. Hagrid's enormous eyes grew round with worry. What do we do now? Sherlock didn't pause. He strode forward, scanning every shadow and doorway. First, we need to locate his cell. I know the layout. They wove through the labyrinth of stalls and back alleys, keeping to the edges where the light fell unevenly. Passers-by gave Hagrid a wide berth, an unspoken testament to their fear of his reputation. At last, Sherlock halted before a back wall. Here, he said, pointing to a set of dimly lit windows high above a corrugated steel door. The pattern of spotlights. That's where Musgrave is being held. Hagrid looked up at what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse. It looks empty, he muttered. Exactly, Sherlock replied with a grim smile. The most dangerous place is always the one no one suspects. He produced a slim lockpick from his coat and crouched by the door. Hagrid braced himself behind him, ready for whatever lay beyond. In the darkness within, their friend Musgrave awaited rescue, or worse. Smith had deliberately chosen the black market's throng to mask any magical residue left by the portkey, yet she couldn't shake the fear that these shady characters might uncover her secret. That was why she'd staged the whole stunt in the first place. Hagrid glanced at Sherlock, uncertainty in his eyes. Shall we open it? Go ahead, Sherlock said quietly. It's here. Drawing in a steadying breath, Hagrid planted both hands on the heavy warehouse door and gave it a firm shove. With a creak and a groan, the great iron portal swung open. Chapter 120. You can't kill them all if they all rush in. Rubeus had braced himself for a rescue the moment he reached for the warehouse door. He kicked it open, fully expecting to find prisoners inside, bound, battered, desperate for help. Instead, the room was completely empty. No chains, no cells, not even a single piece of luggage. Sherlock, what's going on? Rubeus stammered, swiveling to face his partner. His mind struggled to catch up. Sherlock snorted and stalked into the center of the cavernous space. Amateur hour, he muttered, running a hand along the bare metal shelving. They thought they could hide their operation beneath the black market's nose and keep us blind. He swept his gaze over the brick walls, the flickering overhead bulb, the lonely plywood crate in one corner. Then he turned back to Rubus. "All right, you hold off anyone who comes calling. I'll see if there's another entrance, or maybe a hidden basement." "Got it," Rubus replied with a confident grin, thumping his chest. He darted toward the door, poised to intercept anyone who tried to break in. Sherlock nodded and bent to inspect the dusty floor. Footprints led to the far wall, where a faint outline hinted at a concealed hatch. He set to work on the latch, while outside, the faint sound of commotion grew louder. Rubus eased into position in the corridor, ready for a fight. There was no doubt he was more than capable. His reputation in the field made him the last person you'd want to tangle with. But even he winced at how boldly they'd struck. Storming the black market's rear warehouse was practically an insult. Empty or not, they'd made a scene, and insults were hard to swallow on either side. Inside, Sherlock's fingers found the mechanism. With a soft click, the hidden door swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. "Rubus," Sherlock called quietly, "I think we've found our real prize." As the standoff intensified, the black market's managers could no longer stand by. They surged forward, flanked by a dozen of their most trusted operatives. "Mr. Hagrid of Hogwarts," their leader called out, voice ringing with forced calm, "we mean you no harm, but you must tell us, what is the purpose of this?" Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, was a household name in both Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. What gave him even greater cachet was the widely whispered truth that he was Albus Dumbledore's most trusted lieutenant. Hagrid himself made no secret of the claim, and Dumbledore had never once contradicted it. On numerous occasions, Hagrid had carried out delicate, often dangerous, missions at Dumbledore's behest. That reputation alone was enough to chill even the hardest-hearted dark wizards. Cruel, cunning, and frequently wanted by the Ministry of Magic though they were, no one in Nocturne Alley would dare cross Dumbledore, once feared as the White Devil King. And Hagrid's own strength and skill in a fight were the stuff of legends. So there he stood, massive figure silhouetted against the warehouse door, wand at the ready. The black market men, their confidence drained, had no choice but to parley. "We're investigating a crime scene. Stay back!" Rubus called as Sherlock stepped into the dimly lit warehouse. Sherlock paused, shaking his head. Arguing now wouldn't change a thing. He scanned the worn wooden walls and rusted beams, then reached into his satchel for the small copper kettle he'd filled earlier. Tilting it carefully, he let water pool onto the dusty floor. "Good thing I brought extra water," he murmured. "I really need to work on my water-making charm." He crouched beside the spreading puddle, watching the droplets slowly converge toward the warehouse's southeast corner. Charms had always been his strongest discipline. He'd even used Accio, a spell typically mastered by older students, to defend the Philosopher's Stone. Yet here he was, resorting to plain water. Patiently, he waited as the trail of moisture traced the wall's surface until it pooled over a faint, hairline crack. Sherlock leaned in, brushing away a bit of dust to confirm his discovery. This fracture would be the perfect entry point to whatever lay hidden inside. Sherlock had no doubts left. He raised his wand. Alohomora. With a soft click, the hidden door creaked open, revealing a secret chamber beyond. Immediately, the commotion caught the attention of the black market wizards lingering outside the warehouse. "Did you see that? There's a hidden door here. How did we miss this before? Step aside, everyone. We're going in." As the crowd surged forward, Rubus slipped an arrow from his quiver and loaded it into his crossbow. He brought the weapon to bear on the onlookers. Nobody move. Even standing still, Rubus's towering frame made him taller than anyone else there. With crossbow aimed, he cut an even more imposing figure. The wizards exchanged nervous glances. Wands were at the ready, but no one dared to be the first aggressor. Finally, one bold wizard murmured, "Crucio, no, leglocker," and fired the mild curse toward Rubus. The spell should have frozen his legs and opened a path into the warehouse, but it fizzled against him, leaving Rubus as steady and unyielding as ever. Rubus's sudden move enraged the Parthenon black market crowd. Without a word, he notched an arrow and let it fly with a sharp whoosh. It struck a man squarely in the knee. He screamed and collapsed to the floor. The assembled wizards gaped and taunted in unison. You think brute force will save your friend, Rubus? You can't take on all of us. When your strength gives out, you'll suffer the same fate. A flash of fury crossed Rubus's face. Are you threatening me? He growled. His retort died on his lips, though, when a familiar voice cut through the tension. Rubus! Sherlock's urgent call snapped Rubus out of combat. He abandoned the jeering mob and sprinted toward his friend, concern etched on his features. Sherlock, are you all right? Rubus panted as he reached him. I'm fine, Sherlock replied, pointing at the far wall. Help me free him. Kneeling, Sherlock pressed along the stone surface until a hidden panel slid aside. Behind it lay a narrow door. Beyond that door was a small, dim cell, the very chamber where Baskerville had been imprisoned. Rubus exchanged a determined look with Sherlock. Together, they braced themselves and pushed open the door, ready to rescue their captive friend. It wasn't that Smith had deliberately hidden the warehouse. He simply didn't know it was connected to the two men. When Sherlock pointed toward a dark corner, Rubus followed his gaze and saw someone slumped against the wall in the interpreter's distinctive robes. Damn it! He snarled, rushing forward. In one swift motion, he scooped the limp form into his arms and darted back toward the warehouse. At that very moment, a handful of black market agents forced their way inside. They froze in shock as Rubus emerged, cradling a motionless man whose lips were deathly blue, whose face was bloated and congested, eyes wide and unseeing. Only the familiar clothing and a thick black beard gave away his identity. It was Baskerville. He's been poisoned. Rubus's voice cracked with urgency. Setting Baskerville down as gently as he could, he spun to face the intruders, panic flashing in his eyes. Does anyone here know how to treat poison? The gathered wizards exchanged uneasy glances, fully aware that the next moments would determine whether Baskerville lived or died. Damn it, this poison is strong. We need to get him to. Rubus's words cut off as he took in the scene. Baskerville, the Greek interpreter, lay slumped at Sherlock's feet, his face pale and sweat beading on his brow. Whatever investigation lay ahead, saving this man's life had to come first. I'll carry him, Rubus decided, gathering Baskerville across his broad shoulders with one fluid motion. At that instant, the crowd parted, and a bald wizard stepped forward. In the magical world, the Potter family's famous hair growth potions were everywhere, so costly that true baldness was a rare sight. Still, every now and then someone slipped through who simply couldn't afford the elixirs. The wizard held out his palm, revealing a small, pebble-like object. Bezoar, he announced. Rubus's heart leapt. He snatched the stone, crushed it between his fingers, and forced the bitter powder into Baskerville's mouth. Immediately, the interpreter convulsed, then let out a violent cough, expelling the poison. His breathing steadied, color returned to his cheeks, and the rigidity drained from his limbs. Only a dark bruise around one eye testified to the violence he'd endured. Relief washed over Rubus. Gently, he lowered Baskerville to the floor. Sherlock knelt beside him, and together they watched the Greek interpreter's labored breaths grow calm. The crisis had passed, for now at least, and they could finally turn their attention back to the mystery that awaited. Rubeus Hagrid let out a deep, relieved sigh. Thank goodness, no unforgivable curse, he murmured, glancing down at Baskerville's limp form. After all, the only person anyone had ever known to survive the killing curse was Harry Potter himself. Hagrid was far from convinced this young man shared Harry's extraordinary luck. Sherlock Holmes, crouched beside Baskerville, nodded at Hagrid. He's alive, but we'll need backup. Send for the Hogwarts professors at once. Professor McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, anyone. But make it clear, no one is to interfere until I've finished examining the scene. With only the two of them standing guard over the cell, their numbers were thin. Let the skeptics see for themselves. If Hagrid's actions were foolhardy simply because Dumbledore trusted him, this was their chance to watch him prove them wrong. Word spread fast. Those who'd been inching forward, eager to join Sherlock in the cell, immediately fell silent when they heard Hogwarts professors were on their way. None dared to provoke McGonagall in her tartan robes, or even the stern-looking Snape. And if it really was Dumbledore who answered the summons, well, he wasn't called the White Devil King among dark wizards for nothing. The gathering crowd melted back, leaving only Holmes and Hagrid to guard Baskerville and to await the arrival of reinforcements. For years, Baskerville had avoided direct combat. Given his status and reputation, it simply wasn't worth his time to tussle with mere intruders. Still, if Snape or McGonagall arrived and discovered that Hogwarts students had been harassed under his roof, the fallout would be serious. While they waited for Baskerville to regain his strength and for the Hogwarts professors to appear, Sherlock slipped back into the cell. It wasn't long before he got exactly what he needed. By then, Baskerville's color had returned. Though the potent poison would land him in St. Mungo's for some time, the bezoar had indeed pulled him back from death's door. He was far from fully recovered, however, and only managed a brief, halting account of the afternoon's events for Sherlock and Rubus. That afternoon, Smith had come calling for the fourth time. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than he ran straight into Baskerville's three guardians. Perhaps he'd underestimated them, or perhaps he'd come supremely prepared, but whatever the reason, the fight was over almost as soon as it began. One by one, Smith had unleashed his power, and before long, all three protectors lay unconscious. Smith raised the stakes, threatening their lives as he seized Baskerville once more. 3 against 1, and you still managed to get beaten. How humiliating, someone in the crowd jeered. Enough, Sherlock snarled. He turned to the offender, eyes cold and hard. Beside him, Rubius Baskerville caught Sherlock's glare and mirrored it with a fierce scowl. The would-be heckler fell silent at once. Sherlock knew Rubius well. His astonishing command of languages and innate kindness, always ready to aid a stranger, made him the perfect hostage. No one could stand against Smith's raw power, and Rubius's gentle nature left him especially vulnerable when Fry Enns came to rescue him. Before long, he was dragged off to Nocturne Alley to serve as interpreter at the fourth gathering.